Hello, my dear students. A very hearty good morning. Welcome to BYJU'S exam prep. Hope you guys are fine, guys. So be quick and join the session without any delay. Be quick, guys. Super quick. And we'll be starting the session complete engineering, hydrology, and irrigation engineering in today's session. So come on, guys, join the session fast so that we can start without any delay and quickly. First of all, if you don't know about me, you can go through my profile and you can download the BYJU'S exam prep app, because guys, quiz related to today's session will be there on the app, and on 14th and 15th there's an aptitude session exclusively on BYJU'S exam prep app. Apart from that, guys, as you know, marathon series is going on here. You guys can check out the schedule. On 15th of January, I'll be taking the OCF marathon class, and we are having a workshop on 17th of January. If you are targeting for GATE 2025, how can you ace it in the very first attempt, and a scholarship test on 14th of January at 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the morning, 9 a.m. in the morning to 9 p.m. in the evening. And we are having an All India Open Mega mock test going on from 13th of January to 19th of January, which you guys can opt for as well. Apart from that, we have launched full syllabus course for GATE 25 and 26, both in English and Hindi language. You guys can enroll for that as well. And last, you can join the Telegram group. Please, can you please take the class in Hindi? Actually, guys, what do you want me to take in Hindi or English? Yeah, I just know only two languages to speak, English and Hindi. I thought that English is fine because I don't speak a very like foreign accent English. Okay, guys, this is the QR code. This is the QR code for the app quiz. QR code for app quiz. Okay, so just scan it and you will be directed to the quiz section. Okay, fine. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Come on, guys, share it with maximum of your friends so that everybody can take the benefit of it. Come on, guys, be quick. Good day. Chalo. Now we'll start the session without any delay. Okay, I'm thinking that I have kept a target. Let's see, we'll be able to complete it or not. That I am thinking that 4 hours we should complete engineering hydrology and 3 hours irrigation. What do you guys think? Is it okay? What do you say, guys? Is it okay? Let's take a target. Let's not extend that. But my sub topics are ready, so can I continue? Yes, you can continue. Chalo. Fine. So, good morning. And guys, those who are attending this class, I'll share the PDF with you guys soon of both environment as well as hydrology and irrigation, not for others. Hope it doesn't too long like environment. I hope so, Kalyan. Let's see, fingers crossed. See, that depends on you because I have kept a variety of questions. So, if concepts related, if it will extend, then I'll be blamed for that. And if numericals related, we are extending the time, then you will be blamed for that, because in that case, you are the ones who are not giving me the answers quickly. Okay. Yeah, I'm giving more time for hydrology, more than 4 hours it will take, and we'll cover everything. Okay, ready, everybody? Come on, with high Josh, just once time, and just promise that if you are here, you'll be staying till the last. No matter what happens today, we'll complete the entire hydrology and irrigation. Come on, guys. Quick. Jaldi and share it with maximum of your friends, Telegram group, everywhere, guys. इतने आलसी हो गए हो तुम लोग सच में ना. सिविल के ही हो ना. चलो, रेडी एवरीबॉडी? यस और नो, कुछ भी नहीं निकल रहा मुंह से. रेडी? यस और नो? पहले बताओ, नहीं तो स्टार्ट नहीं करूंगी क्लास. चलो, ओके. With me for the entire day. Okay, thank. Let's see how much you stand on your words. I know 4-5 people, Anwar, Prince, maybe Kalyan, Sophie. 4-5 people will be there. I don't know about the entire people, but let's see. Okay, let's start the session. First of all, according to hydrology and irrigation, first we will move towards engineering hydrology, and then we will talk about irrigation engineering. Okay, now if we quickly start about hydrology. Hydro means what? Water. In hydrology, we study the science of water, how the water occur, how the circulation takes place, how the distribution of water takes place on the earth and its atmosphere. That is known as hydrology. Correct? Now, in this, the basic part, first of all, which comes into action is the hydrological cycle. Is the hydrological cycle. Okay. So first we will be quickly talking about hydrological cycle because all the basic components we will be studying here, and then entire chapters will be coming one by one on which we will be studying the detail about it. Okay. Now, when you talk about hydrology, basically first thing which comes into action is the engineering hydrology. Engineering hydrology, basically, actually you have noticed that why they call engineering hydrology, because actually we have two types of hydrology: engineering hydrology also and scientific hydrology. In scientific hydrology, we collect basically the data parts and all. And in engineering hydrology, we talk about the natural aspects of water, that how the rainfall takes place, how the evaporation takes place. That's why if you see na that why engineering hydrology, because there are two types of hydrology: engineering hydrology and scientific hydrology. Okay, now ओके, मैम को ठंड क्यों नहीं लग रही? क्योंकि मैम की जस्ट सिटी में मैम है, वहां पे ठंडी नहीं है. चलो, अब बाद में पूछ लेना मुझे ठंड क्यों नहीं लग रही है या मुझे और भी कुछ क्यों नहीं हो रहा है. ठीक है, अब पढ़ाई कर लेते हैं. चलिए, now if I talk about hydrology, first as I always say that if I ask you कि मुर्गी पहले आई थी कि अंडा, first the hen came or the egg came, so nobody knows about it. Okay, come on guys, you only tell me, मुर्गी पहले आई थी कि अंडा पहले आया था? Come on guys, what came first? What came first? आंसर करो जल्दी, आंसर मी फास्ट. God know everything. I'm asking that whether hen came first or egg came first, nobody knows. Similarly, this hydrological cycle is a dynamic cycle. Okay, nobody knows from where it starts, from where it ends. Billions and millions of years when this earth was formed, from that time till right now also, this hydrological cycle is going on. Only thing is the water is converting from one form to other, but the time when this earth is formed, that much water was there. Right now also that much water is only there. The only difference is it is converting into various phases. Okay, now if I talk about first is sun. It's my और ही बेकार sun बन गया. Okay, fine. Okay, this is sunlight, and now let me draw the first diagram. This is oceans. Okay, here trees are there. This is base flow taking place. Here river is there. Okay, now listen to me. God must be knowing it, and yeah, just that is what the reason for asking was that, because you don't know. See, I'll be starting from oceans, but just it should be in your mind for concept clarity purpose. Ma'am is saying it is starting is from oceans. It's not the thing. I'm teaching you that first sunlight will reach to the oceans, but it's not the fact. Nobody knows from where it starts, because it is a dynamic cycle which is going on, going on, going on, and it is a never-ending cycle, and it has no starting point and no ending point. So that things you should know about it. Okay. Now, when sunlight falls on the oceans, what will happen? Here oceans it will form. So liquid will convert into vapor state. Vapors are what? Lighter in density, so they will rise to the surface. So they will rise to the surface. Now, the moment they rise to the surface, they form the clouds. Now the clouds condense, cooling happens, and after the cooling happens, they precipitate. So precipitation will happen. Precipitation will happen. P is the precipitation. Now, ma'am, all the precipitation will happen on the oceans only? No. What will happen? A part of the cloud will be taken by the wind onto the surface of the land, on the surface of the earth. So clouds will come here also. Why? Due to the wind effect, due to Coriolis' force. So what will happen when the clouds will come to the earth's surface on the land? They will again do what? Again, what will happen to them is they will condense and then precipitation will happen. Now, when this precipitation will happen, where does the water go? First of all, you will see that certain amount of water, certain amount of precipitation water will go onto the rooftop of your buildings, houses, okay? And some amount of water will be stuck on the trees. This water which gets obstructed on the rooftops of the buildings or on the trees, this is known as intercepted water, and the process is known as interception. So a certain portion of water, a certain portion of precipitation water will be retained on the plants, that is the natural obstruction, and on the buildings, that is the artificial obstruction. After that, the water will infiltrate inside the ground, and the vertical movement of water inside the ground is known as infiltration. So a certain portion of the water will infiltrate inside the ground. That is known as what? Infiltration. Okay. After that, what you will see that obviously rivers are there, ditches are there, that in that also water will be stored. So that water is known as, the water which is stored there, that is known as depression storage. That is known as depression storage. Okay. After that also, what you will see is actually you don't think that water will be static. Okay. As the water gets space, as the water will have energy, it will move. So water from a higher energy moves towards water towards a lower energy. So when water moves from higher energy, like here the water is there, so water will be moving from a higher energy to a lower energy. So it will be seep, 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 seep. Here soil is there. So water will be moving through the interconnecting voids of the soil. So it will seep, 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 and it will go and move to the nearby natural streams, rivers. This water is known as seepage, or you call it as prompt interflow. Ma'am, why the name prompt interflow? Because it happens quickly. Means it will not take years and years, after which it will go and it will meet the depression storage or reverse and all. Whenever it is having a higher energy and it will move towards lower energy through the interconnecting void, so it will go on moving, moving, and eventually it will go and join the nearby rivers or streams. So here this is known as seepage. This is known as what? Seepage. Correct? Now, or you call it as prompt interflow because it takes place quickly. Apart from that, the water which is infiltrating, if it goes from deep, it goes deep inside the ground, then it forms base flow. What is base flow? This is constant and continuous flow of water taking place beneath the ground. The other name for base flow is delayed flow. Why, ma'am, delayed flow? Because after years and years, it will go and it will join the rivers and streams. It will take years and years. And why you call seepage as prompt flow? Because it will quickly join the nearby rivers or streams. So both are subsurface water. Which one? Seepage, because it is taking place below the surface. So prompt interflow and base flow both are subsurface water, and infiltration is what? The movement of water, vertical movement of water from the ground inside the soil surface. Apart from that, there is one more thing, that is transpiration. Now what is happening? Obviously you know that plants prepare their food under the action of photosynthesis. So during the opening and closing of stomata, you may see that when the plants prepare their food, they from the leaves, it will strike. Just you can see it also. From the leaves, these voids are there from which you can see the water droplets coming out. You might have seen it yourself also, that from the leaves you can see that the water droplets are coming out. So that is basically the plants is preparing their food, and during that process plants is transpiring. Plants is losing water. So this process of losing water from the leaves of the plant when it is preparing its food under the action of photosynthesis is known as transpiration. Is known as transpiration. Correct? So the one more thing which takes place is transpiration. After all the needs is being satisfied, after that the amount of water which flows onto the surface, so the amount of water which will be flowing onto the surface is known as surface runoff. So after infiltration, seepage, base flow, depression, storage, transpiration, interception, after everything is being done, after that the net quantity of water which is remaining, which flows onto the surface, that is known as what? Surface runoff. Any doubts till here, guys? Good morning, Mayank. Chalo. Any doubts till here? Now, one question. Which is the driving force of the hydrological cycle? Which is the driving force of the hydrological cycle? Which is the driving force? Man, quickly share with all your groups. तुम्हारा काम है. Yes, I have seen that, Pratik. मैं entire subject इसी speed में cover कराइएगा. Yes, sun. Correct. Correct, Anwar. Solar energy. Because if sun's heat energy will not be there, oceans, how will the vaporization takes place? Nothing will happen. So sun is the main driving energy. Okay. अच्छा मैं एक बात बताऊं, पहले एक चीज बता दूं. Shall I say one thing? I just want to share one secret with you guys. If you say, shall I? That it means it will become easy for you for today's class to attend. Shall I or shall I? Don't. Quick, quick, quick. Dekho, I'll tell you one thing. During the environmental class, I was not feeling well during the first hour. Okay, I was I was getting a severe headache, so I was like, I won't be able to take the marathon session. Okay, I'll be like, I'll do what I don't know, but I was like, I was getting a severe headache. Means I was getting a bad headache. So what I did was, yeah, what I did was I just this I did it, guys, and practically it worked out for me. I just tempted myself. I said that if I'm able to complete today's class, I'll give myself a treat. Okay, I was like that. So I was like, whenever like, and what treat I'll give myself, I'll go to eat ice cream. Whether it will be like Anwar was saying, na, aaj to 10 bajega, 10 o'clock, I'll be like, I was like, even if it becomes 10 in the night also, then also I'll go. And all through the teaching time, what was happening is, yes, no, it's few, something is left. I'll go, I'll just let me complete it quickly. I'll complete with full patience and then I'll go and I'll have ice cream. You know what? That temptation gives you that energy that you will be completing the session with proper time, with proper concepts, with proper questions. So if you also think that, ma'am, we don't have a sitting habit, or sometimes we might feel sleepy, so just whatever you like I like one brand's ice cream is there, I like it very much. So I just tempted myself and I did it also. Like I went at 10:30 because you can fool everybody, but don't fool yourself. It hurts. So at 10:30 I went. So just in today's class, if you also feel the same, that some mom, I'm not feeling well, shall I sleep? So it happens to everybody, but you need to tempt yourself and work hard. Okay, I did it, and guys, trust me, it works. It is trial and tested on myself, and that too during engineering, environmental engineering marathon. So you guys can try that. Okay, that was only I wanted to say. Now get back to here. What is the difference between infiltration and percolation? I was coming into that only. Infiltration is the vertical movement of water from the ground to the soil surface. Percolation is when water moves from unsaturated soil mass. When water moves, unsaturated means in that voids, water is also there and air is also there. That means degree of saturation is not one. So when water moves from unsaturated soil mass to saturated soil mass, this movement is known as percolation. So who was asking that? Giri, is it clear? So vertical movement of water from the ground to the soil surface, that was infiltration. Now when the water is specifically moving from unsaturated soil mass, that means here the entire voids are not completely flooded with water, to saturated soil mass, this is known as what? This is known as percolation. Clear? Now, if I talk about here, there's just one equation which you want to know, and just one question has been asked from this. That is water budget equation. Water budget equation. Technically, it is volume of inflow minus volume of outflow is equal to change in storage volume of water. Now, actually the water which is coming, its density, the water which is going, its density, and the where is the storage volume change is taking place. That's density. Density of inflow, outflow and storage one all are same. So if I write density, volume is equal to what? Density is equal to mass upon volume. Density is equal to mass upon volume. Okay. And density of inflow water, outflow water and storage water all are same. So can I write as mass of inflow water, because this question has been asked in one of the assistant professor, they gave this. So guys, remember, if in the question, if they ask you like expression format, if the density of inflow water, outflow water and the storage of mass of water is same, mass of inflow water minus mass of outflow water is equal to change in storage mass of water. Okay, generally the one which we use is that mass one, so that's why I told you both of them. Okay, this is the one. We'll deal questions also with this. See, precipitation is the water which is coming, and let us suppose from other source also water is coming. Then the water which is going is evaporation water is going. Which water else is going? Transpiration water is going. Infiltration water is going. And what else? Runoff water is going. Groundwater is going. This is equal to ग्राउंड वाटर इनफिल्ट्रेशन एक ही बात हो गई, मैं बेस फ्लो ले लिया, इज इक्वल टू चेंज इन स्टोरेज मास ऑफ वाटर. नाउ one thing guys, one thing, if inflow is more than outflow, storage is positive. If inflow is less than outflow, storage is negative. So if they ask you in the question that what will be the water surface elevation after 30 days, after 30 days, after 1 month and all those things. So if inflow is coming more than outflow, whatever elevation was given before 30 days, in that you will add the depth. We'll do questions also, don't worry. If inflow is less than outflow, in that we will decrease the depth because storage is negative. Okay. Now one more thing I was to tell you, one more thing I wanted to tell you, that here questions related to this comes, check it out what it is asking in the question, means it is asking in terms of depth, in terms of discharge, whatever it is asking you, so kindly do the conversions accordingly. Okay, so be here you won't make mistake in the concepts, you will make mistakes in the units. That is the only thing which guys do. Okay, now one more thing is, I'm writing, can you tell me what it will be? Portion of rainfall. In the question it is asking portion of rainfall. No, storage you will be calculating. That is, see, they will give you inflow values. I'll tell you the trick, Pratik, then it will not be your enemy. Precipitation, they will tell you, everything they will tell you. Storage, you will be need to calculating it. Okay, you will be calculating it. Now, you will answer what will be the one. Portion of rainfall which doesn't contribute to runoff. Let us suppose this is the one. Calculate the portion of rainfall which doesn't contribute to runoff. That means what it is asking. Can anybody tell me portion of rainfall which doesn't contribute to runoff? Come on, guys. Quick. See, now Kalyan, who is making time, who is just delaying? Now you tell me. Portion of rainfall which doesn't contribute to runoff. बताओ, interception आ गया, infiltration आ गया. Effective rainfall is that portion which contributes to runoff. अभी effective rainfall definitions अलग-अलग होती है. Losses. It can be any, what you said, infiltration, it can be interception, it can be depression, storage, it can be percolation, it can be seepage, it can be anything. So how will you calculate it? How much precipitation took place minus runoff. How much water came minus how much water is flowing. When you subtract it, the net water is being lost. Got it? Clear? So if in case they ask you like this, you should know this. It can be any loss. So you can't say only infiltration, somebody is saying fine index, somebody is saying interception. You can't say, it's not mentioned in the question, right? Okay. Now, there's one more thing, that is K, which is runoff coefficient. It is given by, see, whatever rainfall happens, does entire portion contribute to runoff? No. So it is asking about that portion of rainfall which will contribute to runoff. So that is known as what? Runoff coefficient. Okay. Now, coming to the next important thing. बट थोड़ा सा दिमाग लगाना पड़ेगा ना, 3 घंटे का पेपर है, उसको 6 घंटे में तो नहीं कर सकते ना, 6 hours. चलो, next is catchment area. Now what is catchment area? Let me draw it. Okay. Now, the area of land from which the water is coming, the area of land from which the water is coming and draining into the nearby rivers or streams. So whatever is the area from which the water is coming and draining into the nearby river or streams, that is known as catchment area. Ma'am, what about the water in this side? Like what about the water? So this side of the water will flow on this side. Okay. So this is one catchment area. This is second catchment area. Okay. And the line which divides catchment area, in the question they can give you basin, they can give you watershed, they can write any name for it. Okay. Now, the line which separates one catchment area from the other, this line is known as ridge line. You call it as watershed line. Okay, this is the line which subtracted. If it is asked in statement wise and all, so you should know catchment area is that area of land from which the water is coming and draining into the nearby rivers or streams, and that line which subtracts, which demarcates or separates. Demarcates word is there. Demarcates means separate. So this is your vocabulary. Demarcates means separate. So the line that demarcates or separates one catchment area from the other, that is known as what? Ridge line. Got it? Now, next coming water budget equation, I've already told you. And do you guys want to do question here on this water budget equation, or shall we do in evaporation? Just tell me. You want to do question on water budget equation? Quick, quick, quick. Or shall we do it when we will deal evaporation? Come on, quick. सब जगह होता है. इवेपोरेशन में हो जाएगा पूरा क्लियर. कल्याण, इवेपोरेशन में करवा दूं? हाँ, वन क्वेश्चन. चलो एक छोटा सा ले लेते हैं प्रिंस. मेरी मर्जी. चलो ठीक है ठीक है, एक क्वेश्चन करा देती हूँ. मेरी मर्जी बोल दी, अब तो प्रेशर दे दिया. ओके, एक क्वेश्चन मैं करा देती हूँ. मैंने इंक्लूड तो किया नहीं था, मुझे लगा कि आप मना करोगे, पर मुझे गलत लगा, तो मैं एक क्वेश्चन फटाक से इसमें इंक्लूड कर देती हूँ. बस एक सेकंड देना मुझे, एक स्लाइड बस इंक्लूड कर देती हूँ उसमें. मुझे लगा कि आप लोग बोलोगे इजी है तो नहीं करेंगे, बट मुझे पता नहीं था. ओके फाइन. somebody was asking also ना कि storage, related to storage, so let's do that. कोई बात नहीं. डन. एक सेकेंड लगता है यार. ओके, आ गया क्वेश्चन. ओके, दिस इज द क्वेश्चन गाइस. A lake had a water surface elevation. So initial height is given to you 103.2 meter. अब जिन ने क्वेश्चन पूछा है, those who have said that solve the question, they will be the one who will be answering it first. Calculator अपने साथ रखो. Now a lake is there whose elevation height is, level of water is given to you as 103.2 meter. Okay. Now water is coming into the lake as 6 meter cube per second from somewhere. The water which is going out is 6.5 meter cube per second. And the rainfall which is coming is 145 mm. And the evaporation which is taking place, evaporation is going out, that is taking place is 6.10 centimeter. It is asking you water surface elevation at the end of the month. That means it is asking you the depth, first of all. Secondly, let me tell you one more thing. If in the question nothing is mentioned about whether it is an October month, November month, December month, or they haven't mentioned anything about the number of days, by default take it 30. Similarly, if they haven't mentioned anything about the year, nothing is mentioned, take it 365. So here only month is written and nowhere October, November, December, January, February, nothing is written. Take 30 days. Okay. Now you have to calculate water surface elevation at the end of the one. That means first I need to calculate the storage. How much is the storage coming? So first let me check it out. How much is inflow coming? Inflow. One inflow is the water which is coming is 6 meter cube per second. Since I want in terms of depth, first I will convert it in terms of depth. 6 meter cube per second. How many days? 30 days. 1 day is equal to 24 hours. 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. 1 minute is equal to 60 seconds. 24 into 60 into 60 is 86400 seconds. It will cancel out. Divided by catchment area, which is 5000 hectare, and 1 hectare is equal to 10 raised to power 4 meters. Solve it, you will get the inflow. Plus one more inflow is there. Rainfall is also happening. So that is also a inflow. How much? 145 mm. That means 0.145. Come on guys. Tell me how much is inflow coming. Quick. I am not going to solve. 0.4. Divyanshu is there today. 0.4560. Now, what about the outflow? What about the outflow? 6.5 meter cube per second is the outflow coming. Again, for 30 days, how much it will be there in terms of depth? Okay. One more outflow is there, and that outflow is what? Evaporation. It is going also up. 6.10 centimeter. So convert it into meters. This is also one outflow. How much it is coming? How much it is coming? Outflow calculate. Outflow calculate quickly. 0.3976 pakka? Okay. Inflow is more than outflow. Storage will be positive or negative? Inflow is more than outflow. Inflow is more than outflow. That is how much? 0.4560 minus 0.3976. How much it is coming? Solve it. नहीं solve करते हो time लग जाता है. 0.0584 meter. This is coming. That means if inflow is more water is coming and less water is going. So initially the height was 103.2 meter. The height will increase. How much it will become? 103.2 plus 0.0584. So how much it will be? 103.2. So after 30 days, the height of water will be 103.2584 meter. So the level of water will rise. Clear everybody? So who was asking na ma'am storage will be given? Storage was not given. You calculated storage. And ma'am why you added it? Because inflow was coming more than outflow. If vice versa would have happened, inflow would have been less than outflow, then I would have subtracted minus 0.0584 because it means less water was coming and more water was going. Clear? Okay. Fine. One more thing, guys. Here, if you check it out, what are the transportation components? Transportation components which moves water from one place to another. Check it out. Precipitation is a transportation component here. Evaporation is a transportation component. Infiltration is a transportation component. Transpiration is a transportation component. Seepage. So these are transportation components. Storage also, three places are there where storage is taking place. Ma'am, where? In the river storage is taking place. Okay, so that is depression storage. In the soil storage of water is taking place. That is soil moisture storage. And in the groundwater base flow storage of water is taking place. That is groundwater storage. So three storage on ground, that is depression storage, then on the soil storage, and on that groundwater storage. So three storages are there. Okay, so if they ask you, just I'm telling you. Right. Now, this was regarding first chapter, hydrological cycle. Now we'll move towards a very important chapter, that is precipitation. Any doubts, guys? Any doubts? Quick. Koई doubt? Chalu karu? Shall I start? Chalo. Now, actually, we have the habit of saying rainfall and precipitation are same, rainfall and precipitation are same, but there is a doubt that no, they are not. Generally, we say rain, but it's not rain. Technically, it is precipitation. If you check out your phone right now, open the Google weather forecast, they will tell you 10% chances of precipitation today, 80% chances of precipitation today. You check it out, they never mention rain. They always mention precipitation. Ma'am, reason? Because rainfall is one of the type of precipitation. Apart from that, you have other types of precipitation, other forms of precipitation as well. Even snow is a form of precipitation. Ola, which you call it in Hindi. Hail, that is also a form of precipitation. So there are various forms of precipitation which exists. Okay, so now we'll talk about it one by one. What if infiltration is given in the question? It will be considered as outflow, because that water is not going into the lake. That is outflow. The precipitation water and the water which is coming, that is only inflow. Even if transpiration would have been given, evaporation would have been given, infiltration would have been given, interception would have been given, anything would have been given, will be outflow. Okay, now first form is rain. In India, predominant form of precipitation is rain. Now, if you see it in the newspaper, you read it, sometimes they say bhari varsha, heavy rainfall take place. How do they know it is heavy rainfall? Or how do they know it is light rainfall? It's my wish or what? Whether I can say, oh, heavy rainfall is taking place. How could I know it's heavy? How can I know it's moderate? By the values. Generally, you know that rainfall we measure in terms of depth. See, I can measure it in any units. I can measure in terms of depth. I can measure in terms of volume. I can measure in any terms. Okay, but which gives me more simplicity of the analysis. Like I always give this example. From my home, the mall is 10 kilometers. I can say 10 kilometers. I can say 10 into 10 raised to power 3 meters. I can tell you in decameters. I can tell you in centimeters. But what is the thing that will quickly grow into your brain? When I say it in kilometers. Okay, 5 kilometers, you will visualize the distance. Okay, so it's same thing. We can measure rainfall in any units. But the one thing which will quickly go for the analysis, that is the depth. So generally we take it in terms of depth. So now, if the intensity of rainfall is from 0 to 2.5, generally 0 in place of 0, we write trace. To 2.5 mm per hour, you call it as light rainfall. If it is 2.5 to 7.5, you call it as moderate rainfall. And if the intensity is more than 7.5, you call it as heavy rainfall. Got it? So these are the ones, this has been asked in many of your state levels. Either they will give you match the following, or they will give you the intensity, and they will ask you identify the type of rainfall. Or they will give you in the form of statement-wise questions, and they will ask you that tick the correct statements. Okay? Now, one thing here, the size of water droplets. Can anybody tell me what is the size of water droplets in rainfall? What is the size of water droplets? Size of water droplets. Size of water droplets in the case of rainfall. Anybody? Point? Range पूछ रही हूं मैं. I'm asking you the range. I'm asking you the range, guys. Nobody is telling me. 6.5. ओले बना दो इसको. Very good, Prince. Very good. It varies from 0.5 mm to 6 mm. Why I asked you, the reason I'll tell you. When the size of water droplets is from 0.5 mm to 6 mm, you call it as rain. And when the size is less than this, 0.2 to 0.5 नहीं होता, हम drizzle की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं यहाँ पर. When the size is less than, size is less than 0.5 mm and intensity is less than 1 mm per hour, is known as drizzle. Sometimes you can't see that rainfall is taking place and you might have feel it also, but you can feel that sensation. It's like water droplets are floating in the air. That is what is drizzle. Okay, so that is technically termed as what? Drizzle. Size is less than 0.5 mm and intensity is less than 1 mm per hour, and you call it as drizzle. Okay, now coming next is snow. Snow is what? Lumps of ice. Generally the density of it is, how much is the density, guys? 0.1 gram per cc. Generally it varies from 0.606 to 0.15 gram per cc, but generally we take the density as 0.1 gram per cc. Basically it is the lumps of ice, and snow when combined with flakes, it leads to snowflakes. Apart from that, you have hail, which I call it as ola also. Basically lumps of ice. In some books you will see that they say that if the size is more than 6 mm, it is hail. In some books you will see that they mention when lumps of ice, basically when the size is more than 8 mm. Okay, so 6 mm, 8 mm, just about that bigger size particles is known as hail. Here what happens when violent thunderstorms is there? Generally when you get this, uh, how do you get this hail? When violent thunderstorms and all is there, that time you get what? That time you get this hail. Okay, that time you get this hail. And when hail comes, it not only basically it is very dangerous because it has a detrimental and disastrous effect on the crops. You know that when this hail comes, you know that the crop productivity gets reduced. Crop, you can say the failure of the crops will take place. So that is there. Even the loss of life. See, if you might have read it in the newspaper and all, if you're driving and some big thing hits you in the head and all, you become brain dead, yeah. So even it can cause death also. It is so dangerous, hail. Okay, now the thing which we can we eat hail? I never tried. You just try it once and let me know, can we eat or not. How we measure size of water droplets, that will be told to you in fluid mechanics. Okay, now just two things where maximum people will get confused: glaze and sleet. Kindly listen to it in one go. Glaze and sleet. Okay, whether it be rain or whether it be drizzle, anything, when it comes in contact with the ground and the ground is at 0 degrees Celsius, okay? So whether it is rain or drizzle, when it is coming in contact with the ground at 0 degrees Celsius, so as it comes in contact with the ground, the moment it reaches to the ground, you get like this image, that is glaze. Okay, so when rain or drizzle comes in contact with the ground which is at 0 degrees Celsius, that time what you get? Glaze. And when you get sleet when the atmosphere is at sub-freezing temperature. In the case of glaze, ground is at 0 degrees Celsius. In the case of sleet, the atmosphere in which the rain or drizzle is happening is at 0 degrees Celsius. So when rain or drizzle is at 0 degrees Celsius, that time what you get, that is known as sleet. So if you get confused, I'll give you a trick that glaze is from G and ground is also from G. So when ground is at 0 degrees Celsius, that time you get glaze. And when the atmosphere is at, the atmospheric temperature is at 0 degrees Celsius or sub-freezing temperature, that time what you get is known as sleet, which you call it as frozen raindrops of transparent grains. They're very small, you can say transparent grains. So frozen raindrops of transparent grains. Got it? Okay. No, dew is not same. Dew is different. That I'll tell you. Okay. Chale. Now, this is an MSQ question, guys. Solve. This is an MSQ question for you guys. Come on. Here, is it striking on my head? दिख तो रहा नहीं हो रहा head पे. Okay. Time interval and intensity of rainfall is given to you. It is asking maximum intensity for 20-minute duration and maximum intensity of rainfall for 10-minute duration. अब ये per minute given है, so multiply by 10 in everyone. Calculate. Time waste मत करो, यहीं पर ही just do it. 7, 11, 22, 15, 12, 13, 9, 4. So maximum intensity for 10 minutes duration. कितना आ रहा है? The highest value is 22. 22 mm. This is for 10 minutes. So 1 minute it will be how much? 2.2 mm per minute. So B is correct. So this one is wrong. Now out of A and D, दो maximum कौन से दिख रहे हैं मुझे? 22 and 15. So 22 plus 15 divided by 20. So ये हो जाएगा 37 by 20. 37 by 20. 1.85 mm per minute. अब देखो, Pratik was telling na that I am bad in units. Pratik, see, same answer in mm per minute and centimeter per minute. Don't make mistake. Here it is in mm, so here this will be in mm. Got it? Clear? This is clear, everybody? Okay. Now we'll move towards important part. Okay, but before that, I'll tell you a few things before we move. Types of precipitation. Before we move towards this. Types of precipitation. What are the types of precipitation which takes place? First type of precipitation which happens in India predominantly, that is orographic precipitation. Now, whenever there is a mountain and all, so what will happen is, this is a barrier. Now, actually the moist air means, in air, water droplets are there. That is the moist air. So this moist air is there which has to move horizontally. But now what is happening? Obstruction is there. Due to the obstruction, the moist air is not able to travel horizontally. Why? Because obviously what is there? Hindrance is there, obstruction is there. So it is not able to travel horizontally. Then what will happen, ma'am? Since it is not able to travel horizontally due to an obstruction, this moist air will rise upwards. So this moist air will rise upwards and it will form clouds. Now it will form clouds, again same process. Clouds, it will undergo cooling, and here what will happen? Condensation and precipitation. So here precipitation will occur. Maximum amount of rainfall, which side it receives, that side is known as windward side. And the very less amount of water receives on the side is known as leeward side. In India, majorly the rainfall takes place due to orographic precipitation. Okay, so orographic precipitation is taking place due to the formation of, due to the barrier, mountain barrier which is there, and that is here clouds will be there. Clouds, condensation will happen, and then precipitation will occur. Okay, now after orographic precipitation, the next type of precipitation which comes into action is convective. This is the, like in this you might relate it also, in same place we are living. Like let us suppose me and Mayank are living in the same place. Let us suppose right now I'm living in Bhilai, so I'm assuming Mayank is also living in Bhilai. So like I am here and Mayank is living 15 kilometers from my home. But in my place, rainfall is taking place, and I called Mayank that I can't come because rainfall is happening, and he'll tell that no ma'am, rainfall is not happening at my place. How is it possible? That is convective precipitation. How? Here the rainfall or the precipitation takes place due to local heating of air mass. Local heating of air mass means, specifically you see, like whenever high heat intensity is there, high energy is there. Okay. Now it will go onto the land. So this heat rays will come. So here nearby to the land, whatever air is there will become warm. Warm air is lighter in weight. Density is basically less. So less density, it will rise up. Now this warm air will rise up and this warm air, warm moist air, when it rises, it will form clouds, and clouds, condensation will happen, then precipitation will occur. Now the thing is here that basically the intensity will be very high. Means it will happen for a short duration, this rainfall, but the intensity will be very high. And the aerial extent is also up to 10 kilometers. So such type of precipitation you will see only up to an aerial extent of 10 kilometers. So this is known as what? Convective precipitation. Apart from this, one more type of precipitation, basically two more types of precipitation is there, that is cyclonic precipitation. What is cyclones? Cyclones are low pressure region with circular wind motion. These are cyclones. मैं write them exactly नहीं बना, but हाँ ऐसे cyclones होता है. Now what will happen here? Water, basically the air, it moves from high pressure area. This I told you in environment also. Air always moves from high pressure area to low pressure area. So when the air is moving from high pressure area to low pressure area, and here the circular wind motion is taking place. The air was coming from high pressure area to low pressure area, and the circular wind motion was taking place. Because of that, what will happen? This air will be rising up. It will be lifted in the upward direction. When it will be lifted in the upward direction, again same thing, clouds, condensation, cooling, precipitation. So such type of precipitation you call it as cyclonic precipitation. Okay, now here two type of things are there. When air is moving from high pressure area to low pressure area, and in low pressure area is the thing which is the cyclones, which are or basically the phenomena which takes place is cyclones. So here cyclones are low pressure regions with circular wind motion. Here large amount of precipitation occur, and when wind travels from high pressure to low pressure, and in high pressure area if you talk about, anticyclones are created. There is fair weather, there is no rainfall taking place. So orientation or the movement on the northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere of cyclones and anticyclones are different, and this question has been asked in your gate. Now let me tell you. Cyclones, anticyclones. I'm writing, tell me whether it is correct or wrong. Northern hemisphere, southern hemisphere, southern hemisphere. Cyclones, anti-clockwise, anti. Cyclones are anti-clockwise in northern hemisphere and clockwise in southern hemisphere. Just remember one, other will be just the opposite. So don't remember all four, just remember for cyclones, anticyclones it will be opposite. Asked in gate, asked in n number of more competitive examinations. Got it? Now the last one more is frontal precipitation. Frontal rainfall also you call it. What is front? Front is an interface between two distinct air masses. So one is the warm air mass, and the one is the cold air mass. Now what will happen? Warm air mass will be there, cold air mass will be there. They will be coming. Now which is lighter in weight? Warm air mass. Warm air mass is lighter, it will rise up, clouds, condensation, precipitation again. So here the rainfall takes place due to what? Due to the front. This is an interface which is taking place between two distinct air masses. That's why you call it as frontal rainfall. Here it was taking place due to cyclones. You call it as cyclonic precipitation. In convective precipitation, it was taking place due to local heating of air mass. That's why you call it as convective precipitation. Clear now? Clear the types of precipitation? Clear? Now, अब बात करते हैं index of wetness. Index of wetness बताता है how much rainfall has taken place in that particular year divided by average annual rainfall. Now guys, there are four types of rainfall. Daily rainfall, annual rainfall. I think now I'll ask you one thing and just put me in written everything. Everybody will say some of the other answer. हाँ देखना भी. Average annual rainfall and normal rainfall. Daily rainfall, that is the amount of rainfall data collected in 24 hours. That is one day is known as daily rainfall. Annual rainfall is the amount of rainfall data collected for a year 365 days, annual rainfall. What is average annual rainfall? The average of the annual rainfall data collected for the last dash years. Tell me the number of years. Chalo. अब देखना. Maximum people will make mistake. Dash years. Come on, guys. Number batao. The average of annual rainfall data collected for the last dash years. देखा? I told you, maximum people will say different answers. Correct, Divya Vishal. It is for the past 35 years. That is average annual rainfall. So the average of the annual rainfall data collected for the last 35 years, that is known as what? Average annual rainfall. Now for normal rainfall, the average of the rainfall data collected for the past 30 years. Guys, if they ask you in statement wise question, remember this. Average annual rainfall data for the last 35 years. Normal rainfall, average annual rainfall data of the last 30 years. But in normal rainfall, it's not that you have to take annual. Means you can take the average of a particular month, like September from 1980, 1990, 2000, 2010. So 1980 September, 1981 September, 1982 September. So every year's September month you are taking the data. Okay, you can take it for one particular date, like 5th November, 5th November 1980, 5th November 1981, 5th November 1982. So here you can take it for a specific date, specific month, you can take it for anything. So normal rainfall is the average of the rainfall data for the last 30 years. And here what you do is, here basically you take the average of it. Clear? So this is 30 years. Now, index of wetness is rainfall in a year divided by average annual rainfall. That is the rainfall data average of past 35 years. Now here, if index of wetness is coming 80%, that means what? Rainfall deficiency is how much? Index of wetness is coming 80%. Rainfall deficiency is? How much is rainfall deficiency coming? Deficiency कितनी होगी मैं ही बताऊं? 80%. 80% is index of wetness. How much is the rainfall deficiency? 20%? Percent means 100. If wetness is 80%, that means deficiency is how much? 20%. Now here I am telling you one thing. This is, if they ask you 30 to 45%, 30 to 45, 45 to 60 and greater than 60. So here it is large deficiency. Here it is severe deficiency. And here it is disastrous deficiency. So if they ask, what they will ask is, if I want to frame a question, I'll give you the rainfall in a year. I will give you annual average rainfall. And I will not ask how much is the index of wetness or a rainfall deficiency. I will ask you, classify the rainfall deficiency. So for that, first you should know the formula of index of wetness, and this chart you should know. Then only you will be able to answer. Got it? Sure. Now, coming next to drought. We have drought is what? Basically, when the rainfall is taking place or the moisture content is less than the actual one. Okay, the amount of water which should occur in a particular region. So you have three types of drought: meteorological drought, hydrological drought, agricultural drought. So when the rainfall deficiency is more than 25%. So when the rainfall deficiency in an area is more than 25%, that time you call it as meteorological drought. Okay, so the deficiency which takes place more than 25%, you call it as meteorological drought. Now here what will happen, there are a few things which comes. If the probability of occurrence of drought is from 0.2 to 0.4, that area you call it as drought prone area. If the probability of occurrence is more than 0.4, you call it as chronologically drought prone area. Okay, so 0.2 say 0.4 drought prone area, greater than 0.4 you call it as chronologically drought prone area. This is meteorological drought. When the rainfall deficiency is more than 25%, you call it as meteorological drought. Now hydrological drought is in your rivers, streams and all. When the amount of water level is decreasing, the level of water is decreasing, that time the drought which occurs is known as hydrological drought. Why it occurs? Because sometimes you have extracted more water from it, so that, or maybe rainfall only took place less, so that are the reasons you will get hydrological drought. Agricultural drought is the amount of water which is available for the growth of crops. The amount of water which is available for the growth of crops is less. So if the deficiency of amount of water available for the growth of crops, that is known as agricultural drought. Okay, agricultural drought, there are various index like Palmer index, aridity index, from which you can calculate. Aridity index I'm telling you, that is PT minus AT upon PT. PT here means potential evapotranspiration. AT means here actual evapotranspiration. Now, what is evapotranspiration? That I will tell you in the evaporation chapter. Quickly, I'll tell you in short. The amount of water required for satisfying both evaporation as well as transpiration needs, that is known as evapotranspiration. Potential evapotranspiration, how much water plant requires for evaporation and transpiration. You are supplying that much amount of water. That is known as potential evapotranspiration. How much amount of water presently in current situation the plant is having. That is known as what? Actual evapotranspiration. That is known as what? Actual evapotranspiration. So the amount of water which is available for both evaporation and transpiration under sufficient moisture condition, potential, and the ground reality actual how much which is available, that is known as actual evapotranspiration. Clear everybody? क्लियर? चलो अब इसमें ना हाँ, this aridity index is there, 0 to 25%, 25 to 50%, greater than 50%. On this basis we classify the drought also. 0 to 25% you call it as drought. 25 to 50% you call it as moderate drought, and which is greater than 50% you call it as severe drought. That is the difference. Got it? Now, okay. Now we'll talk about what? We'll talk about consistency. We'll talk about one more thing, that is consistency of the rainfall data. Now let us suppose, see, consistency means what? If you don't know, like one player, I think everybody is a cricketer, cricket fan here, because in India we have cricket fan, right? So there will be a one player who sometimes gets out, either he gets out in zero or either he hits a century. Either he gets out in zero or he hits a century. Okay, and there is one player who consistently in every match scores 50-60. So who is consistent? Of course the second one, because first player sometimes he may get out in zero, sometimes he may hit a century. Okay, but the who is the player which is consistent? The second one, who is in every match scoring a certain 50 to 60 runs. Correct? Similarly, here we want a consistent data. Means, okay, fine. The rainfall, like if this graph is there, you have plotted. This is consistent, consistent. If it is coming like this, if it is coming like this, the graph is moving. That means something is fishy. Something is wrong. So that is known as inconsistency of rainfall record. That means the data is not consistent. So the patent question, I know in whatnot examinations they have asked, you already asked in GATE. If you want to check the consistency of rainfall data, the curve which we use, that is known as double mask curve. That is known as what? Double mask curve. Now what happens in double mask curve? What happens in double mask curve? Check it out. Now, first of all, ma'am, why the inconsistency took place? Why you found this? See, if let us suppose this is the catchment area. This is one rainfall. Other places also you have measured the rainfall. You have measured the rainfall. And in this place, you plotted the curve. This is PX precipitation, and you found that the data is not consistent. Some faulty data you are getting. It might be possible that nearby to it, whatever rain gauges were there, rain gauges are the equipments which measure precipitation, in that shifting might have occurred. natural calamities might have occurred, forest fire would have occurred, anything could have been there, because of which you saw the data is inconsistent. So ma'am, how can we correct it? What do you do is take 5 to 10 base stations nearby to it and take the average of it, and then plot it in a reverse chronological manner. Reverse chronological manner, ma'am. Why reverse chronological manner? Because guys, reverse chronological, that means latest data first, oldest data later. Ma'am, why so? Because we assume that modern technique we have more authentic results as compared to the previous one. So we plot it in a reverse chronological manner. So here we will take the summation of cumulative precipitation of the data which is faulty, the precipitation, the place where it was faulty, and near 5 to 10 base stations we will take the average here. So like right now what is going on, 2024, so like 2023, 2022, and so on. So it should come straight, almost straight. Now let us suppose from 2020, now it is going here 2017. So what is happening here? You saw that it is going in other. So from 2020, you found that the data is inconsistent. So now you need to make it consistent. So the corrected precipitation at this stage will be whatever initial precipitation you had it into multiply by the correction ratio. And what is that? MC by MA. Now what is MC by MA? Now let me tell you, let me draw that. Technically it should go like this, but it is going like this. So this is the actual, this one is the actual value and this one is the corrected one. Okay, so you will take the slope of both of them and multiply with the initial precipitation, you will get the corrected precipitation. So this curve, since both the sides you are plotting the rainfall, this is known as double mass curve. Initial precipitation into the corrected slope divided by the actual slope. Clear everybody? Clear everybody? बेटा पूछा तो नहीं है, चलो, any doubts? चलो. Now if you talk about how do you measure the rainfall, how much amount of precipitation has taken place, you can measure by rainfall. Rainfall, there is other names for it, that is rain gauge. Some people call it as rain gauge. Actually there is two pronunciation, American English and British English. So that's why basically you can get pronunciation rain gauge also and rain gauge also, whatever you want. You call it as pluviometer, you call it as ombrometer, you call it as hydrometer. Okay, so this is the one which we wanted to discuss. And now here, whenever you talk about the requirement, they can ask you an MSQ statement wise questions. Firstly, check it out here. What will happen is, firstly, the ground in which you are putting this rain gauges, that should be open, leveled ground. It shouldn't be undulations. Upar niche nahi hona chahiye. Okay, so it should be a level ground. Secondly, what should happen? You should provide a fencing of 5.5 meter into 5.5 meter. Ma'am, why fencing is to be provided? Otherwise, cattle and all will come. So for that reason, it shouldn't be very below. Otherwise, what will happen? And it shouldn't be up also. Up, then the impact of wind will come. Okay, so you will not get the correct reading. If you will keep it on ground, then what will happen if, let us suppose, flood occurs? Then also you will not get the correct reading. So it should be placed at a suitable height. The very important one which has been asked in your other examinations, rain gauge should be located at such a position that 30 meters or twice the height of obstruction, whichever is more. So rain gauge must be located at a distance of 30 meters or twice the height of the obstructions, whichever is more. This has been asked in the examination. Buffalo aa jayega. Buffalo kyo? Any other things can also come. Okay. Now, so this is the ones. Now talking about the types of rain gauge, you have two types of rain gauge here. You have two types of rain gauge here. One is non-recording rain gauge, one is recording rain gauge. Non-recording rain gauge will only collect the rain. It will not tell you that at what time what amount of rainfall take place. So it will only collect the rain. It will not tell you the intensity, the variation, at what time rainfall take place, nothing. Only it will collect the rain. Recording rain gauge will give you all the things, at what time, how much intensity, at what time no rainfall took place, everything. Initially till before 1989 we used only Siemens rain gauge. Siemens rain gauge is the non-recording type rain gauge. After that we in India modified the Siemens rain gauge and now we are using that. There is nothing. What they do is just, you can see this capacity bottles are there. That's the one. You place it at a certain height above the ground. The reason for placing it at above the ground, generally you create platforms and all, so that free circulation of air takes place. Otherwise, when you will place it on the ground, the free circulation of air will not take place. So you place it generally 15 centimeters above the ground. If you talk about recording rain gauges, just the name, that is tipping bucket type. Weighing bucket, float type. Okay. Now what happens in the case of tipping bucket type? Basically, these three are used. So if you cannot physically glow in a place, like what happens, non-recording rain gauges in India, every day we measure this rainfall at 8:30 a.m. in the morning. So like if I'm telling Mayank that, or Prince, that go 8:30 a.m. in the morning and measure the rainfall, they'll say, ma'am, it's winter, let us sleep. So they are becoming lazy. Or sometimes if I'll tell them that go and cross the hilly regions and go, then you will say, ma'am is so selfish, she can't even think that it's hilly areas and it's rainfall going. If we will slip, we will die, then what will happen? So that is the reason. For these reasons, we have this recording rain gauges, that is tipping bucket type, weighing bucket type, or float type. Float type, kindly remember one more name of it is, that is natural siphon type. The type of rain gauge which we use prominently in India, means in recording rain gauges, that is float type. Okay. And according to World Meteorological Organization, it is mandatory that how many rain gauges you have? 10 minimum, at least, come se come. 10% of the rain gauges should be of recording type. This is mandatory. Okay. Now, coming next, अब इसके बारे में भी बताने कि टिपिंग बकेट टाइप, हियर बेसिकली टू बकेट्स आर देयर. In one, water fills it just fills it on the beaker, then other is there on which the water fills, it fills it on the beaker. So every time the water comes, tip 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 tip, so you get a tipping sound. That's why the name is tipping bucket type. In weighing bucket type, bucket is there, and beneath it a weighing platform is there. So as the water fills, the platform, the weighing platform, obviously it will have more weight, so it will compress. So you have a rotating drum in which all the amount of rainfall, all the variation is being drawn. So automatically in a graph paper you will get it. That is known as weighing bucket type. Now, enough hai. Chalo. And the natural siphon type is, natural siphon type, मैं बना दूं क्या? Okay. Natural siphon type is exactly like weighing bucket type, but here you don't have a weighing mechanism. The water gets filled. आपने वो देखा है ना? That float which you have seen it in that pani ka tanki in your homes and all, it will be there. Very lightweight. Yesterday I was also telling you that time environment. This is float. It's like very thermocol. It is there. Okay, so generally when here it is connected to the pipeline knob. So initially it is down. As the water fills, this float comes up, and when it reaches to the desired limit, it will move towards here so that the water doesn't come. It is there in your coolers and all also. Okay, so when excess amount of water comes, there will be siphonic action which will take the water and drain out. So such type of mechanisms by which the amount of water is measured, that is known as natural siphon type. हाँ, flush tank में भी होता है, correct. Okay, fine, clear. अब इसकी images तो नहीं चाहिए ना, because that's very common. बोलोगे तो then I'll add it. हाँ, flush tank mechanism, even your cooler mechanism. इसमें और कुछ तो नहीं बताना, चलो. Okay. Abhi, I haven't told you anything about number of rain gauges. Okay. Let us suppose now I'll check you. I haven't told you number of rain gauges in hilly areas, in plain areas. I haven't told you anything. Huh? Now you will apply your common sense. Like this question comes suppose in examination. Now see, listen to me very carefully. Three different catchments areas. Their area is 10,000 kilometers square. One is arid zone. Arid zones means like in Rajasthan on all, little or no rainfall. One is mountainous, okay, and the other one is flat regions. Here the number of rain gauges is NA, here the number of rain gauges is NB, and here it is NC. Tell me in which place you will install more rain gauges, in which place you will install less rain gauges. Common sense. No need to remember also. Common sense. Waiting. A. Correct. Very good. Number of rain gauges in mountainous will be more because hilly areas are there, ups and downs are there. So obviously in every small span you need to install more number of rain gauges. Then flat area. In arid zones hardly rainfall will take place. Okay, now I'm telling you guys, everybody said it. B कैसे हो सकता है यार? पहले सबसे ज़्यादा mountainous and then flat तो plain है ना. So even ज़्यादा area में if more density you are installing even one rain gauge, that is sufficient. Now I'm telling you here, in plain areas, in plain areas, one station means one rain gauge station per 520 किलोमीटर स्क्वायर. एक मिनट में एक स्लाइड ऐड कर लेती हूँ, उसमें आएगा. जस्ट अ मिनट. Okay, so in plain areas, then hilly areas, and this one is areas having elevation up to 1000 meter. Plain areas, one station. If they ask you database, that's what I'm telling you, per 520 kilometer square. Anybody knows about elevations one? One station per 260 to 390 kilometer square. And hilly areas, it is one station per 130 kilometer square. This is the one. Okay, if they ask you in the examination, you should know this. Clear? Sorry. Now, next topic which will come is optimum number of rain gauges. Now, from here, the questions will start. Optimum number of rain gauges, that means approximately this much number of rain gauges should be there. So, optimum number of rain gauges. Okay. Now, let us suppose this is a catchment area, and here already at this point you have installed one rain gauge, here you have installed one rain gauge, here you have installed one rain gauge. Okay, now you want to measure, and now you want to measure that. See, I installed, that is fixed. That is fixed. You install it. Even you can purchase yourself also, and you can install it. See the big power plants and all, like Adani's, Ambani's, and all others which will be having. They have installed their own rain gauge so that they can know the fluctuation of rainfall, the maximum amount of rainfall. So it is there 24 into 365 to monitor the rainfall. Okay. So now talking about the optimum number of rain gauges. So optimum number of rain gauges, first let us suppose here 4 rain gauges are there. So first step is I will calculate the average precipitation. I will calculate the average precipitation. Let us suppose here 4 are there, or if n are there, divided by n. Then I will see that how much individual precipitation is varying. So next step is I will calculate the standard deviation. I'll calculate the standard deviation. Third step, what I will do is I'll calculate coefficient of variation, which is in percentage. Sigma n minus 1 divided by p bar into 100. And in the question, they will be giving you the allowable error, because obviously you can't measure it with 100% accuracy. So they will give you the error. Okay. So the error will be given to you. So by the help of which you can calculate optimum number of rain gauges n upon CV. N is equal to CV upon E whole square. Okay. So this is the formula. Now I'll request you, if question from optimum number of rain gauges come, mark my words, keep it in your brain that ma'am told right at the time when the question is being asked in the examination. Read twice the question, whether in the question it is asking optimum number of rain gauges or whether it is asking additional number of rain gauges. It is wait, because in a hurry you forget, because last line is important, guys. Everything, specifically NAT question, everything is there in the last line. So just check it out whether it is assigning optimum number of rain gauges or whether it is saying additional. Optimum, this will be your answer. And if it is telling additional number of rain gauges, then n should be there. And currently how much is there? Small n. So n minus small n. Correct? Okay. Now let's do a question related to this. Come on, guys. In a watershed, 4 recording rain gauges are there. 10% error is there. It is asking you what? Optimum number of non-recording and recording rain gauges. Come on. Optimum number of non-recording and recording rain gauges. Come on. First step is calculate average precipitation. Come on. 100 plus 120 plus 140 plus 80 by 4. How much it is coming? How much it is coming, guys? Quick, quick, quick. 110. Calculate standard deviation. Calculate. Pakka? Calculate coefficient of variation. Calculate coefficient of variation. Quickly. See, kindly, if in question comes in gate, they will mention it that how many are recording rain gauges basically. 10. They will ask, they can ask you if NAT question is there, sum of non-recording and recording rain gauges. So that will be capital N only. So if they ask you the sum of non-recording and recording rain gauges, so that will be capital N, optimum number of rain gauges only. How much it is coming? Coefficient of variation are at 23.471. Okay, so calculate n, which is CV upon E the whole square. Whole square. How much it is coming? Point. अरे square भी करना है. 0.234. Prince, who will do the square? 5.512. That means you will round it off and it will become 6. Okay. Now, if it is asking you recording, non-recording rain gauges, see, I told you that minimum. However, in the question, if it will come in gate, definitely they will mention it. But if nothing is mentioned right now, I'm telling you one thing. Like if they ask you in gate that sum of recording and non-recording rain gauge. So that means you have to talk about optimum number of rain gauge. If in the question they ask you only about recording rain gauges, so 10% of the total is recording rain gauge. 10% of 6 is 0.6, that means 1 will be recording rain gauge minimum and 5 will be non-recording rain gauge. Okay, and now here what will be the additional number of rain gauge, guys? Additional, if it is asked, 6 should be required, 4 is present. How much is additional? 2. Got it? Correct. Okay. So now we'll talk about, this is the last topic. Estimation of missing rainfall data. No, missing, second last topic, abhi average bhi bacha. Estimation of missing rainfall data. So suppose in a catchment area, I told to Yukta to measure it and she forgot it, or let us suppose I told Prince that Prince measure it, but Prince was busy talking to his girlfriend and he forgot to measure the rainfall data at that particular point. Now he'll come and say that, ma'am, due to some reason, I forgot to measure the rainfall data, or I measured it, but I don't know where I kept it and it is missing. So I need to calculate that missing rainfall data. So what I will do, like this place, the rainfall data is missing, which is Px. Now listen to me very carefully because question from this topic has been asked already in the examination. Yes, sorry. Now he's saying sorry. I'm just giving the example. Okay. So now see, that particular month or year the rainfall data is missing, no? But the past 30 years data will be there for sure. That particular year the data is missing. But normal rainfall data will be there for the past 30 years. Similarly, here it will be N1. Here this will be N3. That will be N2. Here it will be N. Okay. Now, just check it out once. Whatever normal rainfall is there for the missing precipitation, if all other precipitation falls within 10% range of it, all other precipitation means N1, N2, N3 and all, if it falls between 1.1 nx to 0.9 nx, you don't have to apply your brain. Px will be whatever is the precipitation in remaining places, just add it, sum of precipitation divided by number of precipitation. But in examinations, generally they don't give this. They can give, but generally they give the other one. That is, this is arithmetic method. If in the question only they tell you that solve it by arithmetic method, then do like this. Other one, the most popular which has been asked already in the GATE examination, even in your ESE, that is normal ratio method. If even one of the normal rainfall doesn't fall in the range of 1.1 nx to 0.9 nx, that means 10% up, 10% below, 10% margin, then you will go for normal ratio method. Now listen to me, based on this concept we'll do that question because I like that question, particularly the GATE question. So nx is equal to Px is equal to nx by m P1 N1 plus P2 N2. Now listen to me very carefully. This M is the number of rain gauges in which data is available. Okay, it is not the total number of rain gauges or total number of precipitation. This is the number of precipitation in which data is available. So here it is what? Here if M data are there, so M. Okay. Now, this method is known as normal ratio method. Now, here first, I'll make you do a simple question. It's written already. First, I make you do a simple question and then I will talk about this question because this question is particularly I like the most. It clears all the concepts. First, do let this question. In a catchment area, 4 rain gauges are there, A, B, C, D. Rain gauge C was not operative. A, B, C, D. A, B and D were operative and the rainfall here is 90 centimeter, here 60 centimeter and here 70 centimeter. Missing rainfall data at C you need to calculate. Annual average rainfall data is given to you as, and A is given to you as 60 centimeter. Hundred centimeter. First check it out whether you have to go for normal ratio method or arithmetic method. Come on guys, check it out, normal ratio or arithmetic. 80 centimeter, 0.9 times 80, 8 9s are 72, 88 mm. Check it out, 60 centimeter and 100 centimeter are not falling in this range. So you will go for what? Normal ratio method. Now, PC will be NC by M. Can you tell me what will be M? Can you tell me what will be M? बस M बता दो. Arithmetic कैसे करेंगे बेटा? Somic, how will you go for arithmetic? 60 centimeter and 100 centimeter doesn't fall in this 72 mm. इसके बीच में नहीं आता ना, बाहर आता है. It goes up outside. 3. Very good. I told you na, the ones in which you found the reading A, B, D. So number is 3. NC is 80 by 3. Come on, calculate and tell me. Solve it and tell me the answer. I am not going to do. जल्दी करो, अभी हमारा यही चैप्टर नहीं, इनफिल्ट्रेशन, हाइड्रोग्राफ, इवेपोरेशन, मेन चैप्टर्स. 80 80 आ रहा है, so 80 centimeter is the answer. चलो, now this question, this is personally I like it very much. देखो अब ध्यान से, P, Q, R and S were 4 rain gauge station. Normal values. Normal values means NP is given to you 780 mm. NQ is given to you 850 mm. NR is given to you 920 mm. And NS is given to you as 920, 980 mm. 2023 Q, R and S were operative. P was not operating, means this was the missing rainfall data. But you found it normal ratio method. It was inoperative. Okay. But using normal ratio method, you found the value as 860 mm. Now, in other places in Q and R, the precipitation was 930 mm and 1010 mm. So, it is asking you how much precipitation is there at C. Now, what people make mistake every time, is, now they will see that, oh, PS is missing. So, they will write PS is equal to NS by M, P by P NQ plus NP plus PQ by NQ plus PR by NR. Wrong. What will be here, guys? What will be on the left hand side? Who was missing? P was missing. By normal ratio, you calculated it, but missing was what? P was missing, na? So you will put here P only. Whatever happens. That's why I wrote it and I have cut it down. PP कितना आया था ये वैल्यू 860, 780 by 3, प्रेसिपिटेशन Q पे था, Q पे कितना 930 divided by 850 plus 1010 divided by 920, PS you need to calculate divided by 980. Calculate the precipitation. Calculate the precipitation as S. Quickly. Okay. Now we will find. Can't understand. What have you understood? Just tell me. क्या समझ में नहीं आया? What haven't you understood? Just tell me that. See, here the rainfall was missing at which station C written na? Estimate the missing rainfall data, but here it was telling C was inoperative and you used normal ratio method to calculate at C. Whatever was missing, you keep it on the left hand side. Whatever you knew, you keep it on right hand side. This you have to make it understand. Now to find average precipitation over an area. Now this is the catchment area and here you installed rain gauge. So here you were getting P1 precipitation, here you were getting P2 precipitation, here you were getting P3 precipitation, P4 and so on. But this was giving you point rainfall data. Point rainfall means at that particular point where you have installed the rain gauge, it was giving you data there only. But I've just like Saugata told me, ma'am, at this place it is P1, at this place she's taking me to every places and she's telling me the average precipitation. I'm like, don't tell me at each and every place. Tell me on an average for this catchment area how much is the precipitation. So I don't want at particular places. I want the average. So the first one will be arithmetic method, arithmetic mean method. Average, that will be P1 plus P2 Pn divided by n. This is arithmetic method. Now, this method is least accurate if on an average you are getting uniform distribution of rainfall. Ma'am, uniform means what? Exactly same, not same. Like here, if you are getting 100 centimeter, here you are getting rainfall as 102, here you are getting as 101, means nearly equal. So in those places you can go for arithmetic. But however, this is the least accurate method. After this, the next method which we have it, the next method which you have it is Thiesen's polygon method. Now, this is an intermediate method. You use it for this question has been asked once in my, I don't remember the examination name. Which method is used in plain areas? Thiesen's polygon method is used in plain areas. The drawback of it is whenever height difference is there, elevation difference is there, it cannot take into consideration the elevation difference. Okay. Now, one more thing if it comes in statement wise. Three methods are there: arithmetic method, Thiesen's polygon method, and isohydral method. Only and only in the case of Thiesen's polygon method, if any rain gauge is located outside, means any rain gauge is located here also, it will take that also into consideration. So rain gauges located outside the catchment area is considered only in the case of Thiesen's polygon method. In arithmetic method and in isohydral method, no, get lost, they won't be considered. But only in Thiesen's polygon method it will be considered. Okay, so now if I talk about Thiesen's polygon method, here, firstly, like if you need to calculate the area, and they have asked questions from this topic also in your gate examination. Firstly, what Thiessen sir told, join all the rain gauge stations such that they form triangles. This is A, B, C, D, E rain gauges. Now what you will do is, you will draw the perpendicular bisector. Draw the perpendicular bisector is what? It divides it into two equal parts. Okay, so you are drawing the perpendicular bisector of each line, CD, BC, and this EB, ED. So you will join it. Join the perpendicular bisector. Okay, so here will be the area corresponding to it is AA, the area corresponding to it is AB, the area corresponding to it is AC, the area corresponding to it is AD, the area corresponding to it is AE. Okay, so the average precipitation here is PA upon AA plus AB. So the precipitation at that particular place into area corresponding to it. The precipitation at that particular place into area corresponding to it. Here you give weightage to the area also corresponding to it. That's why you call it as a weighted area method. Why weighted area method? Because you are giving weightage to the area enclosed to that precipitation. And this is the total area. Total area is AA plus AB plus AC plus AD plus AE. Got it? So this is known as what? Thiesen's polygon method. Use can be for plain areas. It will take into account any rain gauges which is located outside the catchment area also. Now here I'll tell you two types of questions which can be asked. One is for circular and one is for triangle. This one circular and one is for square. And triangle bhi pooch lega, then I'll tell you that also. Wait. The one which they have asked you in gate was square. Instead of P1, P2, in the question it was given G1, G2 and all. Okay, so here one rain gauge is there, here one rain gauge is there, one rain gauge, one rain gauge. Again same thing, perpendicular bisector, join it. Okay, now here only thing you need to apply your brain is the calculation of area. That's it. Nothing else you need to do. Only thing you need to do is area. Now common sense. I just tell you one thing. थोड़ा बड़ा बना देती मैं यहाँ पे. I'm going with freehand, so don't expect a straight line. Huh? Okay. Now, if it is 4 kilometer, if it is 4 kilometer, so half of it will become how much? 2 kilometer. Half of it will become how much? 2 kilometer. Now, guys, you know that side angle of the square is how much? 90 degrees. So, can you apply Pythagoras theorem? 2 square plus 2 square. 4 plus 4, root you will take, so it will become 2 root 2. Here also 2 root 2. Same thing will be applied here also, 2 root 2. Everywhere you will get 2 root 2. So can you tell that area of the AE will be 2 root 2 into 2 root 2? 8 kilometers square. And area of AA, area of AB, area of AC, area of AD. They are symmetrical, equal. So don't waste your time in doing. Two options I am giving you. First, calculate one of the triangle, that is half base into height. It will be 2 kilometers square. Or you can do is total area. Total area of the square is what? 4 into 4. Subtract the middle one area, that is AE. So this will give you the area of AA plus AB plus AC plus AD. So if you want to get the individual area, divide by. Got it? So anything you can use it. Clear? Okay. Then सर्कल का भी बता देती हूँ. सर्कल क्या हुआ, इसको अपने आप गायब हो गया. सर्कल 5 रेन गेजेस आर देयर, लेट अस सपोज. इतना बेकार बना है ना. ठीक है. Assume it to be a circle. I know it is not looking like one, but अभी के लिए प्लीज थोड़ा assume कर लेना. I have to tell you. जिस दिन अच्छा बनाना होता है ना, उस दिन और गंदा बनेगा. पूरी कायनात इसको गंदा बनाएगी. थोड़ा सा ठीक है, slightly. Okay, one rain gauge here, one rain gauge here, one rain gauge here, one rain gauge here. So and one rain gauge here. So join all the rain gauge stations which I told you, and they will be all symmetrical. Now what I have to do is I have to draw the perpendicular bisector. रोटी एक्चुअल में तो बनती नहीं, कम से कम यही बन गई. Perpendicular bisector of each line. Perpendicular bisector. Join them. That's it. Exactly the same. Exactly the same. I'll tell you one shortcut here. Wait. Now let us suppose this is A, B, C, D, E. So let us suppose this is AE. This one is AA, AB, AC, AD. Okay. So now total area will be pi by 4 d square. Now if you calculate the center area, okay, so total area minus the center area, when you will divide it by 4, because AE, AB, AC and AD are symmetrical, you will get AA, AB, AC, AD. Now what is AE? Now see, if the radius here, if I take the diameter, let us suppose as 20 kilometers. Example I am taking. Okay. 20 kilometers is the diameter I am taking. So half of diameter is what? Half of 20 kilometers is how much? 10 kilometers. And half of 10 kilometers is how much? 5 kilometers. Here also half of 10 kilometers is how much? 5 kilometers. So can you check it out? This E1 is a square of 10 kilometer into 10 kilometer. So you will get the area of AE as 10 into 10, that is 100. So subtract it from the total area divided by 4, you will get the individual areas. Clear? So it is very simple. क्या repeat करूं? चलो. Now solve this question, guys. Okay. Solve this question. You have to calculate the average rainfall. अब ये तो मैंने simple question रखा है. Just multiply 10 into 12 plus 12 into 1.6 PA1. Just multiply them and divide by the total area. Total area is what? Total area भी calculate करना पड़ेगा. Come on, solve this. I'll be back in a minute. By that time, solve it and keep it. D 18.74. Correct. Okay. Now the next method which we had is isoheital method. Isoheital method. This is the most accurate method. First of all, let me tell you the basic meaning of isoheight. Isoheight means line joining points of equal elevation. This point, this point, this point. At every point, if you are getting the same depth, rainfall depth. So you will join this line. Let us suppose at every point you were getting the rainfall depth as P1. So you will call it as, this is the iso height of P1. That means at every point if you check it out, you will get an iso height P1. So iso height is line joining points of equal rainfall depth. So now here it is P1, this is P2, this is P3, this is P4, this is P5, and here it is, let us suppose P0. Here also, any rain gauges which is located outside the catchment area is not considered. So if let us suppose A1. So just take the average P0 plus P1 by 2 A1, P1 plus P2 by 2 A2. So here you say that in A1 area, arithmetic mean of both the sides precipitation is taking place. That is the meaning of it. I'll share it. I'll shade it. A3 plus A4 area, how much is the precipitation taking place? Arithmetic mean of P3 plus P4. P3 plus P4 by 2 plus P4 plus P5 by 2 A5 divided by total area. Total area is A1 plus A2 plus A3 plus A4 plus A5. Now I'll tell you one important concept. Let me add a slide on this. If this is a catchment area and any rainfall is there, here P0, P1, iso height P2. Now what people make mistake, I'm telling you that. Two options is there. Two option is there. Listen to me. Here what you do, either P0 plus P1 by 2 you do. So you will say that ma'am told that don't take any rain gauges located outside the catchment area. So you will cut it. But then students write here, they take it as 0 and they write 0 plus P1 by 2. Who told you it is 0? Anybody told it is 0? No, right? So if only like this it is given in the question, that means in that whole area A0, P1 rainfall is taking place. So it will be P1 A0 plus P1 plus P2 by 2 A1 plus P2 plus P3 by 2 A2 plus P3 plus P4 by 2 A3 plus, see it is located inside P4 Clear? चलो अब एक बार ये क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर लूं, then I'll repeat that circle one. हाँ, now solve this question, guys. Station is given to me, that means वो यहीं पर है. If I make it, ये है इसका meaning. If I draw is 12 to 10, 120, 8, 60, 8 to 6, 170, and 6 to 4, 130. This is the meaning of it. So again that concept only. So if it is written station, kindly don't do 0 plus 12 by 2. गलत हो जाएगा, wrong. So it will be 60 into 12 plus 12 plus 10 by 2 into 120 plus 10 plus 8 by 2 into 60 plus 8 plus 6 by 2 into 170 plus 6 plus 4 by 2 into 1 divided by, कहाँ गायब हो गया, divided by total area 60 plus 120 plus 60 plus 170 plus 130. Solve it. Then I'll repeat the circle. 8.815. I don't have the answer, so whatever you guys say will be correct. 8.185 centimeter. Correct? Okay. Now what he was asking, circle area. 7.51. देखो 8.185. फ्रेंड्स बेटा सब सही करके कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक करोगे तो कैसा चलेगा? चलो. Now this one. I was telling beta, if the whole diameter means what? Here to here it is 20 kilometers. So half of diameter is what? Radius. So this will become what? This will become 10 kilometers. Ab 10 kilometers ka bhi आधा. Half of 10 kilometers will become 5 kilometers. Here also half of 10 kilometer will become 5 kilometers. So this area AE will be what? 10 kilometer into 10 kilometer square ban gaya. Uska calculate kar liya. And remaining area if I talk about, कौन सा color ले लूं? Red. This area AA, this area AD, this area AB, this area AC, they all are equal because this is a symmetrical figure. So total area minus divided by the center area will give you AA plus AB plus AC plus AD. 4 areas equal. So divide by 4, you will get the individual areas. Simple. Got it? Clear? Fine. With this, we have completed the precipitation chapter. All the important questions which you need to know. Any doubts? आज जब तक हाइड्रोलॉजी खत्म नहीं होगा तब तक छुट्टी नहीं करूंगी, ब्रेक नहीं दूंगी. Till the hydrologies, we have to calculate the area surrounding the gauges. Yes, area covering the gauges. So that's why if you want, just check it out. I haven't written because I thought you'll understand. Then it will be PA plus AA plus PB plus AB. That's it. क्यों होगा 0+12? मैंने लिख के काटा ना, वो स्टेशन है बेटा. अच्छा ये बताओ, who told you that station will be 0? Who told you it will be 0? स्टेशन ही है ना. अब यहाँ पर हो सकता है स्टेशन. खत्म. चलो, अब मैंने लॉजिक दे दिया, अब क्वेश्चन भी. चलो लास्ट में दे दूंगी क्वेश्चन, याद दिला देना एट द एंड अनवर. तो पूरा पूरा लॉजिक समझा दिया. अब बस 20 इंस्टेड ऑफ PA PB I just have to give you what? I just have to give you what? Numbers. कोई ब्रेक नहीं मिलेगा मयंक. आज जब तक हाइड्रोलॉजी नहीं होगा तब तक ब्रेक कंप्लीट नहीं होगा. Nobody wants break, right? अभी तो हम लोग थके भी नहीं है. मयंक, you want me कि मैं, चलो बंद करो उसको. No break. We were the ones who just took 2 breaks yesterday, the day before yesterday. चलो, ज्यादा है तो मुंह धोकर आ जाओ. चलो, now we'll talk about evaporation. What is evaporation? आपने liquid डाला, देखो, it is converting into vapors. So what you say? Process of conversion of liquid to vapor state. Now everybody says conversion of liquid to vapor state is evaporation. You are partly correct, but not you are completely correct. Ma'am, why? Process of conversion of liquid to vapor state at free surface. Now what is free surface? This you will study it in open channel flow also. Free surface means, let us suppose a liquid is there. Any liquid, fluid basically. See, air is also a fluid and water is also a fluid. Ma'am, which water? Raw water, treated water, any water. Okay, so what is the meaning of free surface? First understand that a liquid is flowing, a fluid is flowing, and on the interface of it, this is the interface, and on the interface of it another fluid is there. Right now in our case, when it is open to the atmosphere, it is air. So another fluid is there, air, which is exerting constant atmospheric pressure. So what is there? Basically here, in what is the meaning of free surface? Two fluids are flowing. On the interface of one fluid, Another fluid is there which is exerting constant pressure. In our case, one fluid is water and the other fluid is air, which is exerting constant pressure. Since in this case air is exerting pressure, we will call this pressure as atmospheric pressure. So this is that surface in which this happens. The other fluid exerts pressure, and that's why the surface is known as free surface. Here shear stress is zero. Got it? Now, free surface, correct. Now, yes, evaporation is a cooling process. Evaporation is a cooling process. Evaporation is not at all a heating process. Boiling is a heating process, while evaporation is a cooling process. Because here, obviously, energy is being utilized for conversion of liquid to vapor state. I always tell you, like, if you boil take a vessel, boil a water for 30 minutes. Close the knob of the gas. After 10 minutes, you will go, since evaporation is taking place now, but when you touch the vessel, it will be not hot. So evaporation is a cooling process. Got it? Now, coming next, that what are the factors which affects evaporation? The first one is saturation vapor pressure. Now, let's talk about what is vapor pressure, first of all. So now what you will see, now one more thing I wanted to tell you, just wait. In boiling, entire water molecules were contributing to boiling. But in evaporation, it doesn't happen like this. Those water molecules who have kinetic energy greater than the critical kinetic energy, they will be only able to pass through the free surface. Okay, so in boiling, entire water molecule were contributing, but here only those water molecules which have kinetic energy higher than the critical kinetic energy, what will happen to them? Higher than the critical kinetic energy, what will happen to them? They will only be converted to vapor state. Okay, now those water molecules which will be converted to vapor state, they will be exerting pressure. So those water molecules which have converted to vapors, now they will be applying pressure. So the pressure exerted by these water molecules is known as vapor pressure. Now you have two types of vapor pressure. One is actual vapor pressure and another one is saturation vapor pressure. This you denoted by ES also. In some books you will find EW, in some books you will find ES. Now what will happen if the air which is present above the water surface, that air is fully saturated with vapor, or basically the maximum amount of vapor which the air can hold. Air की भी एक क्षमता होती है, air has a capacity to hold vapors, correct? So the maximum quantity of vapors which the air can hold, that is known as saturation vapor pressure. Now, if you want to calculate कि मैम अगर pressure ज़्यादा, see, now you will tell me, vapor pressure and evaporation are directly proportional or inversely proportional? Somebody is pushing from the top, applying pressure from the top. Evaporation will be directly proportional or inversely proportional? Come on guys, answer. Directly proportional, inversely proportional? बताओ जरा. The water molecules want to convert into vapor, but the pressure is coming from the top. No, you cannot convert to vapor. What will happen? Inversely proportional. Directly कैसे होगा भाई? See, if you want to fly, you want to move, but somebody is suppressing you, what will happen? You will require more energy to move. So vapors are exerting this water molecules wants to go up, but the vapors from the top is exerting pressure on it. So this will be inversely proportional. So if you want to calculate, it is first of all directly proportional to saturation vapor pressure minus actual. So see, minus is there. More the actual vapor pressure, lesser is the evaporation. EW is saturation vapor pressure and EA is the actual vapor pressure. C is a constant. Okay, depending upon the water body. Correct? So this will give you the value of evaporation. Second is temperature. Now temperature and evaporation directly proportional, inversely proportional? Directly proportional, inversely proportional? Directly. So as the temp, because see, obviously the temperature is, as the temperature increases, evaporation will increase for sure. But how much it will increase, you don't know. So this is a topic, if anybody wants to do PhD, they can do in this topic. Nobody till now has derived an expression. Like in this case, I told you a relation about saturation evaporation and actual evaporation. Here you know one thing, that as the temperature will increase, rate of evaporation will increase. That means in lesser time, more vaporization will take place. But how much it will increase, that has not been told till now. Okay, so that is, you don't have any quantitative relationship. Qualitative है, वो भी ज़्यादा, ये भी ज़्यादा. But you don't have any quantitative relationship. So if anybody wants to do PhD, can do on this topic. Temperature and rate of evaporation are directly proportional. Now wind speed. Wind speed, if I talk it about. Now, wind speed and evaporation rate. Now, initially what happens? Here water is there and it was converting to vapors. These vapors were exerting pressure. Now let us suppose the wind speed blew at 70 kilometers per hour and it took some amount of vapors away. These vapors which were exerting pressure, it took some amount of vapors with it. So now the pressure which was exerted by the vapors will be less. Why? Because a certain amount of vapors has been taken out by the wind. So more will be the rate of evaporation. So as the wind speed will increase, the evaporation will increase. Now, let us suppose the wind speed is 100 km per hour and all the vapors have been removed. Rate of evaporation has increased. Now, if you do 130 km per hour wind speed, 150 km per hour speed, that doesn't make any impact. Ma'am, why? Because at 100 kilometers per hour speed only, all the vapors have been moved. So whether it is 130, 150, it doesn't cause any impact on it. Okay, it will not cause any impact. So that is the reason. Firstly, wind speed, with the increase in wind speed, evaporation rate increases. But afterwards, what will happen? It will become constant. Evaporation will become constant. Clear? Clear everybody? ये उल्टा कर दिया, evaporation, wind speed. Wind speed increase, evaporation increase. Okay. Atmospheric pressure. Now first I talked about the vapor pressure. Similarly for atmospheric pressure. If pressure from the atmosphere is also coming more, the evaporation rate will be less. Rate of evaporation will be less. Inversely proportional. Next, soluble salts. Okay. If soluble salts are there, rate of evaporation will be more or less. If soluble salts are there, rate of evaporation will be more or less. Salts present है, less. Why? Because first salt is bonded with water. So if you want to do the evaporation, first you need to break the bond between NaCl and water. It can be any other salts also. Just I'm taking one NaCl, so don't think that other salts cannot be there. So when you talk about salts are soluble in water. So like in oceans and seas, what you see. So first you need to break the bond of salt and water, and then the vaporization of water will take place. Okay, so here it takes time for evaporation. I'm not saying that evaporation will not take place, but it will take time. Okay, so generally that is the reason rate of evaporation in oceans is 2 to 3% less than that of in the rivers. Okay, so that is the thing for soluble salts. Now depth of water body. If I ask you, I haven't told you anything. Like first if I ask you, if I ask you depth of water body, I just told you summer season is there and one is shallow depth water body and one is deep depth water body. Rate of evaporation will be more in which case? Rate of evaporation will be more in which case? Shallow. Why? Because it is maximum chances are there the heat energy will penetrate entirely through the water body. So it will get converted to vapor state. While in deep surface, certain part will be hot and certain part will be cold because sunlight will not be able to penetrate deeper. Correct? So here rate of evaporation will be more in shallow water body. Now, if they mention you the season and they say winter, now can you tell me shallow water body or deep water body? Shallow water body and low volume you're speaking voice. You are telling me to lower my volume or my volume is low to increase it. Deep. Why? Because here the entire surface becomes cold, while here the top surface will be cold, but the bottom surface will be hot. So this amount of energy was stored during the summer season as comparative to here it will be hot. And this you might have seen it when you go to picnic spots and all. There you have seen it like when you go for like taking a bath in the winter season. When you touch the surface, oh, it's so cold, so cold. The moment you go, you feel that hotness. That is this one. Okay, so rate of evaporation is more in deep water body because it has stored some internal heat energy which is carrying out the evaporation. Correct? Now, surface area, more the surface area, more is the rate of evaporation. Of course, you know that when you drink tea in a cup and when you pour it in a saucer and drink, whenever you are in a hurry, you drink it with the saucer. But why? Because surface area is more, cooling takes place rapidly. Okay, and I already told you evaporation is a cooling process. So as the surface area increases, rate of evaporation will increase. Okay. Now we will talk about how to measure evaporation. You have three methods. You can use datas, evaporimeter. Basically, you can use pans, empirical equations. Some scientists have given some formulas and analytical methods. The ones we'll be talking about evaporimeter and empirical equations. What are evaporimeters? Nothing. They are just the pans in which you place the water. So if you want to measure the evaporation from the lakes, you put it near to the lake. Okay, and what you do is you pour water. Since you poured water, you know how much water you poured. Now you will go after a certain amount of time and you will check it out how much water is remaining. How much water you poured, you know that. How much water is remaining, that you can calculate. So the difference between both of them will tell you how much water is evaporated. Okay, now you have various types of pan: Class A pan, ISI standard pan, Colorado sunken pan, US Geological Survey floating pan. The one which we use in India is ISI standard pan. Class A pan जैसा ही, only just they change the dimensions. Only they change the dimensions. Nothing you do. You place the water, keep it for a certain time, go and check it out. It will tell you how much the difference has taken place. Okay. Now you will say, ma'am, lake is so big. Pan in comparison to the lake is very small. That how can you say whatever evaporation is taking place in the lake, taking place in the pan, same evaporation is taking place in the lake? For that reason, what you have is, a pan coefficient which is Cp. So lake evaporation is equal to Cp into pan evaporation, and Cp is the pan coefficient. This value you need to remember. This one, this is very important for you. The ones which is very important is this A and B1. Don't remember this range. Better remember this ISI one. This is more important. If they will write in the question class A pan, so that means by default you have to use pan coefficient 0.70. If it is telling you ISI pan, that time you have to use pan coefficient as 0.80. So 0.70 for class A, 0.80 for ISI. Correct? Now similarly, like you have rain gauge stations, Colorado sunken pan are there, USGS floating pan are there. But generally questions are not asked from any of this. Class A and ISI they have asked. Colorado sunken pan, the pan is there, you insert it inside the ground so that more realistic values can be there. US Geological Survey floating pan, you just float that pan inside in the lake only, so that again you can maintain that aerodynamic characteristics and all. That is the difference. Class A pan, ISI standard pan, you place it near to the lakes and all, near to the water body in which you want to measure evaporation. And at the Colorado, you insert it inside the ground, and USGS, you allow it to flow in the water body in which you want to measure evaporation. Okay. Now, if you talk about arid zones basically that little or no rainfall area there. Every 30,000 kilometers square, you need to have one evaporimeter. Every 50,000 kilometers square, one station in humid areas. In cold regions, 1 lakh cold regions you don't get much evaporation, right? So even if 1 lakh kilometer square you're putting one evaporimeter, that is also okay. So that's where this is being mentioned to you. Like in humid areas, arid areas, Rajasthan and all, more amount of evaporation will be there. Rainfall will be less, but evaporation will be more. So that's why in lesser area, more evaporimeters. Correct? Chalo. Now solve this question. वॉल्यूम लो है, एक बार अपनी भी तो फुल कर लो थोड़ी वॉल्यूम. अभी ठीक है वॉल्यूम? नाउ इज इट ओके? नाउ इज इट ओके? A standard ground based corresponding to Indian standards. Come on. Indian standards. You know, lake evaporation is CP into pan evaporation. How much? See, they haven't given pan coefficient. Corresponding to Indian standards. अब मुझे मैं average value नहीं लेके सिर्फ 0.8 ले लेती हूँ. Evaporation recorded from the pan is 4 centimeter. But it is asking me in meter cube. 10 raised to power minus 2. And convert hectares into meter square. Now, Pratik, you were the one who was saying that I make mistake in units. For those people who make mistakes in the unit, write the units corresponding to it. You will not make the mistake. How much it is coming? 8 4s are 32. So it falls in this range. So, कितना बड़ा question है? 4-5 lines question and not even a 1 line answer. Got it? Chalo. Now this one I was talking about. Seepage loss पूछ दिया इसमें. Seepage loss. Seepage loss will be inflow or outflow, beta? Seepage loss will be inflow or outflow? Seepage loss will be inflow or outflow? Inflow or outflow? Correct, Divya. Outflow. Chalo. Plan area is 1 kilometer square. Water level is declined by 20 centimeter in a certain period. During the period, the reservoir receives how much water? 10 hectometer water. Abstracted means taken out. So the water which is taken out is 20 hectometer. Pan evaporation is given to you. So first you can calculate the lake evaporation because pan factor is given. So 0.7 into 12. And rainfall or precipitation comes out to be 3 centimeter. So what is the seepage loss taking place? Come on. Inflow minus outflow. Now first convert this and this into hectometer. Now this is hectometer. 3 into 10 raised to power minus 2. This will be meter. And guys, 1 kilometer square is equal to 100 hectare. So multiply by 100. So here you will get 3 hectare meter. And here you will get 8.4 hectare meter. Chalo, solve kar lo. Inflow is 10 hectare meter. Precipitation is inflow minus outflow is equal to change in storage. Inflow is 10 hectare meter. 3 is also precipitation is also an inflow. Outflow how much? 20. Evaporation is also outflow. And one more thing, that is seepage. Now check it out. Ma'am, storage will be positive or negative? Is observed to decline. Means it is reducing. Reducing means minus. Minus 20 hectometer. मैंने कैसे लिख दिया? अरे यार shit. गायब हो गया यार अपने आप. 20 hectometer. So 20 into 10 raised to power minus 2. ये meter हो जाएगा. When you'll divide by area 1 kilometer square. This will be 100 hectare. So this will be 20 hectare. So from here you will get the seepage. Nikalo, how much is seepage coming? A 4.6. Now, this was what? Evaporimeter method. We have done two things, two numericals. Now, empirical formula. Question from this topic has been asked in your GATE examination. This formula is known as Mayer's formula. This formula is known as Gandhi writing. This formula is known as Mayer's formula. So if you want to measure evaporation, that is given by Km EW minus EA 1 plus V9 by 16. Km coefficient है for a shallow water body, it is different. For deep water body, it will be different. Will be given to you in the question. EW is saturation vapor pressure. Pressure you can measure in bar, Newton per mm square, any unit. Here you put it in mm of mercury. Actual vapor pressure also you'll put it in mm of mercury. Now here one thing, one patent question they ask here. Here 1 plus V9 by 16. Okay, now what is V9? Wind velocity in kilometer per hour. I made you solve, I don't know how many people were there, that portion in pre-class. I kept everything same, only one mistake, one change I did, which because of which everybody made mistake. I gave the unit of wind velocity in meter per second. And I told you, empirical equations are observation based. So whosoever have derived it, they will tell you that what unit you have to apply. You can't decide yourself on the. So if Mayer sir has told you that you have to use kilometer per hour, if you use meter per second, you will not get the correct answer. Okay, so that question, what I did was, I gave you 9 meter above ground only, but I gave in meter per second. So if it comes like this question in examinations, first convert it into kilometer per hour, multiply by 8 by 15, and then substitute it here. Secondly, the question which they have already asked is, they will not give you at 9 meter above the wind velocity. They will give you at 1 meter above, 2 meter above. So there is this formula. Wind velocity follows 1 by 7th power law. So if they have asked you, let us suppose you need at 9, but they have given you at 1 meter. So V1, 9 to the power height, Cc will get cancelled out, 1 to the power 1 by 7. Because this is the 1 by 7th power law. So height here is 9 meter. Here the one which is given to you is 1 meter height. Or if it is given for 2 meter, 2 meter height. So from here you will get. Got it? Now, let's solve question for better understanding. Already written wind velocity. Some people write UH for some wind velocity. Some people write VH. Whatever you want, you can write it. Now this one. A reservoir with a surface area 250 hectares. Saturation vapor pressure is given to you. I write ES. You can write ES or EW. 17.54. Actual 8.02. See. Asking daily evaporation, Mayer's method. Now, in this question, they have not given you. क्वेश्चन में कहीं भी नहीं दिया आपको Km. चलो पहले V9 निकालो. Km 0.36 ले लेती हूँ अभी मैं. Saturation vapor pressure 17.54, actual 8.02. 1 plus V9 by 60. Now see, wind velocity at 9 meter above is not given to you. So first you need to calculate that. Hydrology, just study and go beta, because this year morning session 5 marks. V9 will be 9 to the power 1 by 7 into 20. Kitna aaya? How much is wind velocity coming? You're telling me wind velocity or total answer? So wind velocity bataiye, 27.37. Okay, tell me the total answer. How much it is coming? 9.291. ठीक है, जो भी है. इसमें unit mm per day. So guys, now one more thing. Here I am writing in mm per day. Now देखो, it's small mistakes. You should know that Mayer's equation will give you in mm per day. If in the question they would ask you in centimeter, then 0.929 NAT question. Don't write 9. Or if it comes in MCQ, don't mark 9.29. It has asked in centimeter. So you should know in Mayer's equation, pressures in mm of mercury, wind velocity in kilometer per hour, and the answers which you will get will be in mm per day. Got it? Sure. Now this is again one question. ये question शायद आपको बनेगा नहीं. अभी तो रुक जाओ, उसको evapotranspiration बताना. Evapotranspiration. Guys, this question we are not doing right now because this question is from evapotranspiration, and evapotranspiration I'll be teaching you in irrigation. Aaj hi padhenge. We'll study today only. Then kindly remind me that time so that I will solve this question. This question is from evapotranspiration, and this we will be seeing it in the irrigation part. Okay. Now talking about infiltration. With this we have covered the evaporation part. If you have any doubts, ask me. Otherwise we'll move towards a very important, because this year forenoon session, two questions from infiltration. एक ही बार में two questions from infiltration. So any doubts, tell me. Infiltration, hydrograph or flood routing. Any doubts? हाँ या ना तो बोलो यार. There are so many people, but nobody has the courtesy. I'm asking that any doubts, so nobody is saying also. चलो फिर बाद में मत बोलना. Okay. Infiltration is what? Now guys, infiltration, three things are important. Basically broadly two: Horton's equation and phi index and W index. And they have asked questions from both of them. And guys, we will be seeing questions from both of them. So here I have written a lot of questions for you guys in this chapter. So kindly we'll do that questions. We have a lot of questions today to discuss in this one. And I'll deal those questions only when you will be participating. Otherwise, I'm not here that I'll be the one who will be dealing all the questions alone. Okay. So I've taken a lot of questions because here theory is less and numericals are more. Okay. Now, infiltration is what? Infiltration is what? As you can see it in the diagram, vertical movement of water from the above surface to the ground. That is what? Infiltration. Now, infiltration is the movement of water from the ground to below the ground surface. Now, here there are two terms which you should know. One is infiltration capacity and one was infiltration. Now see, the maximum rate at which, maximum means it cannot be more than that. The maximum rate at which the water can be moving into the soil sample, that is known as infiltration capacity. Ma'am, it can't be more than infiltration capacity. No, like if I say that infiltration capacity of the soil is 6 centimeter per hour, that means maximum to maximum in 1 hour 6 centimeter of water will move, not even a single decimal more than that. So that is known as infiltration capacity, maximum amount of water which can be moving. Okay, now, but it's the maximum. The ground reality is different. Now there are two conditions. If intensity of rainfall is more, infiltration capacity I denoted by FP. In different books you will find they denoted by different denotions. If intensity of rainfall is more than infiltration capacity, what will be the actual rate of infiltration? Come on guys. Intensity of rainfall. If intensity of rainfall is more than the more rainfall is happening. So even after the maximum capacity, more rainfall will happen. Actual will be equal to infiltration capacity. Okay, it will be equal to infiltration. Yes, less than intensity of rainfall. Very good, equal to infiltration. Because rainfall is happening in larger quantity and it is beyond the infiltration capacity. So of course, it will not, soil will not take it. Okay, so here runoff is produced. The excess water will be flowing onto the surface. I'm not considering right now other losses, because you can ask me, ma'am, what about evaporation loss and all those? I'm just taking only infiltration. So runoff is produced. Now, if opposite happens, intensity of rainfall is less than the infiltration capacity. So then actual rate of infiltration will be equal to intensity of rainfall. That means whatever rainfall is coming will be absorbed into the soil and no runoff will be produced. So here No runoff is reduced. Guys, clear? Okay. Now, if you want to calculate, or you can, if you want that ma'am confused ho jate hain, always remember actual rate of infiltration will be minimum of I and FP. So whatever is minimum, see here FP was minimum, so actual rate of infiltration was FP. Here I was minimum, so it was I. So if you can't remember this one, if in examinations, if you forget, because sometimes it happens in examination pressure, you forget stupid things, which you know it already. So just remember this one. Okay. Now, now talking about Horton's curve. Now, if you ask me that, ma'am, if you ask me that, ma'am, I want to calculate the infiltration as first hour, at second hour, how can I do that? So Horton's curve is given by Fc plus F naught minus Fc e to the power minus kht. Some people take initial and final. I take Fc and F naught. That depends upon you, whatever denotions you take, but meaning should be clear. Fc is the final infiltration capacity in centimeter per hour, per hour, whatever. F naught is the initial infiltration capacitor, infiltration rate. Infiltration rate. So Fc is the final, because Hortons are told initially infiltration will be more, Fc. After that, the infiltration will decrease, and then it becomes constant. This is F naught, this is Fc. Got it? Who told this? Horton sir told this. So Fc is final infiltration rate, F naught is initial infiltration rate, Kh will be Horton's. See, if you make a formula, you give your name in the constant so that upcoming generation remembers you. So Horton's decay constant and T is the time. If Kh is coming in per minute, time should be in minute, because we don't want any unit above E. Got it? So it should be dimensionless. Now, one thing Horton sir told, based on which question in GATE has been asked. Now wait. We'll do that questions also. And Yukta, you were asking doubt from that question only yesterday. I saw it in Telegram. So be there. I'll talk that pattern of questions also. This is infiltration one. FC. This is infiltration. Now rainfall also, I'll draw it here only. Okay. Rainfall, let us suppose. Precipitation. This red one is rainfall. Huh? See, infiltration will be sure maximum first at t is equal to 0 time, and it will decrease over the time. But rainfall can be anything. It may initially decrease, it may increase, it can happen anything to rainfall. Okay, so rainfall is not constant. Infiltration will be initially more, then it will decrease. So, like this maybe. Okay, now this is T1, this time, T2, T3, T4. Now, Horton sir told that you will be able to apply this equation only when intensity of rainfall is more than the infiltration capacity or infiltration rate. Then only you can apply this. Ma'am, if it is not, you can't. You cannot apply this, and based on this concept, they have asked question. Okay, now check it out. From 0 to Ti, check Yukta, Divya, everybody, Anwar, Prince, from 0 to Ti, what is happening? This curve is above and this rainfall is below. So from 0 to Ti, Horton's equation is not. Ma'am, in the question it will give you the time. No, you have to check it out. See, if in the question directly, some questions are there in initially, if you check out the PYQs, in that they used to write, assume intensity of rainfall is more than infiltration rate. Then you don't have to do anything. If in the question they haven't mentioned nothing like that. So first you have to check it out that at what time First, check it out that whether Horton's equation is valid or not. And if it is not valid, till what time it is not valid. So first check it out and then take out the time also. And from T1 and all, Horton's equation is valid. So you need to calculate this. Clear? Now this formula was giving me that at first hour how much is the infiltration, at 10th hour how much is the infiltration, but I don't need to calculate on each and every hour. I need to get cumulative, means I need to get that after 10 hours how much will be the infiltration, after 15th hour how much will be the infiltration. So now let's talk about it. So I want to get cumulative infiltration. Cumulative infiltration, or you can say accumulated filtration. Cumulative or accumulated. So that what you will do is you will integrate. Integrate the one which you already got. Fc from 0 to t. Right now I'm taking it from 0. So just integrate it. Fc t 0 to t plus f naught minus fc. Now I'll tell you one important formula. You don't remember this one which I'm integrating. That is not required. Fc t minus 0 this will be minus kh 0 to t. Fct plus f naught minus fc minus kh e to the power minus kht minus e to the power 0. So it becomes 1. This is the equation. Now I'll personally say that don't remember this. You can simply integrate. But if it give you very large value of t, for very large value of t, or where in the question they are telling you to calculate Horton's decay constant. So how will you calculate? You can't calculate. Why? Because here also kh is there, here also kh is there. You will not be able to calculate Horton's decay constant. In that case, what you will take, t is basically tending to infinity. So this e minus kh to the power infinity, this will become 0. Minus 1, minus and minus will get cancelled out. So the formula which you will get, this one is very, very important. F naught minus Fc by kh. This is the one. This is an important one. So Fct plus F naught minus Fc upon kh. Remember this one. Don't remember this one, but kindly remember this one. Clear? Clear everybody? So now let's solve question. The initial infiltration capacity, that is F naught, is given 10 mm per hour before a rainfall event. Final is given to you as how much? 5 mm per hour. It is asking you infiltration depth if the decay coefficient is 0.90 per hour. This is very simple. Only you have to apply the formula. So बहुत ही simple question है. So 5 plus 10 minus 5 is 5 e to the power minus 0.90 t. Integrate 0 to 8. Come on. Now since I know integration, I'll be solving in just one line. एक लाइन में हो जाता है. Solve it and tell the answer. Solve it and tell the answer. Come on guys. Quickly solve it. 8 5s are 40 plus 5 upon minus 0.90. Come on. You guys are doing कि मैं ही करूं बैठ के. चलो निकाल लेना फिर खुद ही. कैलकुलेशन ही है ना. टाइम लग रहा है. हाउ मच टाइम यू गाइस आर टेकिंग यार. निकाल लेना. KH question. No. This one. This is a good question. A 24-hour storm occurred over a catchment of 2 kilometers square. Total rainfall observed was 10 centimeter. Initial infiltration was given to you as 1 centimeter per hour and attained a constant rate. Means final infiltration was given to you as 0.3 centimeter per hour. Okay. After, अरे यार मेरे में कमेंट ही नहीं रन कर रहा है. अरे एक मिनट कल्याण, एक्चुअली मेरे में कमेंट नहीं रन कर रहा था, दैट्स व्हाई आई कांट सी. How much? 45.55. एक मिनट, I'll refresh it once and was not able to see the comment. I'll explain you with the help of example, Kalyan. अभी मैं सोचूं आंसर क्यों नहीं आ रहा है. Okay. Fine. Attain a constant value of 0.3 centimeter per hour after how many hours? 15 hours. Constant K is given to you 5 per hour. An IMD pan installed in the catchment indicated a decrease of 0.6 centimeter in the water level after allowing for rainfall during 24 hours of its operation. Others losses were found to be negligible. आपको runoff volume बताना है. How will you calculate this? Let us suppose this question comes in the gate examination. How will you calculate? कुछ नहीं पता. How will you start? Now I'm not going to tell you. Start बताओ आप. How will you start? नहीं पता, क्वेश्चन आ गया गेट में, कैसे करोगे? Now, firstly I'll write Horton's equation. That I can write FC plus 0.3 plus 1 plus minus 0.3 is 0.7. This will be the formula. Correct? Now check it out. I have to check it. Now see Kalyan, I don't know if it is asking you runoff volume. Volume means what? First I can calculate the depth. Precipitation minus losses. Precipitation is 10 centimeter. Loss is infiltration loss. Now I will have to calculate just the infiltration loss. But I have to check it out that whether Horton's equation is valid all throughout the hours or not. That I need to check it out. All throughout the hours means, ma'am, how many hours? 24 hours. How can I calculate? Anybody can answer it. Rainfall minus infiltration, correct. But here it is not easy. If you are thinking that you will integrate 0 to 24, you will be wrong. Firstly, what I said, Horton said, check it out. Intensity of rainfall should be more than the infiltration rate. Rainfall is 10 centimeter. How will you check it out? Equate करके देखो. Equate and check it out. 0.3 plus 0.7 e to the power minus 5t is equal to 10 centimeter. आपको पता है infiltration we equated with what? Precipitation. This is in hour, centimeter per hour. 10 centimeter is happening for how many hours? 10 centimeter is happening for how many hours, guys? कितने घंटे की बात कर रहे हैं? 24 घंटे की बात कर रहे हैं. So divide by 24. How much it will come? यहाँ से मुझे टाइम निकालना है. I have to check it out for what time I can apply the Horton's equation. So directly solve कर देती हूँ मैं. 10 divided by 24 minus 0.3 divided by 0.7 minus 5t log e base. यहाँ पर पहले आएगा 1 by 6.6666 आएगा. So take log on both the sides minus when anything is there at the top and when you want to make it adjacent, just put log. Point 358. That means till 0.358 hours, till 0.538 hours, what was happening? Till 0.358 hours, what was happening? Horton's equation was not valid. फिर 1 hours निकालना पड़ेगा. रुको एक slide. Okay. So that means you can use this equation from 0.358 hours to 24 hours. चलो अब integrate करो. 0.3 plus 0.7 इंटीग्रेशन ऑफ पॉइंट, अब मैं डायरेक्टली कर रही हूँ. चलो, टेल मी द इन्फिल्ट्रेशन. दिस इज अ गुड क्वेश्चन गाइस. और मैम 0.358 से पहले, before 0.358, what will happen? Everything will be infiltrated. So the infiltration 0.358, if I talk it about, into 10 by 24, because this was entirely infiltrated. पूरा का पूरा infiltrate हो. निकालो. This is the total infiltration. Good question. Very good question. जल्दी निकालो. Final answer. इसको भी plus करो. 0.358 hours तक. Final answer you are telling me 7.11. पूरा add करने के बाद. Okay. 7.11 centimeter. Okay. Now one thing guys, it has asked me what? Runoff. Runoff पूछा है. So how much rainfall is taking place? 10 centimeter. Inflow. Outflow is 7.11. Now check it out guys. One more outflow is there. Pan coefficient is given to me as 0.75. Pan coefficient is given to me 0.75 and pan evaporation is 0.6. So 0.75 into 0.6. This will give me the runoff depth. Calculate the runoff depth first. 7.11. चलो मैंने ले लिया. बेसिकली ये 7.118 आ रहा है. चेकआउट करो, सॉल्व करो यहाँ से. यू विल गेट द रन ऑफ डेप्थ. वॉल्यूम पूछा तो जस्ट मल्टीप्लाई बाय एरिया. 2.285 सेंटीमीटर. एरिया दिया क्वेश्चन में 2 किलोमीटर स्क्वायर. 2 किलोमीटर स्क्वायर वॉल्यूम. मीटर क्यूब. हाउ मच इट इज कमिंग? कितना आ रहा है? दो अलग अलग आंसर. Kindly anybody give the third one so that I can know. 45700. गिरी calculation mistake बेटा. NAT question पता नहीं चलेगा that you made mistake in calculation. This will be the answer. Correct? Okay. Now this has been your gate question. The one which you are asking. Yukta, check it out. So 3 rainfalls was taking. इसको quickly solve करेंगे. This you already know I guess. Here effective rainfall depth. Effective rainfall depth means what guys? Runoff. Effective rainfall depth means what? Runoff. Okay. Now they have given that 3 rainfalls was taking place 10 mm, 20 mm and 10 mm. Okay. Now what happened was you need to calculate effective rainfall, that effective depth, that is runoff. So first you have to check it out again from where Horton's equation is valid. So this is the rainfall. Now let's put this equation. Now let's be quick in this question because I know you might have already solved. Now at t is equal to 0, if you put it here, what you will get? 8 plus 8, 16, 15, 15.5. So here it will be 15.5 mm. At t is equal to 1, substitute and tell me how much it is coming. Tell. Okay, that means here. So this curve is something like this and then it will decrease. Like this. Okay. Now, listen to me very carefully. Now, you don't know एक मिनट, जस्ट अ मिनट. पार्सल वाला खटखटा रहा है और कोई घर में लेने वाला भी नहीं है. बताओ. मैसेज कर दिया मैंने, अब कोई ले लेगा तो ठीक है. Trendy trend. Arey, like my room is near to the balcony na, in which I'm teaching, so he is banging the door, so that's why I could hear it. Okay, at t is equal to 0, 6.8 plus 8.7 e to the power minus 0, that means it was 15.5. At t is equal to 1, how much it is? 6.8 plus 8.7 e to the power minus 1. How much it was coming? 10. A video of video. Correct. 15.5 here. This is 1 hour, this is 2 hour, this is 3 hour. So now this will decrease, 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 and then it will again decrease. Okay. Now you want to know, see, you don't know at what time. अभी तो मैंने यहाँ पे 1 hour बना दिया, इसको तो मैं 1 hour भी नहीं बनाना चाहिए. अब मैं फिर करूंगी ना तो ये फिर टेक्निकली मैं इसको थोड़ा और अच्छे से बनाती हूँ. Now this one. Now see, Kalyan, you were asking now, just see. Now, in this you don't know that at what time see, you know that some time is there that rainfall is less. This box below is less and the above one is more. But you don't know at what time intensity of rainfall will be more as compared to the infiltration rate. Because yeah, here you can see that infiltration is more as compared to intensity. But at what time, that you don't know. You know that 15.5 to 10, there will be one time when rainfall will become more and infiltration will be less. But what time, that you need to calculate. So what you will do is you will equate. What you will equate? 6.8 plus 8.7 e to the power minus t corresponding. This was infiltration and this was rainfall. You equate both of them. Come on. Now calculate the time and tell me. I'll just check it out once. Calculate the time and tell me. Ma'am, at 1 hour value is 10 mm. 10 mm ही आ रहा है. You calculated T. हाँ, इधर पे T आ रहा है, but just for explaining her, Prince, for explaining her, I did that. For Yukta, I did it like this. For explaining her that right now यहाँ पर I know. यार ये बार बार इसको दबाती हूँ, पूरा क्यों चला जाता है? At T is equal to 0. $10 mm. For explaining her, I did that right now you are getting it this one. But there may be the case na, like wo 0.1016 something was the answer when it came in gate examination. So for explaining her, I did it like here it is 15.5 and here at 1 hour only you are getting 10. That means 0 hour. That means from 1 to 3 hours, the infiltration equations of Horton's is valid. From 0 to 1 hour, it is not valid because till 1 hour, whatever rainfall is happening place, that is getting infiltrated. Got it? That's why I told like that. Okay. So whatever rainfall happened in the first hour, that all got infiltrated into 1 hour. From 1 to 3 hour, you will do the infiltration cumulative dt. Come on, calculate it now. But in the question, it has not asked infiltration. तो मैं यहाँ पे करती हूँ उसको 10 mm plus 1 to 3 6.8 dt. 10 plus 6.8. You should be so pro that in one line you should be able to solve. Clear, Yukta? Now solve it. जल्दी करो. दो अलग अलग आंसर. 10 ऐड नहीं किया है शायद सौरभ ने. 26.36 कौन सी यूनिट है? mm. In the question it is asking me effective rainfall depth, that means runoff. Okay, how much it will come? Total rainfall is 10 plus 20 plus 10. Ma'am, why you added like this? Because the gap was 1 hour only. 10 plus 20 plus 30, that is 40. 40 minus 26.36. How much it is coming? That will be your answer. $13.63. This will be your answer. Okay. Now, this is the question, guys. I told you one formula important now. Now check it out. This is the question. During an experiment, the initial infiltration capacity, that is F naught, was observed to as 20 mm per hour. After a long time, it was reduced to 25 mm per hour. If infiltration capacity after 1 hour was 90 mm per hour, what is the value of decay rate constant? Now, बस कुछ मत करो, apply that formula which I told you. FCT plus F naught minus FC by KH. I told you na, बस this formula. कहाँ गया? This formula, बस. You'll get the Horton's constant. Otherwise, if you will go to the traditional method, you never ever will be able to calculate Horton's decay constant. So whenever questions like this are there, you will go like this. कितना दिया after 1 hour? 90 mm per hour. FC is given to you as how much? FC is given to you as 25. Time is 1 hour. F naught is 200 minus 25 divided by KH. You will get KH from here. Solve how much is KH coming. So if this, and they can ask you this in 1 marks. How much it is coming? जल्दी करो, अभी तो वो भी करना है. 2.692 up to 2 decimal places 2.69. ठीक है, चलो. Hytograph you already know. Hytograph is you plot a graph between rainfall intensity and time. So that is known as what? Hytograph. It is in the form of histogram. You can check it out. Now you told me that ma'am Horton's equation at first hour, at second hour, at third hour, what is the infiltration can be calculated. Then if you want to calculate for 8 hours altogether, then what you did is you took cumulative. Now ma'am, if I want to calculate average, like we did not average precipitation, like that on an average I want to calculate that what is the infiltration. So you have two types of infiltration indices. One is phi index and one is W index. Okay. Now, one thing which you should know, that before we move towards phi index and W index, there are two types of losses. One is interception and one is depression storage. Okay. Now, what do you mean by interception? I already told you that portion of water which is stuck in the plants or in the rooftops of the building, that is the interception. That is the intercepted water. Those amount of water which is being there in the gaddhas, ditches, rivers and all, that is depression storage. Both is termed as initial losses because see interception also there's one empirical formula and that is also for natural interception. Means imagine how could I know that in the rooftop of your building how much water is being accumulated? Of course I can't know, right? So calculating interception for artificial one is a difficult task, next to impossible. Similarly, calculating in gaddhas and ditches, and that too in India, difficult task. Okay, so measuring them quantitatively, value wise, is a difficult task. So you collaborated both of them and you said it is an initial loss. Why I'm telling you this? Because in W index and phi index it will be used. Now what will happen? W index is basically what? W index is what? W index is nothing. Average infiltration rate over the entire storm period. Means first hour infiltration, second hour infiltration, total infiltration divided by the total number of hours. So this is nothing. Average infiltration rate over the entire storm period. Average infiltration rate over the entire storm period. That is known as what? That is known as W index. I'll just a minute, just a minute. Just a second. Just a second. Average infiltration rate over the entire storm period. Now, if you talk about phi index, now phi index is a refined version of W index. Now, why refined version? W index told that I will take only infiltration. I will not take any initial losses. Okay, so if interception loss is there, take away from me. If depression storage is there, take away from me. So initial losses, if they ask you in statement wise, guys, remember this, initial losses are not taken into account. Very, very important. Okay, till now, never ever in gate they have given you initial losses, but in future, if they give you initial loss, so make sure if you are calculating W index, you subtract initial loss. Like here, W index, if I talk it about, whatever precipitation is, W index is what? Infiltration is what? Loss. So total precipitation taking place minus runoff divided by time. Okay, ma'am, any total, like if this is P1, this is P2, this is P3, this is P4, this is P5. So it will be P1 plus P2 plus P3 plus P4 plus P5 minus runoff divided by time. This will be what? W index. Okay. If in the question they are giving you initial losses also, you need to subtract. Now I'm taking it as delta. You can take anything what you want in ocean. Minus delta. If in the question they are giving you in gate. Now, phi index is the one which takes initial losses also as infiltration loss. Now why? See, just now I discussed, practically it is difficult to calculate interception and depression storage. Practically it becomes very, very difficult to calculate it. So what you do is you take them in as infiltration only. So phi index told that fine, I will take initial losses also as infiltration loss, and that is the reason phi index will be always greater than W index. At max it can be equal. At max it can be equal. The reason is phi index considered initial losses also as infiltration losses, while W index doesn't consider initial losses in it. So that's why you subtracted initial losses here, but you won't do any subtraction in the case of phi index. First thing. Second, phi index told I will take only those values of infiltration during which time rainfall was contributing to runoff. Means जिस बारिश ने रन ऑफ दिया मैं उसी इनफिल्ट्रेशन को लूंगा. आई एम रिपीटिंग बोथ इन इंग्लिश एंड हिंदी. फर्स्ट लेट मी डू इट इन हिंदी. फाई इंडेक्स ने बोला ये वो इनफिल्ट्रेशन रेट का एवरेज है, मैं उसी इनफिल्ट्रेशन रेट को लूंगा जिस बारिश ने रन ऑफ दिया. Phi index told I will take only that infiltration rate in which rainfall contributed to runoff volume. Now you will say, ma'am, if rainfall didn't contribute to runoff volume, don't take. Okay, so it is the average infiltration rate above which rainfall volume is equal to runoff volume. Volume is equal to runoff volume. Now I'll explain you with the help of one slide. I'll explain you with the help of one example. That will be better. Okay. Now check it out. तो slide add की मैंने कहाँ चली गई? Now, first I'll write find x PE minus R upon TE. Ma'am, you didn't add this PE and TE in the case of W index because that time I was taking all precipitation. That time I was taking all duration. But here PE is that precipitation which produced runoff. So only that specific precipitation I will take, which will be contributing to runoff. If it is not contributing, I will not take. So precipitation which produces runoff. And what is TE? TE is that duration in which runoff was produced. So you call it as either you can call effective runoff, effective rainfall, either you can call it as runoff, either you can call it as rainfall axis. All the things means the same, they are synonyms to each other. Okay, so TE is what? TE is what? Duration of rainfall axis, axis rainfall, anything you can say. Rainfall axis. Okay, now let me explain you with the help of one example. Here let us suppose the infiltration was I1, here the infiltration is I2, here the infiltration is I3, here the infiltration is I4, here the infiltration is I5, here the infiltration is I6. Now if you talk about W index, and this is 0, T1, T2, T3, T4, T5, T6. So if it is asking you W index, you don't need to apply your brain. Just I1 plus I2 plus I3 plus I4 plus I5 plus I6 divided by T1 plus T2 plus T3 plus T4 plus T5 plus T6 infiltration. If you talk about phi index, now let us say the W index comes out to be this much. This is W index. And you know phi index will be more than W index for sure. That means this much is the losses. That means this I5 and I6, will it contribute to runoff? No. This one will contribute to runoff, this one, this one, this one. I5 and I6 will not contribute. So what phi index told? I will take only that value of infiltration where the rainfall was contributing to runoff. So he will take I1, I2, I3, I4 and only that time T1 plus T2 plus T3 plus T. Clear? Is it clear, guys? Yukta, no for what? Clear what I am asking? Clear? Okay. Good afternoon, Abhi. Hello. Now, if it is clear, let's do a question. Now, here, पहले इससे easy question है क्या कोई? पहले easy question करा देती हूँ, then we'll move towards difficult question. Okay. Now, quickly, guys, be ready with your calculators because we'll solve quickly. पहले यहाँ पे पूछा what is the average infiltration rate? Tell me whether it is W index or phi index. Here nothing is mentioned to you in the question. Tell me whether it is W index or phi index. Runoff volume is given, everything is given. Is it W index or phi index? First you should know na. 1 marks it can come in the examination. If it is saying only average infiltration rate, it is W index. Okay. Now, correct. One thing you said it correctly. Now what is W index? Precipitation minus runoff divided by time. Now precipitation is how much? 3.2 centimeter per hour. How much hour rainfall is taking place? 4 hours. 4 2 is 8. 3 is 12. Runoff is given to you in terms of volume. You need in terms of depth. So what you will do? Divide by area. Volume divided by area. Area 320 kilometers square. 320 into 10 raised to power 6 meters square. How much it will come? Convert it, multiply by 100 for converting it into centimeter. How much time is there? 4 hours. So from here you will get it. Solve it and tell me. Chalo. Yes, sir. So Abhinav sir is here with us. So complete marathon has already been done yesterday. So you will be having a practice session for geotech today at 11:45. Hope so I complete before 11:45. 7.8. How much it is coming? C. That is 1.23. Okay. And now a little bit easy question. That is this one. This should be easy go here. नहीं है चलो पहले थोड़ा difficult कर लेते हैं. Okay. Now guys, here rainfall of 2 hours is given to you. That is 0.5 centimeter, then 2.8 centimeter, and then 1.6 centimeter. So they have given to you 0.5, 2.8, 1.6 centimeter. It is asking you to calculate phi index. Whenever in the question it asks you to calculate phi index, first you have to calculate W index. It is the rule. So first you will calculate W index. What is W index? W index is precipitation minus runoff divided by time. What is precipitation? 0.5 plus 2.8 plus 1.6 minus 3.2 divided by 6. Come on, tell me. How much it is coming? W index are 1.1. Okay, 1.1. That means red colors. 0.283. अभी तो मुझे बोला 1.1. कितना आ रहा है? आई एम आस्किंग यू द वैल्यू राइट नाउ. इसको सॉल्व करने पर कितना आ रहा है? 0.283 आ रहा है. 0.5 plus 2.8 plus 1.6 minus 3.2 divided by 6. 2.68 आ रहा है. कौन सा बैक स्लाइड करूं? हो गया सोफी? अनवर, कैलकुलेशन मिस्टेक. स्लाइड गंदी करा दी आपने. चलो, 0.283 centimeter per hour. See, if you want to first check it out, you have to compare, because phi index told I will take only those precipitation which produce runoff. Okay, so now I have to check it out. But rainfall is given for 2 hours, and what you have calculated infiltration is for 1 hour. So first what you need to do is, for 1 hour if 0.283 is the infiltration, this is average. Average is constant. Okay, basically what it is, the constant infiltration rate, because I'm not doing hot ends, I'm doing the W index one. So for 1 hour if it is 0.283, for 2 hours it will be how much? For 1 hour it is 0.283, for 2 hours it will be 0.566. और ये मैंने इसको, ये फिर जाएगा 0.566. 0.283 आया था centimeter per 2 hour. 0.566. That means which is not contributing, 0.5 is not contributing. When you're comparing, base should be same. If you're comparing 2 centimeter of rainfall for 2 hours of rainfall, then you have to take 2 hours of infiltration. How can you compare 2 hours of rainfall with 1 hour of infiltration? That's why I did this much. So 0.56 centimeter is more, means more rainfall was happening in the second and third hour but lesser rainfall was happening in the first hour. So you will take only these two rainfall. 2.8 plus 1.6 minus runoff is how much? 3.2, and you will take only these two times. Solve it. Solve it. It is not given you the intensity, Anwar, वो centimeter per hour नहीं, already they have given you in terms of depth. तुमने उसमें और multiply by 2 कर दिया. How much it is coming? 0.6. 0.6 is your answer. Got it? Okay. Now this one. Catchment area of ये question I like it because this question has not मतलब ऐसे questions I like it much. So calculate area of 30 kilometer square. One recording rain gauge is there. You have to find pi index. Runoff volume is given to you. So runoff volume is given to you. First you can calculate runoff depth. चलो depth निकाल लो. Depth will come out to be 1.2 into 10 raised to power 6 meter cube divide by area 30 into 10 raised to power 6 meter square. It is in mm. So convert it into 10 raised to power 3 for mm. How much it is coming? 1.2 divided by 40 mm. Okay, this is the runoff. Now in this question, just check it out. It is given you accumulated rainfall. You cannot compare with accumulated rainfall. That means for 2 hours total rainfall is 6 mm. For 4-hour total rainfall is 17 mm. So you cannot compare with accumulated rainfall. You need incremental rainfall. So now what you will do? यहाँ पे space मैं यहीं पे कर देती हूँ. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. This is the time in hours and incremental rainfall. Incremental. You need to calculate incremental rainfall. T value is 2 hours, na? Because this hour, T's value is 2 hours and 2 hours, 4 hours. 4 hours. 4, 4, 4. Correct. Yes. I haven't checked it out. T is 4 hours. 2 hours here, 2 hours here. I made mistake. 4 hours. Correct. 0.3. Correct. My bad. Sorry. Okay. Now this question, as I was telling, accumulated, you cannot use it. Accumulated word is written or cumulative is written. You cannot do it. You will need incremental rainfall. So incremental rainfall, 0. 6 minus 0, 6. 17 minus 6, 11. 57 minus 17, 40. 70 minus 57, 70 minus 57, 13. 81 minus 70, 11. 87 minus 81, 6. 90 minus 87, 3. And if you want to check it out whether you have done it correct or not, when you add all the incremental rainfall, it should come 90. Okay. Now, what you have to do is, first you have to calculate W index, because whenever phi index is asked, first you calculate W index. So W index is what? Precipitation minus runoff by time. How much is the total precipitation? Already you know it is 90 mm minus 40 mm. And how much is the time coming? Time, 14 hours. So 14 hours. Calculate and tell me mm per hour. .57 mm per hour. Okay, now we will compare. Now again here 2 hours is given. Again when comparing you need 2 hours. For 1 hour if it is 3.57 mm, for 2 hours it will be how much? Two 8 means 3. 7.143. This will go with a thine. This ये गया. What I said, phi index is those precipitation which produces runoff. 11 plus 40 plus 13 plus 11 minus 40, and how many hours? 2 to 4 to 6 to 8. 8 hours. That's it. Clear? How much it is coming? Now solve it. This is a good question. And this can be asked for 2 marks. Solve it, guys. it would be much clearer. But who will take time in drawing the graph now? You have time to plot the graph in the examination and you have that much of patience कि 6 को छोटा करना है 11 को बड़ा करना है थोड़ा सा 4.375 correct. Now last question, then we will move towards next chapter. In this question, find x is given to you and it is asking you runoff and total rainfall. Now check it out. Total rainfall easy hai. Now one total rainfall, that is precipitation. 2.5 centimeter plus 2.5 plus 10. Rainfall means everything will be included. Okay. 7.5 plus 1.25 plus 1.25 plus 5. This is in centimeter per hour. And how much duration each and every rainfall is? 20 minutes. So convert 20 into divided by 60 for converting into hours. How much it will come? Hour and hour will get cancelled out. You will get the rainfall in centimeter. This one. This is the second part. How much it is coming? 10 centimeter. So 10 centimeter. Now runoff. Those rainfall, see here to comparison purpose, both has to be in the same unit. Centimeter per hour, centimeter per hour. Infiltration is more, infiltration is more, infiltration is more, infiltration is more. So 10 centimeter of rainfall was happening. 3.2 centimeter was infiltrating. Okay. Then how much rainfall was happening? 7.5 rainfall was happening. 3.2 was infiltrating. 5 centimeter was happening. 3.2 was infiltrating. So this is the run centimeter per hour. And each was happening for how many period? 20 minutes. So 20 by 60. This will give you the runoff in centimeter. And they have asked such question in your gate examination. Come on, solve it. .3. Sure. Okay. So with this we complete infiltration. Any more doubts? Now we have 2 chapters left. One is stream flow measurement and another one is the hydrograph. Groundwater hydrology, certain parts are there which will cover in irrigation and only 2 things I have to tell you. Confined aquifers, unconfined aquifers and all that I'll tell. अभी कोई ब्रेक नहीं मिल रहा. ब्रेक मयंक यार आज तुम्हें क्या हो गया है? कितना ब्रेक चाहिए बताओ? यंग ब्लड. Obviously मेरी एज तो ज्यादा होगी ना. वो evapotranspiration I'll teach in this one irrigation. अभी आएगा ना ब्लैनी क्रेडल मेथड एंड ऑल. अभी आया कहाँ है वो? चलो. Now we will go for आ जाते हैं हम लोग floods and flood routing. भूख लग रही है तो साथ में खाना भी खा लो. एक पराठे का रोल बना के. 2 बजे तक रुक जाओ बस. 2 बजे तक तो ये पक्का हो जाएगा. ये देखो ये हो जाएगा और मेरे ख्याल से हाइड्रोग्राफ भी हो जाएगा. बस थोड़ी देर और 45 मिनट्स. आई नो दैट. बस थोड़ा सा रुक जाओ. 45 मिनट्स बस. ये 2 बज जाएगा. Okay. Okay. Now floods and floods routing. Floods is basically what? Unusual high stage in a river. Stage means what? When you measure the level of water above a particular datum, that is known as what? Floods. That is known as stage. So whenever the level of water in the river rises up unusually, obviously the level of water will rise, but when unusually the level of water rises, that time you call it as floods. So floods is unusual high stage in a river which takes place. Okay, so that is termed as floods. Now, if you want to calculate how much flood has occurred, what is the peak discharge? So there are various formulas by which, with the help of which you can calculate. First formula of calculating the peak discharge is by rational method. That is 1 by 36 kPCA, where K is runoff coefficient. PC is the critical rainfall intensity in centimeter per hour and catchment area is in hectares. I told you this formula in environment also and I told you this formula in environment also. Okay. Now, One thing you need to know about yesterday, I told day before yesterday, that critical rainfall intensity is a function of time of concentration, and what I told you, time taken by the last droplet of molecule from the farthest point to reach to the outlet, that is known as time of concentration. Now, time of concentration will be given to you in the question, or if it is also not given to you, they will give you time of entry plus time of flow. So at the time when it enters and the time it flows. Sometimes they don't give you time of flow also. They will give you the length of the catchment and the velocity of flow. So speed is equal to distance by time. Time is equal to distance by velocity. So here it will be what? Here it will be what? L by V. I am taking in hectares, so that's why I'm taking 1 by 36. Okay, 1 by 36 kPCA. Now, if I talk about further, I told you when time of concentration is from 5 to 20. Critical rainfall intensity is 75 Tc plus 10. Here you will substitute time of concentration in minutes. If time of concentration is greater than 20 minutes, then critical rainfall intensity is 100 Tc plus. Got it? And here also time of concentration is in minutes. Got it? Now, this is one formula. Now the questions which have already been asked in your gate examination, Dickens formula, empirical formulas like Dickens formula has given for northern regions, Rives have given for central southern region, English has given for Maharashtra regions and all. So region specific they have given the formula for calculating flood discharge. Means if baad occur karegi, flood will occur. What will be the peak discharge? So CD is Dickens constant. Obviously I told you whosoever derives the formula they name it by their name. CR is Rives formula. So A is the catchment area, and remember this is in kilometer square, and the discharge which you will get will be in meter cube per second. Here it was in hectares, but here in this formula it will be in kilometers. Technically, the formula for English is 124a root over a plus 10.4. But round off karke, just by rounding it off, they have made it as 123 root a. But if you'll ask me the original formula, this is the original formula. Now, first of all, in one question they have asked regarding the ratio and all of Dickens and Rives in your gate examination. See, in case if in the examination, this I have already told you, but still I'm telling you, in the case if you forget it, that in Dickens 3 by 4 is there, or in Rives 2 by 3 is there. So remember, 3 plus 4 is 7, alphabets in Dickens is 7, 2 plus 3 is 5, and alphabets in Rives is 5. Okay, so in case if you get this confusion in which 2 by 3 was there, in which 3 by 4 is there, this is the logic. Okay, now we will move towards probability method. Basically here we have two types of probability method. One is statistical probability method and one is theoretical probability method. Now listen to it very carefully. When you talk about statistical probability method, in statistical probability method, what happens is, here you have a limited sample size. Okay, limited sample size, basically in a sense you can say sample size is available and it is asking for a decent period. Like if let us suppose they have given 2-3 sample size and they're asking what will be the flood after 1,000 years, what will be the peak discharge after 500 years. So that comes under theoretical probability method. Okay, when you have enough amount of data available and it is asking for a shorter duration of time, you need to do simple interpolations. That time you go for statistical probability method. If the data available is very less and they ask you for a larger duration, then you go for theoretical probability method. Now what is there in theoretical probability method? That time you have that Gumbel's method and all, which is there in your syllabus. That comes under theoretical probability method. So first we will do about statistical probability method. Now, check it out. In statistical probability method, but before moving towards statistical probability method and all, first thing which you need to know, that is recurrence interval. You need to know is recurrence interval, or you call it as return period. What is return period, guys? Time period for which the rainfall is likely to be equaled or exceeded. Like if I say that precipitation is 10 centimeter and the return period is 30 years, that means within a span of 30 years, there will be a time, or basically you can say in this 30 years, there are chances that 10 centimeter of precipitation will occur, or the precipitation will be more than 10 centimeter. I mean, 30th year, no. It can be on the first year that precipitation more than or equal to 30 centimeter will occur, or on the fifth year it is possible. So the time period for which the rainfall is likely to be equal or exceeded. So it can be on the first year, it can be on second year, means any span from 0 to 30 years, there can be any year where which the rainfall of 10 centimeter or more than that can occur. That is known as return period. Now probability is inversely proportional, or you can say probability is 1 by t. So see, if you see, if you see that they say, if you have listened to the news channels or read the newspapers, 100 centimeter 100 years of record is being broken, this much amount of rainfall took place, 100 years of record is broken. That means some bigger amount has taken place, bigger rainfall has taken place, that's why 100 years record is broken. So a value is more here, a value of precipitation. Basically here the probability is more here. This is precipitation one and this is probability. So the probability is 1 by t, which is return period. So if anything is occurring in 100 years, so its probability is less. Anything which is occurring just in 10 years, obviously its probability will be more. So probability is inversely proportional to return period. Higher the return period, lesser is the probability. Lesser the return period, more is the probability. Got it? This is the meaning of probability. Now, probability is you're just predicting sambhavna. Okay, you're talking about the sambhavna, that chances of flood to occur, the probability of it. So it is inversely proportional to return period. Now, kya occur once? Now check it out. There are many, right now they haven't asked California formula, Wave-1's formula, US COPS formula. These are the formulas. Kindly remember any one thing. I mean to say, either remember return period of all of them or either remember probability of all of them. Don't remember both of them and occupy a much amount of your brain. Just remember one, vice versa of it will give you the probability. Now let us suppose if in the examination, let us suppose in the examination they give you data like this and they will ask you the probability of occurrence of 12 meter cube per second, 12 meter cube per second of discharge using California method. Ma'am, how to calculate, so many discharge are there? So first step is given to you as arrange them in decreasing order, means highest value first, lowest value at the bottom. So decreasing means first discharge 50, then 30, then 20, then 15, then 12, then 10. Okay, then number them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now let us suppose if I am taking California formula. So T is equal to N by M. This is N. So for first one it is how much? For first one it is how much? N is total number of events. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Total events is how much? 6. And for 50 meter cube per second, this is M. So this will be 6 by 1. This will be 6 by 2 because M is 2 for 30. 6 by 3. 6 by 4. 6 by 5. 6 by 6. And probability will just be the opposite. 1 by 6. 2 by 6. 3 by 6. 4 by 6. 5 by 6, 1. So if they ask you the probability for 15 meter cube per second, 4 by 6, that is 2 by 3, that is 66.6%. If they ask you probability for 20 meter cube per second to occur, 1 by 2, that is 50%. So they ask you for any one, you can calculate. Okay. So higher the discharge, lesser is the probability. Lesser, see, 10 meter cube is lesser discharge. So 100% probability. For more discharge, lesser probability. Understood everybody? Clear? Similarly, you can do by Weibull's method, US COPS method, any method you can do. Okay? Now this one. The probability of any event occurring r times out of n successive years, your Bernoulli's, NCR, Bernoulli's binomial, NCR, P to the power r, Q to the power n minus r. Now what is P? P is the probability that flood should occur. So probability of occurrence. Q is probability of non-occurrence. So probability of occurrence plus probability of non-occurrence is how much? 1. So Q will become how much? 1 minus P. So if they ask you out of 10 times, 3 times the rainfall should, or basically the flood should occur. So 10 CR. Okay, this is the meaning of it. Now, next. First case. That first case I'll take two, three different special cases. First, I'll take it as at least once flood should occur, or minimum that there are chances that at least one. If it is more than one, it is okay, but at least once it should occur. That means what it is talking about, risk or reliability. Risk or reliability. Come on guys, it is telling that at least once flood should occur. Risk or reliability. कम से कम एक बार, मिनिमम वंस. रिस्क और रिलायबिलिटी. मेरा फोन ये नहीं चल रहा है कि तुम्हारे आंसर्स नहीं आ रहे. कम से कम एक बार. देखो मयंक, सच में भूख लग रही है अब तो आपको लग रहा है. रुको एक मिनट में रिफ्रेश करने दो मुझे कमेंट्स. अपने आप यूट्यूब बड़ा होगा. Okay, some people risk, some people reliability. Risk probability ऐसे लिख लो, या probability of rainfall occurring at least once in n years. कम से कम एक बार. That means कम से कम एक बार p to the power 1 q to the power n minus 1. दो बार भी हो सकता है. 3 times it can happen. मैम ऐसे तो चलता जाएगा. It will move, go on. Yes, it can go on. NCN. All the times it will occur. Anything can happen. So instead of calculating this, we can say 1 minus when the rainfall doesn't occur at all. Okay. So 1 minus NC0 P to the power 0 Q to the power n minus 0. So that is 1 minus NC0 Q to the power n. So NC0 will be 1. So you will get 1 minus Q to the power n. Q is 1 minus P to the power n. This is known as risk. This is the formula of risk. This is the formula of risk. You are saying at least once, if flood and rainfall is occurring, what it is? It is a risk for us. So that's why risk is 1 minus P to the power n. Now, second special case if I talk it about. Second special case if I talk it about, at once probability of non-occurrence. Rainfall shouldn't occur. Flood shouldn't occur only. Probability of non-occurrence of rainfall. The general formula was out of n times, r times it is occurring. If it is not occurring means r is 0, nc0, p to the power 0, q to the power n minus 0. So this will become how much? Q to the power n. That's it. This is the formula for reliability. If rainfall will not occur, damage will not take place. Reliability. So if somebody tells you, see, this is what? Risk is equal to 1 minus P to the power n is what? This is reliability. So risk plus reliability is 1, or you can say risk is equal to 1 minus reliability. Clear? So risk is equal to 1 minus reliability, or you can say risk plus reliability is equal to non-occurrence or at least 1. Now this, if they ask you safety factor is See, whatever is the estimated value and the design, obviously we take a factor of safety. Like if let us suppose 10 kilonewton load is to be coming on the top of the slab, so obviously I'll design for more than that. So here estimated value comparison to that design value will be more. So design value divided by estimated value will give you safety factor. Safety margin, design value, how much margin you are giving in between. So design value minus estimated value in case if they ask for that reason. Okay. Now this question. The probability that a 100-year flood may not at all occur during the 50-year life. 100-year flood means T is 100. May not at all occur. Risk or reliability? Risk or reliability, guys? May not at all occur. Reliability. 1 minus P to the power n. Probability is 1 by T to the power n. 1 minus 1 upon 100. 50 years period, na? 50. Solve it. If it comes in NAT, kindly check it out whether it is asking in case of percentage. Because if it is asking in percentage and if you have written in decimals, you will not get marks. Okay, so if it comes in NAT, check it out twice. How much it is coming? 99 by 0.99 to the power 50. Point 605. Okay. This one. Probability of a 10-year flood. So T is given 10. To occur at least once, minimum. That means risk. Risk is 1 minus reliability. Now it has asked in percentage. So you will be needing to multiply by 100. 34.39%. So 35. Last. A bridge has an expected life of 50 years and it designed for a flood magnitude of 100 years. So what is the risk? Risk is again 1 minus reliability. Years. It will be how much? It is not asking you to solve also. A. Yeah. So now we'll move towards theoretical probability method. That is Gumbel's method. Gumbel's method, as I told you, that obviously it gives you whenever you have very meager data available and it is asking like after 500 years what will be the one, after 1000 years what will be the flood discharge. That time you will go for Gumbel's method. Gumbel's method is given by xt is equal to x bar plus kt sigma, where x bar is the mean hydrological data, xt is the peak which you will be calculating. This is entirely, you need to remember the formulas. I can't help you without, I'm sorry, but you need to remember it. Okay, if they ask you in the examinations. X bar is mean, average. Xt is the peak which you want to calculate. K is the frequency factor and sigma is the standard deviation. K, it will not be given you generally in the question directly. You will need to calculate yt minus yn bar upon Sn. Yt will also, which is the variation, reduced variate. This will also you need to calculate. Here just formulas are there. Minus log t upon t minus 1. If you talk about yn bar, this is 0.577. This is a reduced variate. So its value in case here it is given to you 0.577 and standard deviation is given to you 1.2825. When you have large sample size data, that time you take it as 0.577 and standard deviation you take it as 1.2825. Okay, you will substitute it here, you will get the value of peak discharge. Now I'll tell you one thing, one pattern of question which is being asked in the examination, not asked in gate but at the examination. See, corresponding to 50 years, they will give you the value of peak discharge. Let us suppose x50, they will give you 20 meter cube per second. corresponding to 100 years, they will give you, let us suppose, 180 meter cube per second. And they will ask you that what is the peak discharge when T is 500. It asks you like this. How will you calculate? In this, you have to apply your brain. चलो मुझे एक slide, I have to add one slide. Now, first equation is given to you. When return period is 50 years, the peak discharge is how much? 20 meter cube per second. Okay. You apply the Gumbel's method, x bar plus kt sigma. Now here xt is given to you, peak discharge 20, x bar you know? No ma'am. Yt minus yn bar upon Sn sigma n minus 1. In this equation, Yt you will calculate. How ma'am I will calculate? The formula for Yt is minus log t upon t minus 1. So minus log 50 upon 49. So from here you will just calculate it once guys, how much it is coming. Similarly for next equation also, 100 years. This is arbitrary. I have taken what came in my mind. $180 x bar plus. How much it is coming? Natural log you have to take it. Minus log 50 upon 49. 3.9. Okay. Now this one plus Yt minus log. So here it will be Yt for 100 minus log 100 divided by 99. So minus log 100 divided by 99. So this will come out to be 4.6. 4.6 minus yn upon 6 sigma n minus 1 by Sn. Now check it out guys. Two equations are there. From both these equations, x bar will get cancelled out. Y will get cancelled out. You will get the value of sigma n minus 1 by Sn. This is the value which you need to calculate. Now, if in the question it is asking for how much time, t is equal to 500. Return period is 500. What is 500? So here minus log 500 upon 499. So if they ask you to calculate for 500, if they ask you in this question, the reason I am telling you that why they can ask you is, last year they have asked you lengthy questions, so there are chances that this year also they can ask you. That's why I'm telling you the approach of it. If it comes in the examinations, don't panic, kindly solve it, but solve it at the last because you have to do it with virtual calculator. Okay, so here minus log kitna nikala? 500 divided by 499. How much it is coming? 6.213. 6.1213 minus yn Sn. Now check it out. This is the third equation. Subtract second and third equation. X bar will cancel, yn will cancel, sigma n minus Sn you have already calculated. That's it. Simple. X bar no need to calculate. Yn no need to calculate. Sigma n minus 1 upon Sn you have already calculated from these two equations. Substitute it here when you subtract equation 3 minus equation 2. Everything is known in the question, only this one is not known, so you'll be able to calculate. Clear? Clear, yes or no? हाँ या ना? चलो इसको complete कर लो, then at least then I'll give you the break. At least complete this flood routing because I don't think that hydrograph will be starting because it's big. Okay. Now last topic in floods one, that is flood routing. Routing means here you have basically you will be checking out the shape of it. Here you have two types of routing basically. Here you have reservoir routing. Some people call it as routing also, anything you can use, and channel routing. Now what happens in reservoir routing, you check out the effect of the inflow which is coming. Okay, the effect of flood wave entering the reservoir is studied. While in the channel routing, you check it out how the shape of the hydrograph is changing. What is hydrograph? It is a plot of discharge versus time, and that we will do after this chapter. So right now, first if I talk you about reservoir routing, here here, basically, we see the effect of flood wave entering the reservoir. In channel routing, we check it out how the change in the shape of hydrograph is taking place. Okay. Now, the one which is being asked in your examination is channel routing, and this here we have Muskingum method. Now, here you have two types of routing. One is hydrological, based on this GATE 2016 question has been asked already. There are two types of routing, hydrologic routing and the other one is hydraulic routing. Now, when you analyze it, whenever you are calculating a value, obviously you need to do certain equations. So basically three types of equations are there because the flow which is taking place is an open channel flow. So you have three equations: continuity equation, energy equation, momentum equation. I'm giving you a hint, we never use generally energy equation. Ma'am, why? See, such a large water body is there. How can you calculate that how much energy conversion will be there? Right? So that is the reason we never go for energy equation, because you don't know now. You know that energy is constant, conservation of energy. It will convert from one form to another. But how much energy and which form of energy is converting into another form, that is difficult to be calculated. Okay, so now you have two energy, hydrologic and hydraulic. Hydrologic, you use only continuity equation, and when you do hydraulic method of routing, here you use continuity and momentum equation. सही है ना दिव्यांशु, युक्ता, दिव्या? Continuity equation and momentum equation, and this they have asked in match the following. Correct? Sure. Now, the one which we'll be studying is Muskingum method, and this question has been asked. Muskingum is a hydrologic channel routing, because here we use only continuity equation for analysis. अब यहाँ पे सिर्फ आपको एक ही formula you have to know. C1 here actually has given two storage. One is wedge storage, one is prism storage. अब वो तो ठीक है. C2 Qn minus 1. Now, in one of the questions, instead of C0, C1, C2 are Muskingum constant. In GATE came K0, K1, K2. Can you tell me? Energy equation use ही नहीं करते. I told you na, because conversion takes place, so we don't use that. Now, C0, C1, C2. The addition of it will give you what, guys? C0 plus C1 plus C2, or you can say K0 plus K1 plus K2. This will give you what? This will give you what? ये तो गेट में आ चुका है. What it will give you? Correct, Divya. C0 plus C1 plus C2 will give you 1. And for best results, you can apply this. X is a weightage factor, delta T. यहाँ पे क्या आएगा? X आएगा कि क्या आएगा? 2kx delta T dash. याद ही नहीं किया होगा. अभी आ जाएगा ये, तो फिर नहीं बनेगा. For best results, जो डेल्टा टी अभी तो आया नहीं है, दे गिव यू डेल्टा टी इन द एग्जामिनेशंस, बट इफ दे आस्क यू कि बेस्ट रिजल्ट्स के लिए कितना होना चाहिए, सो क्या आएगा कि एक्स आएगा. फॉर बेस्ट रिजल्ट्स ट्राई टू कीप डेल्टा टी इन दिस रेंज. ठीक है. सी नॉट और सी अभी देखना. आई एम राइटिंग वन थिंग रॉन्ग. कैन यू टेल मी व्हाट इज द रॉन्ग थिंग रिटन हियर? एक मस्किंगम कांस्टेंट आई हैव रिटन इट रॉन्ग. इफ आ गया कैलकुलेट करने, व्हाट यू विल डू? आ सकता है ना? व्हाट आई हैव रिटन इट रॉन्ग, गाइस? एक चीज आई हैव रिटन इट रॉन्ग. कैन यू टेल मी व्हाट? Very good, Shrikant. Denominator will be plus. plus, plus. And when here it is plus, here it will be minus. Okay, chaliye. So with this, we have completed floods and floods routing. And now, if अगर आपसे पूछ लिया किसी के लिए भी, if nothing is given to you guys, let us suppose it is asking you to calculate 2-3 discharges. Okay, and nothing is given to you. So first case you will take I1 and Q1 same. If nothing is given, in that case I'm telling you, if they are giving you in the portion, then it's okay. If nothing is given, you can take both of them same. Correct? Sure. Now you want break or shall we start hydrograph? No, I think Mayank will kill me. He'll come to Bhilai and he'll kill me. Only hydrograph is left. Everybody break. Lunch break. Okay, till what time? Until what time? अच्छा ठीक है. 1-2 conditions. देखो, अब जैसे कि मैं लड़की हूँ तो obviously हमारी conditions रहती हैं. Which boys have to follow specifically. So अच्छा 240. हाँ, 2 conditions. First of all, हाँ भूख लग रही है ठीक है. 2 conditions. Firstly, अब next break कुछ नहीं मिलेगा. We'll complete entire hydrology and irrigation. And second, you'll promise that you'll come. तभी break मिलेगा, नहीं तो मैं तो पढ़ाऊंगी. ठीक है. अब यार थोड़ा अच्छा खासा पहले irrigation also we have to cover. Okay. Now guys, you guys can go. I'll just add 2-3 slides of groundwater hydrology. That also I'll add. Then I'll move. You guys can move. मैं भी टी ब्रेक ले रही हूँ. Just I'll just add 2-3 slides of groundwater hydrology. That's it. You guys can leave or keep it like this or put your mobile on charge. Hello everyone. Quickly guys, join the session fast. Quick, quick, quick. Okay. So I guess now everybody is here. Now we won't wait much time. We have already waited 1 minute for every party. So now we'll start further. Okay. Cool. Come on guys. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon everybody. I guess everybody had their lunch. Okay. So now we'll start with the session. Second last chapter you can say, because after this we have to deal one more chapter, that is groundwater hydrology. So let's start. Okay. Can't I see left chart? Okay. Mayank, now you are alive, I guess. Had your lunch. I guess you are alive now. Okay. So guys, now we'll start with hydrograph as I told you initially. So welcome. Welcome to you all also. Come on guys. So now we'll start with hydrograph. You know, hydrograph is basically, obviously by the name you can say, ma'am, it's a graph. Yeah. But hydrograph is a graph plotted between discharge and time. So discharge on the y-axis, that is ordinate, and time on the x-axis, that is abscissa. So you plot this graph and this graph is known as hydrograph. Okay. Now, actually, there are different types of graphs. When you plot it seasonally, it is seasonal hydrograph, annually, annual hydrograph, daily hydrograph. So, you have different types of hydrograph based on the time duration for which you plot it. Now, first of all, we'll be seeing some basic things about hydrograph and then factors affecting about it. And then we will move to direct run of hydrograph and unit hydrographs and all. First, it can be asked in statement-wise questions. I myself made you solve many questions and you guys tend to make mistake. So first of all, this is a hydrograph which is given to you. This is a flood hydrograph. This is a flood hydrograph because base flow is also included here. Base flow is the constant and continuous flow which takes place. Okay. Now what will happen? What will happen here? You can see it. First, the hydrograph is rising, rising, rising. It attains a maximum value and then it falls, falls, falls and becomes still here. Okay. Now, if you check it out, AB is a rising limb, or you can call it as a concentration curve. So the level of water eventually rises. Basically, with duration increasing, time will always increase. But with the increase in duration, discharge is also increasing. So AB is the rising limb, or you call it as a concentration curve. Remember both the names of it. Rising limb, or you can say concentration curve. Now, AB or the rising limb or the concentration curve will depend upon many things. Like it will depend upon the catchment characteristics. It will depend upon the storm characteristics. What is the slope of catchment? What is the area of catchment? Then how much duration of rainfall is taking place? It depends upon many things. So AB is the rising limb. Okay. Now DE is the falling limb. So rainfall will happen, discharge increases, it attains a maximum value and then it keeps on decreasing. So here AB is the rising limb and DE is the falling limb. Or the other name of it is recession limb. Kindly remember it. Okay. Now the level of discharge or the level of water when it rises, it attains a maximum value. That maximum value you call it as a peak discharge. That maximum value you call it as a peak discharge. Now what will happen here? There are two other segments, that is B and D. B and D are points of inflection. This you have studied in your strength of materials also. Like a point of inflection are those points where like the curve changes, slope of curve changes, or basically the curve changes from either convex to concave or concave to convex. That is known as the point of inflection. So here you have 2 points B and D, which are the points of inflections, which is given to you. And D, that is, now this question has been asked already in many examinations, the point of inflection on the recession limb gives you the point of maximum storage. So till point D, the maximum amount of water will be stored. After point D, the water will be released. So the point of inflection on the recession limb denotes the point of maximum storage of water. Now one more thing which is important for you guys to understand, that C is the peak discharge. So you will say, ma'am, will it be always symmetric? Like if it is an 8 hours duration curve, so basically 4 hours after that peak will occur, it is not necessary. Okay, it is not at all necessary. It is not at all mandatory. So now here, first of all, here whenever you plot the hydrograph, here you mention the hour. How much duration of hours you are plotting it. If it is a 3 hour of rainfall, whether it is a 4 hour of rainfall, which you are plotting it. And here you will mention how much is the depth. How much is the depth by which flow of water is taking place. Basically, N is the runoff depth. Okay. Now, T, or you call it as TB, is the base time. Always remember, see, if 3 hours of rainfall happen, doesn't mean that 3 hours base time is there. You know now, after the rainfall is over, then also you see water flowing on the surface, right? So always remember that base time will be very, very greater than the duration of rainfall. It will be very, very greater as compared to the duration of rainfall. Firstly. Secondly, if in the question it asks you what is the lag time, so it is from the CG of the duration to the CG of the catchment area. And if the CG of the catchment area and peak of discharge are same, so you would see it, they have mentioned that time lag will be from the CG of the duration to the CG of the catchment, or basically the CG of the graph. But generally in maximum questions which they have asked in GATE, actually the curve becomes symmetrical. So the definition comes that CG from D hour to the peak of hydrograph. But it is not necessary always, guys. Let me tell you, it will also depend whether the curve is symmetrical or not. So kindly remember from CG of D hour to the CG of the curve. So don't remember peak, because peak is not necessary that it will be always be symmetrical. Got it? Sure. Now there are various factors which affect hydrograph. Firstly, the shape. First, we will talk about catchment characteristics. But before that, अच्छा पहले मुझे बता देना दो, then okay. So we will talk about the various factors which affect the catchment characteristics. Number one is the shape of the basin. That means shape of the catchment. That means that area of land from which the water drains into the nearby river or streams. So let me check it out. I'll give you two. This is one shape. So here, from here, the water will go. From here, the water will go reach to the outlet. And I'm taking the area shape. I'm just changing the shape. Okay. Now, can you tell me in which case? This is first case and this is second case. Peak will be more, and that too in a lesser time. First or second? Peak will be more in lesser time. Everybody said wrong. Here maximum area is available near to the outlet. Na? The maximum area is available near to the outlet, so quickly the water will flow. So in second case, you will get the peak in a lesser amount of time. Here the peak will be obtained but in more amount of time. See now, here maximum area is away from the outlet. This is the outlet. In the first case, maximum area is away from the outlet. In the second case, maximum area is towards the outlet. So quickly the water will reach to the outlet. So in the case of second one, you will obtain peak discharge, and that too in a lesser time. And here it will take more time for peak to occur. Okay. So this graph is inclined or skewed towards the left. So you call it as left skewed. And this is shifted towards the right. So you call it as right skewed. Got it? Now, next thing which comes is form factor. I made you solve one question also from form factor. Form factor is basically the ratio of average width to the axial length. They can ask you in 1 marks to calculate it. So that's why. But in maximum case, they never give you average width. They will just give you axial length. But ma'am, you told that it is the ratio of average width to axial length. So you know now, area is equal to length into width. So instead of width, what you can write? A by L. So it will be area upon L square. This will be form factor. Okay. Now, compactness coefficient. Can anybody tell me what is compactness coefficient? यही होता है? I'm writing, I don't know. This also they can ask you in 1 marks to calculate. Compactness coefficient is perimeter of basin, which you can take it as P. कोई भी basin है, the perimeter of it is P, divided by perimeter of circle of equal area. So whatever is the area of this catchment, same will be the area of the circle. So what is the area of the circle? Pi r square. So what will be r? It will be root over a by pi. It has told perimeter of circle. What is perimeter of circle? That is 2 pi r. So if the catchment area, if perimeter of circle of equal area. So whatever is the area of the catchment, that much will be the area of the circle. So can I write it like this? So if in the exam they ask you to calculate compactness coefficient, you will calculate like this. This is a catchment area whose perimeter is P, whose area will be A. So same area you will take it here and plot a circle, and from there you will calculate radius. Area you will be knowing because the area of the circle and area of the catchment will be same. From there you will calculate radius, and from radius you will calculate the perimeter. So perimeter of basin or perimeter of catchment divided by perimeter of circle of equal area. Clear? Now, next coming further to stream density. What is stream density? Density, basically number of streams. Stream density or drainage density. कितनी streams है divided by catchment area. Okay? More the number of streams, more is the peak discharge. True or false? More is the number of streams. बहुत सारी streams है from which water is coming. This. More the number of streams. More the number of streams. More is the catchment area. Sorry, more is the number of streams. More is the peak discharge. True or false? तुम लोग आंसर नहीं करते, मुझे लगता है चल भी रहा है कि नहीं. More the number of streams. जितनी ज़्यादा streams है, obviously that much that the peak discharge QP will be more. Now drainage density. Total channel length upon catchment area. Again, more the number of channels are coming, means इधर से कोई tributary आ रही है, इधर से any channels are coming from canals here and there. More the channels coming, more will be the peak discharge. That is drainage density. Now if you talk about further, size of basin. Size of basin. See, if the size of basin is smaller, the base time will be smaller. Here, while we talk about size of basin, we talk in terms of compare with base time. If the basin is small, catchment area 1 is 1 hectare. Other catchment area is 2 hectares. So here, the base time, TB will be less Here the base time will be more. Why? Because the time taken for all the particles to come and all that will be more. So the base time will be more. So if size of basin is more, the base time required will be more. Clear? Now, next if we talk about effect of wind. Already I told you the effect of wind. If wind is there, obviously if wind is there, I told you about evaporation. Now can you tell me if wind is there, what will happen? विंड होगा, हाइड्रोग्राफ को क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा? ना आई नॉट से, आप बताओ. I'll tell by the time I'll tell you about direction of storm. If this is the catchment area. Okay. Now, if rainfall is happening in the direction of flow. See, rainfall is also happening in the direction and the direction of storm. Basically, direction of storm and the direction of the outlet is in the same direction. Okay, then you will get peak discharge in a lesser amount of time. If direction of outlet is here, but direction of rainfall is in opposite direction, then you will get the reduced peak and that too after a longer amount of time. So if both are in same direction, you will get high discharge and that too in a lesser amount of time. If both are in opposite direction, you will get reduced peak and that too in a longer amount of time. Now talking about rainfall intensity. If intensity of rainfall is more, like let us suppose this is 4 centimeter per hour and this is 2 centimeter per hour. And duration is same. Let us suppose duration is 3 hours. Can you tell me hydrograph peak discharge will be more in which case? Peak discharge will be more in which case? Peak discharge will be more in which case? First or second? Of course. Why? Because here rainfall is taking place for 12 centimeter. 4 centimeter in 1 hour. So for 3 hours, 12 centimeter. Here 1 hour, 3 centimeter. So for 3 hours, how much? 6 centimeter. So what will happen? Rainfall is taking place for a higher amount of time. So obviously the discharge will obviously be more. Okay. Duration of rainfall. If let us suppose now intensity is same. This is also 2 centimeter per hour. Here also 2 centimeter per hour. But first rainfall is happening for 4 hours, another one is happening for 8 hours. In which case you will get the peak discharge more? In the second case. So higher is the duration of rainfall. If intensity is constant, higher is the peak discharge. Okay. So these are the ones. Then soil moisture condition, or you can say here, if I talk about vegetation cover. See, now here maximum people make mistake. If vegetation and all are there, infiltration will be more or less. First you answer because I know maximum people makes mistake here. If vegetation is more, vegetation is there, so what will be more? Infiltration will be more or less. Good. It will be less. Why it will be less? Why it will be less? Because those vegetations and all will offer hindrance and will not allow the flow of water. Correct? So if vegetation cover and all is there, infiltration will be less, and here the peak discharge will be also less. Why, ma'am? Because it will not allow to flow them properly, contribute to runoff. Correct. Now, as you know that first we talked about flood hydrograph. Flood hydrograph included base flow. But in the question it is asking me that how much amount of water, how much is the depth of water flowing on the surface. So if it is asking me direct runoff depth, how can I calculate? First I will calculate how much amount of rainfall has taken place. Okay, minus loss. But here I have already done it in infiltration. So I will do what? I will check it out how much is the flood hydrograph. Because in flood hydrograph base flow is included. So I will subtract base flow. I will get direct runoff hydrograph. Now guys, if this is a graph, If you subtract base flow, like initially it was the 1, from this you subtracted base flow. This will become direct runoff hydrograph. Now area of it will give you what? Discharge into time. Last time बोला, मुझे पता था ना, इसीलिए तो मैंने बोला. Okay. Area under direct runoff hydrograph will give you what? Discharge into time will give you direct runoff volume. Direct runoff volume will be given what? By what? Area under direct runoff hydrograph. So guys, volume you have calculated by calculating the area. Calculate कर लोगे. Now if you want depth, direct runoff depth, what you will do? You will divide volume by, if you want direct runoff depth. How can you get it? Direct runoff volume divided by catchment area. Volume by area. So you will get it here. Now I just make this quick formula so that calculation, see, either you can calculate area, do the conversion, that is also correct. Otherwise, this is the formula 0.36 sigma QT upon A. Maximum times they will ask you the runoff depth in centimeter. Catchment area will be given to you in kilometer square. Now only one mistake which you guys can do. Example, in the question they will give you sigma QT and they will say it is triangular in nature or trapezoidal in nature. Let us suppose this is 20 meter cube per second and this is 5 hours. Only mistake which you guys do is you will write 20 into 5. That is the only mistake which you do. This is very, 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 very important. Sigma QT is basically area under the curve. Of course, discharge will be in meter cube per second. Time will be in hour. But here you will write half base into height. This is summation QT. So that is the only thing which you make mistakes. So summation QT is not only Q into T, it is area under the curve. Since it is a triangle, you did like this. If it would be have trapezoidal, you would have done half sum of parallel sides into distance between them. So whatever is the shape, kindly take the area. Now you will say, ma'am, if it is not a shape, like example, it is given time and discharge. At 0 hour, it was 0. At 1 hour, it was 2 meter cube. At 2 hour, it was 8 meter cube per second, and so on. So just multiply 0 into 0 plus 1 into 2 plus 2 into 8, do like that. Okay, if they are not telling it is triangular, trapezoidal, they have just given the data in tabular format. Excuse me. Just multiply them. Just multiply and add them. Multiply discharge and time and add them. Discharge and time and add. Okay. This is the one. Any doubt till here? अब एक question. Let's do one question also for this then. वो है तो unit hydrograph का, but you'll able to do it. चलो. अरे यार इसमें पढ़ाना पड़ेगा. रुको. Wait. Let's do unit hydrograph also and then we will do this. Okay. Okay. Till here, any doubts, guys? Till here, any doubts? Clear है? Clear? Chalo. That's why I don't take break. Okay. Chalo. Now depth to bata diya. Now we will talk about unit hydrograph. Okay, who was the one who just invented, discovered unit hydrograph? L.K. Sherman. Okay. Now nothing they did. In the case of, first of all, from flood hydrograph, you subtracted base flow, you got direct runoff hydrograph. Okay, so here D duration was there and N value would have been something. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, anything. Now, if in the question, if you divide all the ordinates by N, when the runoff depth becomes 1 unit, it can be 1 mm, it can be 1 centimeter, anything. Generally, we take 1 unit. Generally, 1 centimeter, they say whenever we talk about definition. If the runoff depth is 1 unit, That time the hydrograph which comes is known as unit hydrograph. It is the special case of direct runoff hydrograph. Yes, unit hydrograph is a direct runoff hydrograph, but here the word unit is written, that means runoff depth will be 1 centimeter. Now, why you have made this unit hydrograph? If you know unit hydrograph, you can plot the hydrograph of any durations. Now, but solving unit hydrograph, there are certain things which you need to know. First of all, you will assume that uniform rainfall is taking place all throughout the catchment area. First thing. Then second thing, you say that this hydrograph is valid if the area is not, area should not be more than 500 kilometers square or 5000 kilometers square. 200 kilometers square less area, it is not valid. More than, किससे more नहीं होना चाहिए. While analyzing unit hydrograph, it should not be less than 2 kilometers square area and should not be more than dash 500 or 5000. बताओ, याद ही नहीं है. It should not be more than, nobody knows out of so many people. It should not be more than, come on, at least Divya and all. Divya. 5000 kilometers square. Okay. Fine. Cool. Now, there are two basic assumptions. That's it. And you'll be able to solve all the questions. Okay. Before that, if 1 centimeter is the rainfall taking place in D hours, what will be the rainfall intensity? Depth by duration, 1 by D centimeter per hour. So for unit hydrograph, the density is how much? 1 by D centimeter per hour. Okay. Now, two basic assumptions, and they have also asked in GATE what are the assumptions of unit hydrograph. So there are n assumptions, as I told you. Intensity should be constant, less than 2 kilometers square, it is not valid. More than 5000 kilometers square, it is not valid. Now the two assumptions are time invariance and linear response. Just understand this, then you will be able to solve any question. Time invariance is the runoff produced from a given basin shall be the same irrespective of the time of occurrence. Now, let's understand this. If morning 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. rainfall took place, 1 centimeter. Okay. Let us suppose in evening 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. again rainfall took place of 1 centimeter. Okay. So for 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. let us suppose you plotted this curve. 2 hours, 1 centimeter. So here the difference was 2 hours, here also 2 hours. So it is telling that exactly same hydrograph will be produced. But you will say, ma'am can say, ma'am 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. this happened, rainfall in the morning, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. happened same day on the evening. So will you plot the same graph? Yes, exactly copy paste. Why? Because they are saying the runoff which is produced from a given basin shall always be the same irrespective of the time of occurrence. Whether it is occurring in the morning, whether it is occurring in the evening, you will keep it same. So this one discharge time. Okay. Next, first 2 hours of rainfall will end. Then another 2 hours will start. This is that. Got it? This is the other one. So this is N1 centimeter. This is N1 centimeter. Got it? Next one is linear response. Now this is just like a unitary method. What is there? Let us suppose for D hours of rainfall, unit hydrograph is given to you. But you need D hours of rainfall and you need rainfall axis as 3 centimeter. Just multiply all the ordinates by 3. Multiply all the values by 3. That's it. That is linear response. Ma'am, if we need for 2 centimeter, multiply by 2. Ma'am, if I need for 5 centimeter, multiply by 5. That is the meaning of it. So first one time, now they will write, now the you can say options which they make are nearly same. Time variance, linear non-response. So kindly remember it, it is time invariance and it is linear response. Okay. So now if I talk to you regarding this question, where is that question? This one. What will be the answer? 2 hour unit hydrograph is trapezoidal. So 2 hour, see, whenever they are saying unit hydrograph, that is very, very obvious that rainfall axis is 1 centimeter. So don't say, ma'am, they haven't mentioned the runoff depth. They have indirectly mentioned you. Okay. So now calculate the catchment area. I told you, just remember the formula. It will become easy for you. N is equal to 0.36 sigma QT by A. This is N put in centimeter. Now here I told you sigma QT is area under the curve. So area of trapezium, half, either you can convert it into two triangles and rectangles. I'll directly do area of trapezium. Half sum of parallel sides, 28 plus 4, into distance between them, 24, divided by catchment area. Just solve it directly, you'll get the answer in kilometers square. How much it is coming? 138.2. Now this one. A storm hydrograph of 3 meter of effective rainfall is given. You need to calculate 6 centimeter of direct runoff hydrograph. How can you get it? What is correct? Six centimeter 3 hour direct runoff hydrograph is there. 6 centimeter 3 hour direct runoff hydrograph is there. How can you get 6 hour unit hydrograph? ये 3 hours था ना, हाँ 3 hours. 3 hours का जगह 6 hours. Correct? If you divide, I told you when you divide by n, so when you divide by rainfall axis, that is 6, you will get the same duration unit hydrograph. So when you will divide all the ordinates by 6, here it will come 1 centimeter. And when it is 1 centimeter, it will give you 3 hour unit hydrograph. So when divided by 6, gives you the ordinate of 3 hours. The basic assumptions of unit hydrograph theory. Basic assumption. Correct. Time invariance and linear response. Now this small questions and then we'll move towards unit hydrograph method of superposition. One triangular unit hydrograph is there. A base period is 30 hours. Peak discharge. Peak discharge is given to you as 60 meter cube per second. What is the catchment area? Come on guys, I told you the formula. Unit hydrograph by default, you know, don't need to think anything. 1 hour, 1 centimeter. 0.36 sigma QT by A. But only thing you have to keep in mind is area under the curve. Half base into height. How much is the catchment area coming? I've kept question from lab time and all also. 324. Okay. Now, next part of the question is, if there is a rainfall of 5.4 centimeter in 1 hour, the ordinate of the flood hydrograph at 15th hour. Batao. Next page. The ordinate at 15th hour. ये important है ये वाला part. Okay. Here, this was 10 hour. This was 20. And it is asking you at the 15th hour. This is 15. Then this will be also 15. Peak discharge is given to you as how much? Peak discharge 15 meter cube per second. 15. Can I apply similar triangles? Can I apply similar triangles for calculating the value in 15th hour? Yes. Perpendicular by base 15 by 20. This one. 2 QP by, if till here it is 15, this also 15. How much it will come? How much this will come? अभी मैंने एक चीज गलत किया है कि नहीं? Come on, apply. How much is the peak discharge coming? 11.25. यही आ रहा है? No. Guys, it is asking you. In the question, it is asking you what the ordinate of the flood hydrograph at 15th hour. Flood hydrograph. Flood hydrograph means direct runoff hydrograph plus base flow. Direct runoff hydrograph means n times the ordinate of unit hydrograph plus base flow. You need to calculate rainfall axis. How much depth is taking place? Now check it. Rainfall is taking place how much? 5.4 centimeter. And how much is the infiltration in 1 hour? 0.4 centimeter. That means 0.4. So the rainfall axis, that means the water which will be flowing onto the surface is 5 centimeter. So what will be this? 11.25 into 5. And how much base flow is taking place? 15. How much it is coming? $71.25. कहीं आंसर नहीं आया. कहीं आंसर नहीं आया. Why? Can anybody tell me the reason? Anybody can tell me the reason? क्यों नहीं आया? गलत है. No option is matching. And nobody was telling me. समझ ही नहीं आया क्योंकि क्वेश्चन ही गलत सॉल्व किया है. That's why. सो रहे थे ना सब. What is wrong in this question? अच्छा, अगर 60 पीक डिस्चार्ज है, सोते बैठे रहोगे सब लोग, हाँ, तो कैसे चलेगा? बताओ, क्या गलती हुई इस क्वेश्चन में? तो 5 तो सब्सट्रैक्ट किया ना. टोटल रेनफॉल वाज 5.4 सेंटीमीटर. उसमें से 0.4 सेंटीमीटर इनफिल्ट्रेट हो गया. सो रन ऑफ डेप्थ इज 5 सेंटीमीटर. पर अभी आपने एक चीज गलत की है एंड नोबडी इज टेलिंग मी व्हाट इज दैट थिंग व्हिच इज रॉन्ग. दैट्स व्हाट आई एम आस्किंग. क्या चीज है जो रॉन्ग है? यहाँ पे पीक डिस्चार्ज था 60 मीटर क्यूब पर सेकेंड. बस यही रॉन्ग था. क्लियर हुआ? अब समझ में आया प्रिंस? Now is it clear? See, in the question it has not asked me the peak of flood hydrograph. इसने पूछा है 15th hour पे. 15th hour पे बताओ flood hydrograph क्या होगा? At 15th hour what will be the flood hydrograph? First I need to calculate at 15th hour what will be the unit hydrograph. What will be the unit hydrograph? इससे time कितना था? इसमें duration कितना था? 1 hour. तो मैंने similar triangle लगाया. This triangle and this triangle. Got it? 45. Now 45 into 5 plus 15. How much it will come? कभी भी एक फॉर्मूला याद रख लेना. वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. बस जिसमें मैक्सिमम क्वेश्चंस हैज बीन आस्क्ड इन द एग्जामिनेशन. peak of UH, peak of DRH. Bas. Remember this. This is very important. Okay. Now the type of questions which was asked in your GATE examination this year, वो तो मैं एक बड़ा question I'll make you solve it so it will clear all your concepts. Two applications of unit hydrograph is there. Firstly, I'll tell you. Case 1 is, I take it as T is equal to ND. If you have given, let us suppose 2-hour unit hydrograph and you need to calculate 4-hour unit hydrograph, you can calculate it from here. So T is the duration of required unit hydrograph and D is the duration of given unit hydrograph. Now, if n value comes out to be an integer, then you can go for method of superposition. Now, what is this method of superposition? That I'll explain you with the help of one example. Wait. Slide ही add कर लूँ. Now listen. Let us suppose 6-hour unit hydrograph is to be calculated and 3-hour is given. So just check it out. First, you have to check it out whether n is an integer or not. So T is equal to ND. 6 is given, 6 is required, 3 is given. N is coming out to be 2. So what you will do, see, 3-hour unit hydrograph is given. That means what is given to you? 3-hour, 1 centimeter hydrograph is given to you. Correct? You need 6 hours. That means you need one more 3 hours. 1 3-hour of rainfall will end. Then another 3-hour will start. So 1 will end. Then another is starting. So then another will start. So this is also n is equal to 1 centimeter. This is also n is equal to 1 centimeter. This is also 3 hour. This is also 3 hour. If you add the ordinates corresponding to it, here you will get 1 plus 1, 2 centimeter. 3 plus 3, 6 hours. So 6-hour direct runoff hydrograph. Now why you have written direct? Because 1 plus 1 will become 2. As rainfall depth or runoff depth changes from 1 to any value, you will call it as direct runoff depth. So here it is n is equal to 2 centimeter. But ma'am, it is asked 6-hour unit hydrograph. You are calculating 6-hour direct runoff hydrograph. So the next assumption will be linear response. Linear response is what? If I want n is equal to 1 centimeter, what I will do? I will divide all the ordinates by 2. So when you divide all the ordinates by 2, this is you will get. So this will be the 6-hour unit hydrograph. So whatever was 6-hour direct runoff hydrograph, you divided it by 2. So you got what? You got 6-hour unit hydrograph. Got it? Now for better understanding, let's deal a question for this. So this is the question. 3-hour unit hydrograph is given to you and 6-hour it is asking you. It is asking you maximum ordinate and lag time होगा जो लिखा नहीं है शायद. Lag time होगा in the peak. चलिए. So let's calculate 3 hours is given to you and it is asking you for 6 hours. So time ordinates. 3 hours. 3 hour is given. So 1 3-hour will get over, 1 3-hour will end, then another 3 hour of rainfall will start. So lag by 3 hours. 1, 2, 3. Then again copy paste. 0, 8, 13, 17, 28, 33, 30, 27, 24, 19, 16, 13, 8, 5 and so on. Okay. So this first and second, when you will add it, what you will get? 6-hour DRH. 0, 8, 13, 17, 36, 46. कैलकुलेशन चेक कर लेना एक बार बस. बाकी तो और छोटे आएंगे. ठीक है. Now what you need? 6-hour unit hydrograph. So this will be 6-hour DRH by N. N is rainfall axis in centimeter. How much it is given? Already when you added 3 hour plus 3 hour, N is equal to 1 plus N is equal to 1. That is 2. So divide everything by 2. Just check it out and tell me which will be the maximum value. Which will be the maximum value, guys? You can solve it yourself and check it out. Which will be the maximum value? Calculate करके check कर लो. मेरे को 57 बड़ा दिख रहा है, तो 57 को 2 से करूंगी तो मुझे क्या मिलेगा? 2 2 4, 2 8 16, 28.5. 28.5. So the peak discharge of 6-hour unit hydrograph is 28.5. The maximum ordinates is 28.5. चलो ये तो हुआ 28.5. Now what is the सबका निकल गया ना 28.5. चलो, what is the maximum ordinate and the second is delay in the peak. कितना delay हुआ है? How can you calculate the delay in the peak, guys? How can you calculate the delay in the peak? Peak में कितना delay occur हुआ है? How much delay has occurred? Peak occur किया 8वें घंटे में. Peak occur किया 8वें घंटे में. 8 minus 5. This will be the one delay. Now next thing is तो मैंने क्वेश्चंस करा दिए. Okay. Any doubts in these questions, guys? अब मैं एस कर एक बता बस देती हूँ आपको. Any doubts here? Any doubts here? Any doubts here? Okay. Now last one thing I'll tell you, then we'll move to next chapter. Last chapter of hydrology, S curve. Now, T is equal to ND. If N is not an integer, example, 3 hours unit hydrograph is given to you, and it is asking you 5-hour unit hydrograph. It is asking you. Okay, so 5 is equal to N into 3. N is 5 by 3. This is not an integer. Then what you will do is, you need to go for S curve. Now, what is S curve? It is a unit hydrograph only. But this is a constant and continuous rainfall happening for an indefinite period. It is happening. Now, I'll tell you how. Like, if I want to make an S curve of D hours. So 1 D hour of rainfall, I told you it is a unit hydrograph only. So 1 rainfall will happen. Okay. Then this rainfall will end. Then another D hour of rainfall will happen. This D hour will end. Then another D hour will happen. This D hour will end. Then another D hour will happen. Ma'am, up to how much time? Up to infinity. It goes on. So if you calculate the resultant, the net, it will be like this. S curve. You call this discharge as equilibrium discharge. You call it as peak discharge. You call it as maximum discharge. This is the QP. So at constant and continuous rate when the flow is taking place, and at which intensity it is taking place? It is taking place at an intensity of 1 by d centimeter per hour. Ma'am, why 1? Because this is a unit hydrograph only. But it is keeps on going, keeps on going, keeps on going. So this is what? This is what? An S curve. If you want to calculate the peak discharge, it is given by the formula. You can derive it also, but don't waste your time. That is what I agree. Basically say. Some people write 2.778 because it comes like 2.777777. So some people write it at 2.78 AD. Some people write it as 2.778 AD. So this is a direct formula, very helpful in all your competitive examinations, already asked in gate 1s. If they ask you to calculate peak discharge of S curve, substitute the catchment area in kilometers square, substitute duration in hour, multiply by 2.78, you will get the peak discharge directly in meter cube per second. You will get directly the peak discharge in meter cube per second. Got it? Clear? So if you want to calculate, but now ma'am, how can I calculate? Can you tell that? Yes, I can calculate, tell you that also. First, you need to generate an S curve. I'm telling you the whole procedure. Let us suppose, as I told, I took the example, white color. Listen to it very carefully. 3 hour was given, 5 hour unit hydrograph was asked. 3 hour unit hydrograph was given. Okay, so first plot the hydrograph, plot the S curve for the duration which is given. What is given? 3 hour is given. Plot it. One 3 hour will end, another. One this will end, another. Keep on going it till the time you start to get constant and continuous rainfall. Okay, this is the Q peak. Now, next thing which will come into action, you will get the peak value. Now you generated this S curve, you will call it as SA. Now for what duration it is asked? Now this curve, the 3 hour S curve which you have generated, 3 hour S curve which you have generated, you will call it as SA. So this is SA. Now the duration for which the hydrograph is asked, lag it by that time. For how much time it is asked? T hours. So lag it by T hours. Right now for us it is 5 hours. And copy paste the entire graph. Copy paste it. And call it as SB. Now if you want to calculate the ordinates of 5 hour unit hydrograph, this will be SA minus SB into the duration which was given divided by the duration which was asked. Clear? Clear everybody? This is the manner in which you generate S curve. This is the manner in which you generate S curve. Any doubt? Some books they write SA minus SB as delta Y also. So this is the thing which they do. First generate the S curve of the duration which is given. Then lag it by the duration which is asked. Subtract both of them and multiply by the duration which is given divided by the duration which is asked. Got it? Chal. Now, next further. अब तो हो गया like like this is the ordinates of 3 hours is given to you, and let us suppose it is asking you to calculate ordinates of S curve. So one 3 hour will get over, then another 3 hour will start. So 20, copy paste entire, 60, 50, 40, 10, 0. Then one 3 hour will again, and this 3 hour will go, then another 3 hour will start. 0, 20, 50, 60, 50, 40, 10. Then this will get over, then another will start. So you keep on doing it till the time you add all the values and start to get a constant value. 20, 50, 60, 50, 40, 10, 0. Then again, keep on doing it. This has been asked in your gate examination also once. Till the time you start to get a constant value. Okay, add one column, second column, third column, fourth column, fifth column, like this. So you will get the S curve. You call it as SA. Okay, then How much it has asked? If it is asked for 5 hours, lag by 5 hours and copy paste. Take out the difference and multiply the duration which is given, that is 3 hours, and the duration which is asked, that is 5 hours. This is the procedure which you adopt. Is it clear, everybody? Now shall we move towards the last chapter? Shall we move towards the last chapter, that is groundwater hydrology? Okay. Guys, in hydrology, last chapter is groundwater hydrology, from which again questions are being asked. So we will start directly. We have to deal 3-4 things here. Dupit's theory, Themes theory, open wells and recuperation test. These 4 are the ones which we need to deal with. Wells is what? Kua, a large hole which is being there from which you can extract the water. That is known as what? That is known as wells. Now you have shallow wells and deep wells. Generally, I ask anybody what is shallow wells. They say, 5 wala nahi aaya samajh matlab. Okay, let me complete this and then I'll take your doubt. Okay, Ritesh? Okay. Shallow wells, generally when I ask somebody what is shallow well and deep wells, they say that when the depth is less, you call it as shallow well. When the depth is more, you call it as deep wells. That is wrong. Very, very wrong. Now see this diagram for getting the clarification of it. When you are extracting water from the upper water bearing strata, this is known as shallow well. When you extract water from the lower water bearing strata, you call it as deep well. Okay, so don't say shallow means ma'am depth is less, deep means it's not necessary. If you are extracting water from the upper water bearing strata, you call it as shallow well. If you are extracting water from a lower water bearing strata, you call it as what? You call it as deep well. Correct? Now listen to me very carefully. Generally, failure occurs of shallow well, destabilization of lining. Ma'am, how? See, discharge is equal to area into velocity. Now, Ritesh is like, ma'am, I want more discharge. If you want more discharge, area of the well is constant. You dug the well, now it is constant. You will keep on increasing the velocity. You want more discharge, more velocity increase, more discharge, more velocity increase. If you keep on increasing the discharge, there are chances that even the materials of the well will start to come out with the water. And if the materials of the well will start to come out, the destabilization of the linings of the shallow well will take place. Okay, so this happens in shallow well, but this doesn't happen in deep well. Ma'am, why doesn't happen in deep wells? Because in deep wells, first of all, it is this well lining is situated on a mota layer. Ma'am, what is this mota layer? Mota layer is the impermeable layer. Okay, what is mota layer? Mota layer is an impermeable layer. So yes, here what was happening, as you were increasing the velocity, here particles were also moving. So cavities was formed. So there was no soil which will support the well. So that's why sinking of the well was occurring. Firstly, destabilization of the well lining, and since all the materials on which it was supported is going, so sinking of the well happened. While here the deep well is supported on mota layer, the deep well is supported on mota layer. So as you are increasing the velocity, of course here also the particles will go. It's not that particles will not go, but here this well is not supported on the mota layer, na. Here the well is supported on the mota layer, na, as comparison to the shallow well. So here destabilization will not take place. Okay, so here destabilization will not take place. So sinking of well occurs in the case of shallow wells. Why? Because water is being taken out from the upper water bearing strata. In the case of deep wells, water is taken out from the lower water bearing strata and the well lining is situated on the mota layer. So you don't have to worry about the sinking of well in the case of deep wells. Now you will say, ma'am, is it possible that the depth of deep well can be lesser than that of shallow well? Of course it can be possible. If let us suppose in Lucknow, somebody is extracting water from lower water bearing strata, and let us suppose, I'll take that example. Lower water bearing strata, and the depth comes out to be 110 meter. In Delhi, somebody is extracting water from the upper water bearing strata and the depth comes out to be 200 meter. This is, it's this meter. So just see, if you extract from upper water bearing strata, this is shallow. And if you extract from lower water bearing strata, it is deep. So of course, at different place, you are extracting from lower water bearing strata, at different place you are extracting from upper water bearing strata. So yes, it is possible that sometimes deep wells depth can be smaller as compared to shallow depth. It will not depend upon the depth, basically it will depend upon from which water bearing strata you are extracting the water. Is it clear? Is it clear? Okay. Now I want to calculate how much amount of water is taken out. How much is the discharge? So first we will go for pumping test. Now, what is this pumping test? If motor layer is not available, let us suppose you are digging the well, and if motor layer is not available, then you provide it. If it is available, well and good. If it is not available, then you are the one who will be providing the motor layer, that is the impermeable. Now, pumping test. Here what you do is, firstly, here what is due? You have installed a, you dug a well, okay, and you are extracting water from it. You are extracting water from it. Now here, just check it out. You have to extract the water. That means rate which you do is such a manner. So you have to extract the water in such a manner that a constant level of water should be there in the well. Means if this is the height h and this is the height small h in the well. So, and this is the drawdown. Obviously, when you are extracting water, the level of water will decrease. So this is S. Okay. So now what is said is, you are extracting the water here. You keep on taking out the water, but make sure that when you do this test, you should know that you will do in such a manner that water level should be always constant. That means you are extracting the water also, but the water level should be always constant. Is it practically possible? You tell me. Is it practically possible? You tell me. Come on, guys. कि मैं पानी निकालती जाऊं and constant rate is maintained. Constant, चलो. Ground water table is same. Basically, it is telling कि drawdown constant होना चाहिए. Is it practically possible? नहीं होता. That's why, because of this flaw, we have recuperation test. But here, there's one thing. What you do is, you will see. Here, you are the one who are taking out the discharge. So will you know the discharge? Yes or no? आप लेकर आ रहे हो ना discharge. You are the one who are you are the one who is extracting the water. So do you know how much will be the discharge? Yes or no? You are the one who is extracting the water. तो आपको तो पता ही होगा. Okay. You are the one who made this well. So obviously you will be knowing the dia. So that means you are knowing the area. Okay. Now see. Discharge is equal to area into velocity. Velocity is equal to K into I. Darcy's law, you already know. I is hydraulic head loss. Initially the water was this much. Right now the water is this much. That means how much amount of energy is lost? Correct? This much amount of energy. This is, sorry. Divided by R. R is the radius of influence. Ma'am, what is radius of influence? That length from which the water is coming into the well. So that is L. Now technically you should point to me and say, ma'am, you have done it wrong. Why? You should say that, ma'am, you have done it wrong. Why? Because, ma'am, you said hydraulic head loss. I is what? Hydraulic head loss to the length of flow. So you will say, ma'am, water is flowing like this. Now water is flowing in radial direction, but you have taken the horizontal direction. I agree. What you are saying is correct, that water flows like this radially, but I have taken R. The reason is we are assuming that this theta which comes out angle, it is very less. Instead of taking this length, I have taken horizontal. Technically, if you will talk me the reality, I should have taken this. Clear? Now, from here, till here, any doubts? First tell me this much. नहीं तो पता चला फिर पूरा पढ़ा दूंगी, देन फिर कोई आएगा बोलेगा कि मैम इसमें डाउट हो गया. Any doubts still here? क्लियर है? ओके, चलो अब मैं इसको क्या कर सकती हूँ, h माइनस एच को मैंने बोला स्मॉल एच पर, सो आई कैन राइट इट एज, and what is C? C is specific yield, discharge per unit area per unit drawdown. Now a very important thing guys, and this is a question but just wait, एक important चीज बतानी है because question from that topic will be asked. Slide add कर दो. Now see, Q is equal to CAS. Q you were knowing because you extracted the water. Area you were knowing because you constructed the water. Drawdown you maintain that it should be constant. So everything you know. That means Q you know, area you know, S you know. C is specific yield, discharge per unit area per unit drawdown in the well. Now this, if it is in liters per day, this will be meter square. This will be what? This will be what? Dimensionless होगा कि dimension होगा? Dimension होगा because it is h minus small h. Okay, now they can give you in any unit. They can write in place of liter anything, and I denoted it by C. In the question they will write it as C dash, or they will write it as C dash square by A, or they will write it as C1. Anything they can write. Don't get confused. Just check out the unit. Discharge per unit area per unit drawdown, if it is in this unit, that means that is a specific yield. So don't get confused in the denotions. They can give you anything. You just check out the unit. That is important. Now ma'am, you told that we need to calculate the yield, and you need to calculate the discharge, and you calculated specific yield. I'll tell you, this was the test well which you dug it so that you can calculate specific yield. If in nearby ferry you want to calculate the discharge, this will be how much? This will be equal to, here I'll take it as CA1 S1. Obviously the area will be different, the drawdown will be different. Area I'll be knowing because I'll be the constructing the well. Drawdown I'll be knowing from here, already I know Q upon AS. So if in the case of open well, if you want to calculate the discharge, first you will generate a test well. Based on that, you will calculate specific yield. And for any other well, if you want to calculate the discharge, you will use this formula. Because area you will be knowing because you will be constructing other well. Everything you will be knowing. Only discharge you will need to calculate. So you will calculate like this. Okay. Now for better understanding, let's deal a question. Now tell me, is it specific yield? Yes or no? Just check out the unit. Discharge per unit area per unit drawdown. Is it Q by S? Yes. Near to the ferry only we are taking. ऐसा नहीं कि लखनऊ का measure कर रहे हैं and taking it in Bihar. Near to the ferry only we constructed the test well किशन. आसपास में ही test well construct किया. देखो, meter cube per hour. Discharge per unit area per unit drawdown. Correct? It is asking you to calculate the size of the well. CAS. Discharge 50 liters per second. This 0.7 अब suppose calculate कर दूंगी तो बस hour बचेगा. Area is pi by 4 d square. Drawdown is 2.8 meter. 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. 1 minute is equal to 60 seconds. Calculate the dia. How much it is coming? हाँ, पर ऐसे नहीं लिखते वो, आपको वैसे पर डे पर आवर या पर टाइम नहीं लिख के देगा वो, आपको डिस्चार्ज पर यूनिट एरिया ऐसे ही देगा. कम ऑन गाइस, कैलकुलेट एंड टेल मी हाउ मच इट इज कमिंग. कैलकुलेट. Calculate how much is the dia coming. I don't have answer, so whatever you say, 924 meter. If it is asking you round off to the nearest integer, 6 meter. Okay. Now, the problem with it was you only told me that, ma'am, rate of pumping constant cannot be maintained. That was the drawback. We did recuperation test. Now, what is recuperation test? Obviously, you don't need to do the derivations and all. That is not at all important, but I'll explain you. That is only enough for you. Okay. Now, let us suppose at t is equal to 5 p.m. I'll tell Divya that to go and switch on the pump. Okay, at t is equal to 5 p.m. I'll tell Divya to go and switch off the pump. This is the ground level. This is the groundwater table. Height is h. And at t is equal to 5 p.m. whatever was the drawdown. Let me draw, then I'll explain. Okay. Now listen to me. At t is equal to 5 p.m. I told Divya that switch on the pump and the water will be extracted. Here I don't need to maintain any constant rate of pumping, nothing like that. I'll tell her. She'll maintain it. Okay. At t is equal to 5:30 p.m. I'll tell her to stop the pump. At that time, when she'll stop the pump, she will measure how much drawdown has taken place. Okay. Then I will tell her that Divya, wait for 45 minutes or wait for, let us suppose, 45 minutes, wait there. Firstly, what I told Divya that at t is equal to 5 p.m. switch on the pump. So discharge was coming. She was just sitting, reading my lectures. At 5:30 p.m., I told her that switch off the pump and measure the drawdown. How much level of water has decreased in the well. So she measured the drawdown. And this is t is equal to t1 and the drawdown which she measured was s1. Now I told her that wait for 45 minutes. What will happen? The level of water starts to rise. What do you think? That you take out water from the well, will the level of water will decrease? No. It recharges itself. It recuperates itself. So what will happen? The level of water will rise in the coming 45 minutes. Divya is sitting there. Okay. So after 45 minutes, I will tell Divya that again measure the drawdown. That means at what time? She'll measure it at 6:15. At 6:15 p.m., she'll measure the drawdown. This is S2. So this was at T1 time. This was at T2 time. So at T2 time, she'll measure S2. At T1 time, she'll measure S1. That's it. That is the only thing she will do it there, and she will bring the data and she will give it to me. I will do all the integration and all. I will do all the integration and all, and I will calculate the time. I will calculate the discharge. Okay, everything. So here, constant rate of pumping to be done, all those things, nothing she has to do. She just recorded two data at different times. What are the data she recorded? Guys? Because question mein to aayega. What is the data she recorded? कौन सा two datas was the one which Divya brought it for us? What was the two data which she brought it us? S1, S2. Drawdown. कौन से दो drawdown? Which are the two drawdowns? S1 and S2. But time also is important. Correct, Divya. Correct. Now, अब वो पूरा derivation important नहीं कि I'll take a small element at a time t dt, in this drawdown is ds. That derivation you don't have to do it anytime. So from here also you will get specific yield. There you were getting discharge per unit area per unit drawdown. Here also you will be getting a formula of specific yield. Kindly remember it. Don't take a chance that you will do the derivation in the examinations. See, the derivations which are easy, I'll tell you that it takes 30 seconds, you can do it. But this derivation, kindly don't waste your time. The formula for specific yield is given by 2.303 log base 10 S1 by S2 T2 minus T. Now sometimes they give you T2 minus T1. differently, and sometimes they can give you just directly the value. They, instead of giving T1 and T2 individually, they will give you just the value of T also. Okay, so this is the one. Now if they'll ask you discharge is same CS. The only thing we did this recuperation test because we wanted to calculate specific yield. If you don't want to use this log base 10, just eliminate 2.303 and apply natural log. Since I'm taking log base 10, that's why I applied 2.303. If you don't want 2.303, apply natural log. Got it? Chalo. Now let's do a question. During a recuperation, now here just one mistake which you guys can do. Just one mistake which you guys can do. What is that mistake? Now check it out. During the recuperation test, water is pumped up to 3.3 meter. So this is pumped up to 3.3 meter. So that means this is the drawdown. And it is recuperated by 1.1 meter. Can you tell me what will be S2? It is recuperated by, means recharge hua utna. So what will be S2? Some people write 1.1 only. It will be 3.3 minus 1.1. Very good, Divya. 2.2 meter. Correct? And depression head is given to me. That is capital S is given to me. And it is asking me to calculate the dia. Very easy. How can I do? Question from this topic has also been asked in your GATE examination. 2.303 log base 10 S1 by S2 AS divided by T. Because they have given 90 minutes directly. 2.303 log base 10 3.3 upon 2.2 pi by 4 d square. Drawdown is 2.5 and time is 90 minutes. Means 90 into 60 seconds. Discharge given to me is 10 liters. That is 10 raised to power 10 minus 3 meters. From here calculate the dia. How much is the dia coming? Calculate the dia. How much is the dia coming? Quick. Calculate and tell me how much is the dia coming. 8 point. I don't have answer. You guys are saying. So this is the answer. Correct. चलो. Last thing is the yield of tube wells. जैसे कि हमने open wells के लिए किया, वैसे ही we have formulas for tube wells. Now, ma'am, अब आपका first doubt you might have it that ma'am, why you don't use the same pumping test and recuperation test in tube wells also? We don't use the same test for tube wells also. Reason is obviously what is the dia of tube wells? It is in centimeters, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. What is the dia in open wells? 5 meters, 3 meters. That is the dia. If you talk about tube wells, they are dug deep inside the ground. If you talk about the depth of this one, wells, that is hardly in meters. So there is a wide difference. You cannot do it. That's why you have different methods for calculating the discharge in tube wells. That is the Dupett's theory and Thiem's theory. Now here the basic assumptions are medium is homogeneous, isotropic and infinite. So you assume that at a point, isotropic means at a point in all direction properties are same. Homogeneous means in one direction, this direction, that is in x direction, they both will have same property. In y direction, they both will have same property. In z direction, they will have same property. So this is the assumption which is taken. They assume that the flow is radial and laminar. Actually, you know it will not be the one thing. So that's why they take these assumptions to simplify our calculations. Now, initially, Dupett sir was the one who gave the theory, and this question has been again asked. Dupett's theory was given for unconfined aquifer. Dupett sir, they gave the theory for unconfined aquifer. Okay, but later it got extended to confined aquifer. So generally when it is asked, they write unconfined, confined, purge, and then they write D both A and B, and maximum times you mark both A and B, which is wrong. Dupit sir gave it for unconfined aquifer. So kindly remember it that Dupit's theory is for unconfined aquifer. However, later he extended it for confined aquifer. What is unconfined aquifer? When the water, basically when there is only one impermeable layer present at the bottom and the top surface is subjected to atmospheric pressure, that is known as unconfined aquifer. In the confined aquifer, you have what? You have both impermeable strata on the top and bottom, and that is like sandwiching the layer which is present in between. So the water oozes out at a very high speed. That is known as confined aquifer. Got it? So actually the one thing which was done was initially Dupit sir was the one who gave the formula. But in his formula, he used capital R, which is radius of influence. Now, calculating radius of influence is a task because you don't know from how much length water is coming practically. So, only difference, exactly two types of scientists are there. One type of scientist who will copy initially whatever the scientist has given, and then they will add 2-3 other more assumptions. Okay, like it went from Euler to Bernoulli. Bernoulli sir has taken all what Euler sir has written, and then 2-3 more equations he have given, assumptions, if you remember it, the assumption. Similarly, what Thiem sir did, everything same. Only thing is, problem was there in R, na? He eliminated R. He took 2 test wells and that's it. He took 2 test wells near to the main well in which you want to calculate the discharge and he eliminated the R. That is the only thing which he did. Clear? Now I'll give you the formulas. Do you want me to do the derivation which is least important? If you guys want, I'll do that. So kindly comment fast. Come on. By the time I'll make the diagram. If you want, let me know, but it's not important. Groundwater table. No. So directly formula bata do. Shall I tell you directly formula? कुछ तो बोलो. HW. This is radius of influence. This is radius of well. Okay. Now from here, the discharge which you get is pi k h square minus hw square. Now if you are taking natural log, तो फिर 2.303 मत करना. This is the formula for unconfined aquifer. If you are doing for confined aquifer, तो ये पूरे डेप्थ में से पानी नहीं जाएगा. From the whole depth, water will not move. It will move only through the depth of the confined aquifer. Why? Because ऊपर पानी present, I don't know ना. Because here impermeable strata is there, here impermeable strata is there, and the soil in which water is there is compressed. So when we compress it, water will ooze out. Okay, so I am just bothered about this depth. So here the formula for confined aquifer will be in the case of Dupit's. 2 pi kd h minus hw log r by r. And h minus hw is known as, got it? Clear everybody? And in case, worst case, if they give you such data that you cannot use Thiem's equation, in that case, Shidard's equation was given, but it's not that much that you can apply everywhere. S is the drawdown, K is the coefficient of permeability. So this is the Shidard's equation for calculating radius of influence. Okay. Now exactly same formula copy paste. Only difference was done by Thiem sir, that I'll draw it and explain. He constructed 2 observation wells. That's it. He constructed 2 observation wells. So that now this is RW, R1, R2. So this is, let us suppose H1, ये तो कैपिटल H ले लेंगे. So this is H1. So from here, sometimes they won't give you the drawdown also, they will give you H1 and H2, whatever it is. So H minus H2 will be S2, H minus H1 will be S1. Okay, what they have done, instead of R, अब radius of influence की कोई चक्कर ही नहीं है. They have given you what? They have given you two observation wells. These are the wells which you have dug it, you know at what distance you have done it, you know the height, you know everything. Okay, वही formula है, same formula, only thing they will do is H2 square minus H1 square log R2 by R1. Same. Instead of HW capital H, H2 instead of HW capital H, small h1. That's it. Here और कुछ भी नहीं किया. Same. ये क्वेश्चन हो गया. कोई डाउट? अब आप H2 की जगह H minus S2 कर दो, सब्सटीट्यूट कर दो और यहाँ पे कर दो H minus S1 H1 की जगह और सॉल्व करके भी कर सकते हो. दैट इज अप टू यू, एनीथिंग यू कैन डू इट, बट दिस इज द फॉर्मूला. पुराना वाला फॉर्मूला क्या था? कन्फाइंड एक्विफर का ये था. सेम same 2 pi kd. Only thing is here you will get H2 minus H1 and here you will get log R2 by R. Same formula. If you remember for duplets, themes में बस एक change कर देना, capital H की जगह H2 and HW की जगह H1. That's it. और कुछ भी नहीं करना. Nothing you have to do. So don't. This is for unconfined aquifer. अब आप बोलोगे मैम ये कैसे याद रहेगा? How we will remember which one is for unconfined and which one is for confined? Guys, in the case of confined aquifer, a depth will be there, D, because पानी सिर्फ उतने ही depth से निकल के आएगा. Okay, but in case of unconfined, entire soil will be contributing to the discharge. इसलिए यहाँ पे कोई D नहीं होता. Got it? That is the difference. Any doubt? Any doubt, guys? हाँ यार, ना तो बोल दो. Any doubt? चलो, तो ये अनकन्फाइंड का, ये कन्फाइंड का, तो आपकी जो प्रॉब्लम थी रेडियस ऑफ इन्फ्लुएंस की, दैट इज सॉल्व. और मुझे तो कमेंट्स ही नहीं दिख रहे हैं. एक मिनट मुझे रिफ्रेश करें. ठीक है. So this is for confined, this is for unconfined. In the question, अब आप बोलोगे कि मैम पता कैसे चलेगा? How we will know that whether to use Dupit's theory or whether to use Thiem's theory? If in the case it is talking about observation wells, you have to use Thiem's theory. If in the case it is talking about radius of well and radius of influence, okay, in that case you will be using Dupit's theory. ठीक है? That is the thing you should know. अब कोई डाउट है तो बताओ, because now we are done with whole hydrology. Any doubt? Now we'll start with irrigation. 6 घंटे लग गए, 5:30. Any doubts? किसी को भी कोई डाउट? चलो, किसी को भी नहीं है? सोफी, सौगाता, दिव्या, अनवर को तो नहीं है. एनीबडी एल्स? All these are mostly asked about unconfined. 2021 from 2021 they are asking questions from themes and Dupits. And actually क्या होता है? Some people teach it in sources of water and environmental engineering. Some people teach it in geotech. Some people teach it in hydrology. Technically, it is a part of groundwater hydrology. चलो चलो, मैं जल्दी से बस मेंशन कर देती हूँ टेलीग्राम में कि irrigation is getting started and then we'll start. चलो यार, अब इसको कितने घंटे में करेंगे? How many hours we will finish irrigation, guys? I'll tell you the topics. Introduction part, soil moisture plant relationship, water requirement of crops, design of canals, leaching requirement, Dams, cross drainage structures. कितना टाइम लगेगा? हाउ मच टाइम? उतने ही टाइम में होना चाहिए आज, बिकॉज वी हैव कंप्लीटेड दिस एट 4. सो हाउ मच टाइम इट विल टेक? यार ये अनवर को देख लो, बस 10 बजे कर रहा है. 4 to 6, 6 to 8, 8 hours, 8. No, I don't have time. I don't want to extend it till that much time. Sorry, I will not. Okay. So let's start then. Without any delay, let's start. Okay. Fine. So now we'll start. And guys, QR code I have already given to you, and Bitly link is there in the description box. Kindly download the app from there. Huh? Do that. चलो, ब्रेक भी तो होगा. ब्रेक क्यों होगा? तुम लोग ब्रेक करते हो ना, मोमेंटम चला जाता है. चलो स्टार्ट करते हैं. स्टार्ट करूं? मैराथन. स्टार्ट करूं? अभी तो ब्रेक नहीं चाहिए ना मयंक? चलो. Okay. Now, what is irrigation? Irrigation is you are applying water artificially for the growth of crops. Why there is a need for irrigation? Because two things is being required. You need sufficient quantity of water and at particular time. So both is required. So you need it at a particular time and that to a certain fixed quantity of water. So you cannot depend upon rainfall. You cannot depend upon rainfall that how much water you require at what time it will be supplied to you, because it is a natural thing, right? It is not a thing which is being controlled by humans. We are the ones who disrupt it for sure, but we are not the ones who are controlling it. And that is the reason, because India is a tropical country, we need sufficient rainfall and that is timely. Now you will say, ma'am, if sufficient is available and timely available, don't we go for irrigation? No. If you are getting how much water you want from rainfall and at which time you are getting it, then no need for irrigation. Since it doesn't happen practically in maximum cases, we need to go for irrigation. So you are artificially supplying water for the growth of crops. Now, the total amount of water required from the time of sowing to harvesting, okay, that will be supplied to you guys, basically to the farmers. Okay, for that we will be doing the irrigation. Okay, we will be doing the irrigation. Now, that is clear. Now, some crops, it's not that every crops have a same pattern of water. Some crops require uniform rate of water every time, same amount of water you need to supply. Now I'll tell you one thing. Generally, I just tell everybody, because I had this doubt. If you had this doubt, let me make it clear to you guys. Guys, actually I was thinking like we water the plants every day, na? So same also we have to do, like we have to irrigate the fields every day, but that is wrong. We don't have to irrigate the fields every day. Basically, you just provide it at a particular frequency, like after every 7 days, after every 10 days. Ma'am, how do you decide the frequency of irrigation? That will depend upon the type of crop. That will depend upon the type of crop. Okay, so at what time you will provide, at how much amount of water to be to provide, that will depend upon the various types of crops. Okay, like wheat requires generally uniform amount of water every time, 7.5 to 8 centimeter of water. Some crops require more water in the initial phase and lesser water in the after phase. Okay, so the pattern of water distribution is not constant. It varies from crop to crop. And generally for sowing till harvesting, the duration is 3 to 4 months. Generally for crops, generally when you sow it and you harvest it, it takes 3 to 4 hours. Okay, now we have different types of irrigation. First we'll talk about it. See, irrigation has many advantages. You construct dams. Dams is used for irrigation purpose, but there is additional benefit that you can use it for hydroelectric power generation. It gives you can say employment to people, and apart from that, it eliminates mixed cropping. Now what is mixed cropping? See, when you are dependent only on natural rainfall, what will happen is obviously you don't know now whether this year more rainfall will take place or less rainfall will take place or moderate rainfall will take place. So actually you do grow two or more crops so that at least one will grow. Okay, if heavy rainfall is taking place, it might be possible that two crops will be devastated, because obviously if anybody needs moderate or low value of water and you're giving more value, of course that crop will get an injury, right? We call it as injury to the crop. So that is the reason we do mixed cropping. Just check it out here, one, two, three crops are grown, basically more than two, so that at least one of the crop will grow, because they are dependent upon natural rainfall. If they would have been dependent only on the irrigation facility, they could have grown only one crop rather than growing three different crops like crop X, crop Y, crop Z. So any one crop or two crop will grow. Moreover, you can say purity will not be much. Why? Guys, you might have purchased this spinach and all. When you purchase, you see now other impurities are also there with it. Authenticity is not there. Exactly pure it is not there. Mixture of it is there, right? So here you will see that hybrid it will become, or you will see other impurities also there if you are growing in the same patch of land three different crops. Rather, if you would have grown any single crop, you would have got more yield. Okay, so irrigation eliminates mixed cropping. Now you don't have to depend on natural rainfall because the water will be supplied to you through canals. So you don't have to depend upon that. So it will eliminate the need of mixed cropping. Now, talking here, we have different types of irrigation. First, you talk it about surface irrigation, obviously, which you apply it on the surface. So, flow irrigation, just check it out. Here, the water will be flowing under the action of its weight. Now, do you want me to take slowly or shall I increase the speed? Because these are basics. Means, I think I'm increasing the speed. That's why I'm asking you guys. Can I? Because it's very basic. Just tell me that quickly. Can I increase the speed slightly? If you guys are okay with it, then tell me. Okay. So surface irrigation, which you can see it on the diagram itself. Here, the water, you will be allowing the water on the surface. You will be allowing it on the surface, right? Now, in surface irrigation, you have two types, flow irrigation and lift irrigation. Well, like, let us suppose water is flowing from higher elevation to lower elevation under the action of its own weight. You call it as flow irrigation. Second type of irrigation is like from tube wells, you are extracting the water, you are lifting the water, and then you are doing it irrigation. So that is known as what? Lift irrigation. Now in flow irrigation, you have also two types. One is perennial irrigation and another one is flood irrigation. Perennial irrigation, basically here the water is available in the rivers for generally throughout the year. So you have two options. Either you can do direct irrigation. Direct irrigation means what? Just I'll show you. Lift irrigation, I told you, na tube wells one. Now, just check it out. This is weir. You might have seen it yourself also, means practically also in your life. Weirs and barrage. You will not construct a structure. Obviously, in the river, the discharge is so much. So, obviously, you won't take the entire river discharge. You will construct a canal. And before that, you will construct a weir so that it will divert a part of water in the canal. And through the canal, you will supply water to the farmers. Okay, so you will divert the water into the canal, and that is what you're doing, direct irrigation. You're not storing it. If you would have constructed the dam and you would have stored the water and then you would have supplied it through the canal, that is known as storage irrigation. In direct irrigation, you are just diverting the flow of water. So this is known as what? This is known as what? Direct irrigation. Okay, and when you construct dams, you call it as storage irrigation. Now, the next is flood or inundation canal or irrigation. Now check it out. You're doing nothing. You are uncontrollably flooding the entire area. Uncontrollably, you are flooding the entire area so that the maximum amount of water will be absorbed into the soil and the excess water will be drained out. So such type of irrigation, you do it for rice and all also. So this type of irrigation is known as flood irrigation or inundation irrigation. So kindly remember this chart, because if they ask you anything, that storage irrigation comes under perennial irrigation. True. Perennial irrigation is a part of flow irrigation. True. Flow irrigation is a part of surface irrigation. True. Got it? So these all are true. Clear? Now, subsurface irrigation. You are doing it beneath the ground. Okay, beneath the ground you are doing it. Now in subsurface irrigation, check it out. Here, there are two conditions. The water may seep into the ground naturally on its own. So the water is seeping into the ground naturally on its own. Second is you are the ones who are through the network of pipes placing it beneath the ground and supplying water directly to the root zone of the crops. If we do like this, what will happen? Losses will be reduced. See, when you're supplying it on the surface, seepage loss, evaporation loss, percolation loss, conveyance loss, so many losses of water is taking place. But when you're supplying it through a network of pipes directly to the root zones of the crop, the efficiency goes up to 95-96% and the losses are hardly 4 to 5%. So this is also a manner, but you will say, ma'am, it will be costly. Now, of course, it will be costly. So do it for those types of fruits or crops in which you will get a higher monetary value. पैसे ज़्यादा मिले. Okay, then तब तो पूरा पड़ेगा ना. That time it will become economical for you. Otherwise, anything which is 5 rupees a kg and you are doing drip irrigation, what is the use of it? Clear? So that is the thing you need to know. Now, here you have different techniques of irrigations. Here I told you the types of irrigations. Now we are talking about the techniques of irrigations. Again, not asked, but just for you to know. Now here, no brain to apply. Free flooding, ordinary flooding, wild flooding, anything you can call. So what will happen here? A main ditch is there through which you have just done nothing. You have just excavated the soil, main ditch, excavated the soil, main subsidiary ditches. Now what you will do is you have made outlets. So first the water from the main ditch will go to subsidiary ditch. So from subsidiary ditch to the outlets. The moment it goes to the outlets, you cannot control the flow of water. The flow of water is uncontrollable. This here, the preparation of land. Generally, you would see that bullock carts or tractors are being used for leveling and all. Here, nothing you have to do. So, field preparation is low here. And here, what will happen is, if field preparation is low, efficiency is also low. Why? Because you are not monitoring that how much amount of water is flowing. It is flowing randomly, free, wild. So you call it as free flooding, ordinary flooding. Generally, when steep slopes are there, you can use it. And when there is abundant supply of water. When abundant supply of water is there, go for free flooding. Otherwise, when you have limited supply of water, how will you waste water? You can't waste water. Okay, this is the first type of flooding. Next type of flooding is border flooding. Now, I'll tell you one thing. Border flooding, check flooding, practically it is difficult to distinguish in the field. Firstly, in border flooding, you have these leaves. Leaves is like embankments. आपने कुछ नहीं किया, you have done nothing. Whatever ditches you have constructed, whatever soil is there, you made embankments on both the sides. उठा दिया थोड़ा सा आपने. So that water will be there, like if the water is flowing. And I have constructed a structure this side and this side. So now will the water pass here? No. It will be in this position only. Okay, in this place only. Similarly, you have constructed these leaves and borders. So what will happen? Water will be here only. Water will be here only. Okay, it will not pass further. Correct? Now, if I talk it about here, actually two things are taking place simultaneously. That is the difference between check flooding and border flooding. Here you have constructed leaves, so water is there in between. Here also, here if you talk it about check flooding, here also you have constructed leaves. First difference is here cross-connecting leaves are also there. Okay, so that it can check the monitoring of the flow of water from both the sides. In the case of border flooding, you don't have cross-connecting leaves. That's why practically when you go it into the field, it becomes difficult for you to distinguish between border flooding and check flooding. Secondly, the functional, the processing of the irrigation is different. How? In border flooding, two things is happening. The water is moving also, infiltrating also. Moving also, infiltrating also. In the case of check flooding, you flood the entire area with water, give time for infiltration, and then you start with irrigation. Okay, that is the difference between it. Now, so practically, देखोगे field में, you'll never able to understand whether maximum rarest chance are there that you'll be able to understand which one is border flooding, which one is check flooding. However, apart from that, this basin flooding or ring basin flooding is also a part of check flooding only. Only thing is here you provided for, see, you provided for orchids, trees and all, you provide this. So you construct a basin. This you would have seen it in yourself in the urban areas also. They do it for fruit trees and all. Okay, so that the water remains in this position and it does not go out. Okay, so that sufficient moisture condition is maintained in the root zone of the crop. So this is known as basin flooding, or you can call it as ring basin method. So these are check floodings only. Now the patent question, one question which has been asked, that how much time it will take to irrigate the field. So the formula for this is, you just need to remember the formula. Of course, you don't need to remember the derivation. T is equal to 2.303 Y by F log base 10 Q upon Q minus FA. Y is the depth of flow which is taking place, F is the infiltration capacity, Q is the discharge, and A is the catchment area. Okay, now let's solve. And if you want to know how much maximum area can be irrigated, it will be how much? Q by F. Correct? Chalo. Now let's solve a question. Okay. The border strip method determine the time required if area is given to you 0.04 hectare, discharge is given, infiltration capacity is given, depth is given. Come on guys, solve it. Y depth सबको किस में कन्वर्ट कर लूं मैं? मीटर्स में. Infiltration capacity centimeter per hour. Discharge is 0.02 meter cube per second. इसको आवर में कन्वर्ट कर लूं. मीटर क्यूब पर सेकेंड. 24 into 16. One hour is equal to 60 minutes into 60 seconds. मैंने यहाँ पे 24 किस खुशी में लिखा है? 3600 into 0.02. 72 मीटर क्यूब पर आवर. इजी हो जाएगा करने में. 72 मीटर क्यूब पर आवर. 72 मीटर क्यूब पर आवर माइनस इनफिल्ट्रेशन कैपेसिटी कितनी दी है? Infiltration capacity 5 centimeter per hour, 0.5 meter per hour, and catchment area is 0.04 hectare. Solve it and tell me the value. Solve me and tell the value. Calculate 6.377 hours. ये finally first पूरा day में convert कर दिया. अच्छा मेरा लॉक छूट गया क्या? 0.651 hour. पक्का? अजीब सा नहीं आंसर आ रहा है. ये क्या है 0.6509? आवर में आ रहा है. ठीक है. बोल रहे हो तो ठीक मान लेती हूँ मैं. ओके. मैक्सिमम एरिया Q by F. Q is 72 meter cube per hour. मैम Y एंड एफ सेम यूनिट में होगा ना, तो हाँ है, तो वो मैंने लिखा सही है, 5 सेंटीमीटर की जगह 0.05 किया तो मीटर पर आवर। एफ 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 0.05 मीटर पर आवर। सॉल्व इट। ठीक है, दिस इज द आंसर। इफ दे वांट दे कैन आस्क यू इन गेट। चलो चेक स्टार्टिंग लिंक। फरो इरिगेशन, हाँ फरोज बेसिकली क्या होता है, फरोज आर बेसिकली नैरो डिचेस जो कि कंस्ट्रक्ट होता है। फरोज आर नैरो डिचेस विच इज बीइंग कंस्ट्रक्टेड एट सुटेबल इंटरवल्स। द एडवांटेज ऑफ फरोज इज, देखो अभी इधर भी पानी सप्लाई कर देगा, इधर भी सप्लाई कर देगा, इधर भी सप्लाई कर देगा, इधर भी सप्लाई कर देगा। So generally whenever row crops are there you can use it. And the best part is in other techniques of irrigation you need to first do irrigation and then do, यहाँ पर आप irrigation भी करते रहो and you can start the cultivation process simultaneously. ठीक है, इंटायर एरिया को वेटेड करने की जरूरत नहीं, इवन 20 to 50% ऑफ द एरिया इज वेटेड, यू कैन स्टार्ट विद द वर्क. So this is the advantage of furrow irrigations. You cannot use it for all the types of crops. Those crops which are row crops, नाम बताओ row crops का, which are row crops, you can use furrow irrigation for them. Okay, just check it out. अभी आपको यहाँ पे प्लान आपको दिखा भी दिया क्रॉस सेक्शंस वगैरह कि कैसे, ये तो लॉन्गिट्यूडनल सेक्शन, ओके, अलोंग द लेंथ. नाउ स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन, इसके ऊपर भाई साहब it means all over India if paper takes place na, how many civil paper takes place, guaranteed एक ना एक paper minimum you will get it from sprinkler irrigation for sure. Now what happens in sprinkler irrigation, basically sprays will be there. Firstly ये riser होता है from which water will be lifted and ऐसे जैसे मेरा हाथ है ये spray है, so perforations will be there and the water will be moving on all the sides. Now here basically you have a network of pipes who will be doing it. This is a surface irrigation because you will be supplying water on the surface. The best part about this irrigation is efficiency is very good. 80% से ऊपर you will get the efficiency. If soil is impermeable, permeable, use it. If the groundwater table is high, use it. Okay, if erosion is taking place, use it. So for all the conditions, the question which is asked, for which of the following conditions is sprinkler irrigation used? So for all these conditions, what you can go for? You can go for sprinkler irrigation. Okay, after this you have drip irrigation. Now drip irrigation or trickle irrigation is basically a subsurface irrigation. Here what will happen? The water will tickle, with tip, tip, tip. That's why the name is trickle irrigation. Okay, so here you can check it out. I just made this Sunday ka funda video also. I just made this type of drip irrigation on local level. Okay, so what you can do is, what you can see it here, a network of pipes is there and water at a very slow rate, like 5 to 10 centimeter per minute. In very slow rate the water will be moving onto the root zone of the crop. This gives you efficiency more than 95%. But again, as I told you, this is a subsurface method of irrigation, so it is a costly process. So kindly use it for those crops which gives you a higher monetary value. Okay, now the last thing is paya tha. Okay, now the last thing which I'll talk about in this first chapter is the quality of irrigation water. Now we have to check various qualities like sediments, concentration of salt, proportion of sodium ions, everything we have to check. So it's not like in nali ka pani lake irrigation kar do. If you'll do that, bacterial contaminations. So anybody who eats that will get food poisoning, because we, like I always tell that we are so stupid, and I'm telling you, I'm the double stupid person. Our parents tell us that wash it and eat it, but when we go to purchase fruits, Didi, taste it, and they are ready with a knife. Didi, taste it. It is so sweet. And we are like, oh my God, they are giving free for tasting it. And we taste it without even thinking that they have washed it or not. Okay, we are so stupid persons. So, bacterial contaminations, irrigation might have been done with the polluted water. So, pathogens could be there. And there are chances that we could get diseases. Okay, so that is bacterial contamination. Now, sediments, if I talk about. See, if I talk about sediments, if the sediments are coming, now first you will have a doubt that ma'am sahi to baat hai yaar Sophie, that's true, I also do the same thing. Watermelon, mango, apple they don't give, it is very costly, but they don't give muskmelon also, they give watermelon, and they give they give watermelon and mango only. Means what I get in my city, I don't know about yours. Okay, now sediments. See what happens. River is flowing through soil. In soil, sediments are there. you will be taking that water into the canal. So when the river water will be coming, automatically sediments will be coming. And that water in the canal you will be using for irrigation. So when water from the canal will be coming, the sediments also will be coming. If the sediments are from sedimentary rocks, okay, because these sediments comes from what? Erosion of rocks takes place and then these sediments are formed. So if it is coming from sedimentary rocks, okay, that is good for us because it increases the fertility of the soil. It increases the fertility of the soil. And if it is coming from igneous rock, it is not good for us because it will get injury to the crops and it will not increase the fertility of the crops. So if the sediments are coming from sedimentary rocks, it consists of carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, which acts as nutrients for plant and helps in increasing the productivity of the soil and the fertility of the soil. While igneous rocks will not help in increasing the productivity of the soil. So sediments also, it depends. If it is from sedimentary rocks, good. Igneous rock, not good for us. Now, next coming, grapes, papaya, good. Now next talking about salts. See, salts are harmful. Why? Because let us suppose salt water is there. Okay, and you're supplying salt water to the irrigation, doing the irrigation. Water will vaporize over the time. It will vaporize or otherwise plants will use the water. But what will be the salts? Salts will not vaporize. And I told you this also. I'll tell you in leaching also. Generally, you get white deposits on the surface or sometimes the land becomes banjar. That is due to salts only. Okay, whatever you grow, nothing grows in that land. That is due to soil only. So if you want to measure how much salts are there in the soil after consumptive use, after the water is being used for evaporation and transpiration, this is the formula which is there for salinity concentration. Now they haven't asked till now, but they can ask you in future. So listen to it how. See, if you are supplying Q quantity of water, now what is C? C is consumptive use. Basically, first the consumptive use after consumptive use. So what is consumptive use? The amount of water which is required for evaporation as well as transpiration. That is consumptive use. Now, if you want to calculate the salinity concentration, C means how much salts are present. Q is the water which you applied, let us suppose in liters per day, liters per hour, whatever it is. And in 1 liter, let us suppose CMG was the concentration. So in Q liters, how much will be the concentration? C into Q. Correct. Divided by how much water is remaining. You supplied Q amount of water. Okay. Out of that Cu amount of water plants use for evaporation transpiration. Now, it is technically you supplied Q amount of water. And it might be possible when you were supplying water, rainfall also happened. So, R effective. Okay. And out of this water, how much water is used by the crops? Minus U. So total salt water you supplied divided by the water which is remaining. Now, here in the whole hydrology, we were saying effective rainfall is that rainfall which is flowing as runoff. Now see, here is the difference. In hydrology case, effective rainfall was the one which is flowing as runoff. In the case of salts one, here effective rainfall is that which is stored in the root zone of the crops. In irrigation, we are not bothered about runoff. That is a loss for us. Okay, that is a loss for us. In the case of irrigation, we want that more water should be stored in the root zone of the crop. So R effective is that effective rainfall which is stored in the root zone of the crop. So ma'am, it will be always there. See, if in the question it is telling you during that period rainfall is there, take it. If it is not there, neglect it. Okay. Now, generally in ये फिर आ गया. अब आज तो इसको मैं ब्लॉक करने वाली हूँ. चलो. Now, generally in rainwater there is no salts present, but let us suppose in the gate examination they will give you what, that in rainwater also salts are present. If they give you, then here it will be CQ plus concentration of salts in rainwater into R effective, because this will be going na. But in case if they give you, that's why. Hardly they haven't given you, but if they give you worst case, that's what I'm telling. So this is salts concentration. Now, Again, how do you, salts are what? Ions. So ions you measure with the help of electrical conductivity. How I measure, I have already taught you in dissolved solids. So if electrical conductivity, obviously it's very, very important that you tell the temperature, because electrical conductivity changes with the change in temperature. If the electrical conductivity is less than 250, you can use it for all crops. If it is 250 to 750, you can use it for those crops which are salt tolerant. Okay, now leaching I'll tell you, because we have a different chapter for that. 750 to 250, you use it for those plants where basically who has high salt resistivity. Greater than 2250, you cannot use it for any plants. If they ask you in match the following, this is there in your syllabus. Till now they haven't asked, but in future if they want, they can ask you. Okay. Next is sodium absorption ratio. This is important. Only thing you need to remember here, the formula. Sodium absorption ratio is how much sodium there as compared to the other cations. Cations are positively charged ions. So sodium to the average of magnesium plus calcium. Now here guys, everything you have to substitute it in Na plus Ca2 plus Mg2 plus. You have to substitute it in which unit? Milli equivalents per liter. I already told you in environment milli equivalents per liter. The concentration in Mg per liter divided by equivalent weight is known as the milli equivalents per liter. If in the question it is asking you to calculate sodium absorption ratio, first check it out whether they have given it in milli equivalents per liter or Mg per liter. And kindly remember this table. This is important in case if they ask you, they will give you the data and they will not ask what is sodium absorption ratio. They will ask you the type of sodium water. So if it is 0 to 10 low sodium water, 10 to 18 medium, 18 to 26 high, and greater than 26 very high. Now let's solve one question to check it out. Now check it out. Already in this question they have given you in milli equivalents per liter. So calculate, identify the type of water. Now I'm not giving you here the options high, medium, low. You did it. You do it. Solve it. They have directly given in milli equivalents per liter. How much it is coming? Solve it and tell me. Just tell me the value now first. 13.2. 13.2, that is low sodium or medium sodium. Medium sodium. So this is medium sodium. Correct? Okay. Now other things, see, if bicarbonate ion is present, you know, if bicarbonate is there, calcium bicarbonate will be formed, magnesium bicarbonate is formed, and when calcium bicarbonate and magnesium bicarbonate is formed, they precipitate as calcium carbonate. You have seen that, like if calcium bicarbonate is there, it forms calcium carbonate plus carbon dioxide plus water. Okay, so if along with minerals, if in water bicarbonate ion is there, it will react, it will form calcium bicarbonate, magnesium bicarbonate, it will form the precipitate, and this precipitate will remove calcium and magnesium. If denominator is reduced, what will happen? The sodium adsorption value will increase. That is more disastrous. Okay, so if high concentration of bicarbonate is there, that is also more disastrous. Why? Because the sodium absorption ratio will increase. Got it? So this is the one. Now, toxic elements, of course. Boron, 0.3 ppm up to it is there, good. 2 ppm, selective crops harmful. More than 3 ppm, harmful for all crops. So just never asked, but in case if you want to. Bacterial, I have already told you. Now this one, last. This is also given in milli equivalents one. Solve this one also. 20 root 2. ये भी मीडियम ही होगा, 10 to 18 में फॉल कर रहा है ना, 10 to 18. So this is also medium sodium. लो कैसे हो गया? 10 to 4, 3 plus 1, 4, 4 by 2, 2 root 2. मीडियम होगा. 0 to 10 is low बेटा. 10 to 18 medium है, 14.14 medium है. Okay. With this, we have completed the first chapter. Any doubts? Kindly let me know. Any doubts? Oof, कितनी खुशी मिल रही है, एक चैप्टर हो गया. Okay. Now, fine. This is an important chapter. Questions from this topic has been asked. तो पहले तो हम करेंगे questions है. Okay. Okay. I was thinking I'll only do hydrology. I won't do irrigation. Because when you're continuously exposed to laptops, now eye starts to pain. But fine, I'll try my best that I do irrigation also. Fine, guys. So when you talk about soil moisture, basically, you know, in soil, what is there? Voids are there. Soil consists of what? Solids plus voids. Voids are what? Empty spaces. It may consist of water also. It may consist of air also. Okay. Now, whatever voids of the soil which is present above the water table, okay, whatever in the soil there are voids, if in that voids there is water, so the water which is there in the voids of soil above water table, ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल के ऊपर क्या है, यहाँ पे क्या होगी, पूरी सोइल सोइल सोइल, सोइल में क्या होगी, एम्प्टी स्पेस होगी, एम्प्टी स्पेस में क्या होगा, वाटर होगा. सो इफ अबव द ग्राउंड वाटर whatever soil is there and in the voids of that water is there, you call it as what? You call it as soil moisture. You call it as soil moisture. Okay. Now whatever water is there in the soil, you classify it into three parts: gravity water, capillary water, hygroscopic water. Gravity water is nothing. It will drain out under the action of gravity. It takes time. When you are entirely doing irrigation, or basically after 2 to 3 days, the water which moves out of the soil under the action of its own weight, that is known as gravity water. After that, the water is there in the soil. When the gravity water has gone, the water which is retained by surface tension, and you should know that surface tension, capillary water here, the water is there due to surface tension. And you might have studied it in fluid mechanics, that surface tension is due to both. Sneezing is coming. Excuse me. Surface tension is due to both cohesion and adhesion. Cohesion is force of attraction between similar type of particles. Adhesion is force of attraction between different type of particles. So now what happens when capillary water you talk it about, after the gravity water, the water which is drained out under the action of gravity, the water which is retaining, that is known as what? That is known as was capillary water. It is due to surface tension. Technically what is happening? Water molecule and water molecule are holding each other. So this is similar particles cohesion. And soil is also holding water molecule. So that is adhesion. So in the capillary water, you are getting both the phenomena, cohesion also and adhesion also. Now, if I talk further hygroscopic water, this is not at all of any use to us. The reason is adsorbed. ऊपर adsorb हुआ है. Upper means on the top, like when you put powder on your faces or not, it is on the top surfaces. Okay, it doesn't penetrate inside. So that is adsorption. Absorb is like your cream, which you put it, it goes inside the skin, right? So adsorption is like your powder, face powder and all which you put it. So that amount of water which is absorbed by the soil particles, you can check it out. It is not penetrating, going inside it. So it is absorbed and it is held very tightly. So basically the soil particle and the water, they are tightly held to each other. So if you want to remove this water, if you want to extract it, first you need to break the bond between the soil particles and the water, which is difficult for the plant roots. That is why hygroscopic water is of no use for us, because plant roots cannot extract that. Okay. And if you ask ma'am, from capillary water, hygroscopic water and gravity water, which is the water which is utilized by plants? Can you tell me which is the water which is being utilized by plants out of all the three water? Which is the water which is being utilized? Cavity, capillary, hygroscopic. Very good. Capillary water is the water which is being utilized by the plant. Okay. Now this is very, very important for you. Okay. Soil moisture tension बता देती हूँ पहले. What is soil moisture tension? How much amount of force is required per unit area to extract the water? Guys, if the water is available nearby, will you need to apply any force? No. If it is available at a greater depth, you need to apply the force. Correct? So the first one is saturation capacity. At saturation capacity, what will be happening? The entire voids are fully flooded with water. So do you need to apply any force to extract it? No. So no pressure to be applied. Okay. Now what will happen? This gravity water within 2 to 3 days, it will drain out under the action of gravity. So what will happen? The level of water will rise. The level of water will rise and it will go up to field capacity. Field capacity is the upper limit of the capillary water. It is the maximum quantity of water which can be retained by the soil. इससे ज़्यादा वो कर ही नहीं सकता. It cannot retain more than field capacity. So it is the maximum amount of water which can be retained. That is termed as field capacity. Now what will happen? Plants will start to use water. This is the capillary water. Plants will start to use. The level of water will rise, fall. Rise to कर चुका था. Now it is falling. The moment it goes to wilting point, that's it. At wilting point, plants can no longer extract water. That's why see how much more amount of force is required per unit area to extract the water. Plants can no longer extract water. Okay. And if you wait till, like you will supply water and you will wait that first it should go then to permanent wilting point and then I will again supply water. It will be not like this. Why? Because till the time it moves to permanent wilting point, plant will wilt up, means plant will dry. Okay, so you won't wait that it should go till permanent wilting point and then we will start. No, you won't do it like that. Okay, so what you do, ma'am, then it is a risk, na? Yeah, that's correct. So we go for optimum moisture content. So the moment the water goes drop down to optimum moisture content, we again supply water. We don't wait till wilting point to come and then to supply water, because it becomes risk. Even within hours or even within days, if you don't supply it, there are chances that the plant will dry up, the plant will wilt. Okay, and that is the reason what is there? Wilting point is there. Correct? That is the reason wilting point is there. But we don't go up till here. Till optimum moisture constant only we go. And as soon as the level of water falls, we again supply the water. Correct? So that is optimum moisture content. Now the water which is readily available means it is available to the plants readily. Okay, they don't have to struggle a lot. So that is the water from field capacity to moisture content, optimum moisture content. And the water which is non-readily available, that is from optimum moisture content to wilting point. That is from optimum moisture content to wilting. Okay, if in the question, I'll do one formula and then I'll tell you. Okay, saturation capacity, I told you when entire voids are flooded with water. Field capacity, permanent wilting point. Any doubt till here? पहले बता दो फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे. Any doubt till here? नहीं. Clear. Field capacities, I told you how much water the soil is retaining to the weight of the volume of the soil. Now field capacity is given by gamma d by d. Now similarly, this is the water content. If they ask you, to calculate, this question has been asked. I don't remember the examination. I made you solve in paid classes also. So if they ask you the depth of water corresponding to field capacity, this is the water. Similar formula, but same copy paste. But if they ask you the depth of water, this haven't been asked, guys. But if they do so, the depth of water corresponding to optimum moisture content, you will write it here OMC. Okay. If they ask you the depth of water corresponding to permanent wilting point, this will become. D is the depth of root zone. Gamma D is the unit weight of the soil. Gamma W is the unit weight of water. Correct? In case if they ask you, I'm told you. Now if they're asking you what is readily available water, how much is readily available water? So you can subtract 1 and 2. You will get what? You call it as C. Everything you're denoting in DW. It should be in your mind. At what context you are talking about which water. So this will be gamma D by gamma W. D field capacity minus optimum moisture content. If it asks you readily available water. If it is ask you the total water available water basically, field capacity minus permanent wilting point. If in the case they have given you field capacity, optimum moisture content, permanent wilting point, and they are not telling you that whether to calculate available water or to calculate readily available water, you will calculate readily available water. If nothing is mentioned and they have given you all these three, then you will calculate readily available water. Got it? Clear? Is field capacity and saturation capacity same? No. In saturation capacity, the entire voids are flooded with water. In the case of field capacity, from saturation to field in 2 to 3 days, certain amount of water is drained off. Since in field capacity, degree of saturation is not 1. Some voids are now not having water in it. Clear, Divya? Okay. Till here, any doubt? If you don't, now solve this question. Solve this question, guys. For best growth of a particular crop, field capacity is 30%. Permanent wilting point is 11%. Effective root zone depth is given to you. Now, if moisture content must not fall below 25% of available moisture between field capacity and permanent wilting point, 25% से fall नहीं करना चाहिए. That means what can I write? I'm writing, tell me whether it is correct or not. Is it correct? Come on, Divya, Yukta, Prince, Anwar, Anuja, everybody. Is it correct? मॉइस्चर कंटेंट 25% से फॉल नहीं करना चाहिए, तो कितना होना चाहिए? इज इट करेक्ट? सोफी, ओ सोफी इज देयर. चलो तुम लोग बोल रहे तो मान लेती हूँ. नाउ डोंट वेस्ट योर टाइम कि भाई, नाउ आई टेल यू द थिंग. Don't waste your time in the examination 0.75 minus 0.3 into ये करने में, individual निकालने में, and then calculating optimum moisture content from here. Don't act smart. What it is asking you? Frequency of irrigation. That after how many days you need to do the irrigation. Okay. Frequency of irrigation is done as dW, how much water is stored in the root zone of the crop, divided by how much water is required for evaporation and transpiration. Now the formula for DWC in this case, field capacity minus optimum moisture content. Yes, I told you we have to use that only. Now just in the place of field capacity minus optimum moisture content, put 0.75. That's it. So in one line solve it. Don't calculate separately optimum moisture content and substitute it here. You're wasting your time in the examination. So gamma D is how much? 1300 dr. Is 1000. Depth of root zone is 800 mm. 0.75. Field capacity 0.30. Yeah, 0.1. How much it is coming? Solve it and tell me how much it is coming. D is 148.2 mm. 148.2 mm. So frequency of irrigation will be 148.2 mm and पहले कितना आ रहा है, मतलब कुछ डेसिमल में भी आएगा ना. जनरली वी हैव टू टेल यू दैट आल्सो. 12.35 आ रहा है. 12.35 mm. So I told you that when frequency of irrigation, we round it off on the lower side. ये rain gauges नहीं है. This is not rain gauges or the number of filters, that we will round it to the higher side. Frequency of irrigation, we round it off the lower side. Reason is, if you round it off the higher side, the remaining time it might be possible that plant can reach to the permanent wilting point. So that is the reason we don't take risk. If it is coming 12.35 days, we will take it as 12 days. Got it? Clear? वैसे ही pattern of questions has been asked in your examination. हाँ, one more formula is there. जब आप करते हो gamma w dw upon gamma d into d, there is one formula. This is important, and they have asked question from this topic in your GATE examination. In some case, they don't give you gamma d by gamma w. ठीक लिखा है मैंने? Just check out कर लेना, अगर कभी जैसे पढ़ाते पढ़ाते थोड़ा देर वो भी हो जाते हैं ना, तो इसलिए. In some case, if they don't give you gamma w, gamma d, they have already asked in your GATE examinations, they have not given you gamma w and gamma d, but they have given you porosity. So in that case, with the help of field capacity and porosity, you will calculate gamma d by gamma w and substitute it here. Got it? So in that case, you have to do this one. Now next one, water requirement of crops. Any doubt still here? कोई doubt? जल्दी करो, अब हम लोग नेक्स्ट चैप्टर में आगे, जल्दी बताओ. Any doubt, guys? जल्दी green signal दो so that we can move further. No. Chalo. So now we will move towards water requirement of crops. Now, how much water, the moment you are sowing the crops to the moment you are harvesting, during that entire period, how much water is required, that is known as what? That is known as what? Water requirement of crops. Is it same from all crops? No. Even for same crop at different places, it will vary, because it depends upon the climate, it depends upon the soil in which you are growing it, it will depend which method of cultivation you are doing it, how much rainfall is coming. If more rainfall is coming, obviously you will require less water for irrigation. Okay, so obviously water requirement will vary from place to place. Even for same crop, it also it varies. Okay, now here you have, first thing, there are certain terminologies which you need to know. First, we'll talk about crop period. So what will happen? There's a difference between crop period and base period. However, in numerical purpose, there's no difference. In case if they want to ask you in statement wise, they can do that. Otherwise, it is no. Otherwise, no. Now, what is crop period? The moment you are sowing it, you are just sowing the crop, to the instant you are harvesting it, that whole duration is known as crop period. While if you talk about base period, before sowing, see, initially the soil is dry also, so you do the watering. So the first watering before sowing of crop, and obviously at the time of cutting the crops you don't irrigate, right? So the last watering you do before the harvesting, that period is known as base period. So generally it has been seen that crop period is more than base period, but that doesn't matter, because for all numerical purpose we assume both of them as same. So sometimes you will see the people saying base period, sometimes saying crop period. You will say, oh, crop period is from sowing to harvesting, base period from first watering before sowing of crops to the last watering after harvesting. Yeah, it is, but doesn't matter for the calculations purposes. Okay, now delta. Delta is the total amount of water which is required right from the time of sowing to harvesting. Like if you talk about wheat, it requires generally 40 centimeter of water. If you talk about rice, it requires generally 120 centimeter of water. So 120 centimeter of the water, that is the depth. Now see, again, you can report the amount of water in terms of volume, in terms of any unit. But if I say 120 centimeter, you are quickly able to visualize it. Okay, so generally rice requires a larger amount of water, wheat requires lesser amount of water, sugarcane also requires around 120 centimeter. So the delta is the amount of water which is required in centimeter during the entire base period. That is known as what? Delta. That is known as what? Delta. Now delta, you can report it in centimeters also, you can report it in meters also, no issue. Duty. Now when I talk about duty, I'll write it first. Okay. Duty, first of all, the patent unit is hectare per cumac. Hectare per cumac. Now, what is duty? How much area you will be irrigating in hectares. So, the quantity of area or the amount of area you will be irrigating in hectares if I am supplying 1 meter cube per second of water throughout the whole base period. From sowing till harvesting or from first watering till last watering, how much if I supply 1 meter cube per second of water continuously, then how much area will be irrigated? So like if I'm supplying 1 meter cube per second of water every day throughout the base period, how much area you will irrigate? That is known as duty. Now the patent question asks from duty and delta. So I'll just tell you the relation between them. Delta is 8.64 B by D, where here the base period will be in days. Here duty will be in hectare per cumac. And here delta will be in meters. If you want, you can write it as 864 B by D. Base period will be in days. D will be in hectare per cumac and delta will be in centimeter. Got it? This is the formula. So depending, you can use anyone, whatever you like. So let's do question related to this. Now this, do it simply, don't do it bigger method. A canal was supplied to designed to supply irrigation need of 1000 hectares of area. हाँ इसमें एक चीज और, ड्यूटी हेक्टर पर क्यूमैक, डेल्टा ये मीटर, ये सेंटीमीटर था, ठीक है. They can ask you discharge also. Discharge is what? Discharge is given in Qmax. So how can you calculate discharge? Area by duty. सही लिखा है? So the best thing of duty is, if anybody asks you the advantage, if area is given, duty is given, you can calculate the discharge. If discharge is given, duty is given, you can calculate how much area can be irrigated. So this is the advantage of using duty. Now, a canal was designed to supply the irrigation need of 1000 hectares of area. Growing rice. So base period of rice is 140 days and delta of rice is 130 centimeter. Now same canal, same water is used for growing wheat. See, wheat and rice are grown in different seasons. That I'll tell you later. So that is why that same canal water is used in one season for wheat, one season for rice. How much? So it is asking how much area will it irrigate. See, just one question I'll ask. If any crop requires less water, will it irrigate more area or less area? See, if any crop requires less water, will it irrigate more area or less area? ज्यादा एरिया करेगा. अगर किसी क्रॉप को कम पानी चाहिए होता है तो उतने ही पानी के लिए ज्यादा एरिया इरिगेट करेगा कि कम एरिया इरिगेट करेगा? देखो, राइस रिक्वायर्ड 130 centimeter, so it irrigated 1000 hectares. It requires less water than that, so of course it can, same quantity of water is there ना, पैसे same है, obviously it can irrigate more area. ठीक है, अच्छा. Now discharge is same, so discharge which is coming for rice is same for discharge which is coming for wheat. अभी बता कर रहा है discharge क्या था? A by D. So A of rice upon D of rice, A of water upon D of water, duty of water, duty of wheat, water बोल रहे हो, wheat. Duty is not given to us directly, so 8.64, 864 ले लेती हूँ because here it is given in centimeter. 864 B of rice, D of rice. 864 will get cancelled. Area of rice 1000 hectares. 864 will get cancelled out. This is 140 divided by, अब यहाँ पे delta. Delta 130. Area निकालना है. 864 will get cancelled. 119 upon 50. Tell me the area of wheat. Hectare में आएगा because all things will get cancelled out. क्या हुआ भाई? Calculate and tell me. थ्री फाइव टू एट आ रहा है. प्रिंस वेनिटी क्वेश्चन है, कौन सॉल्व करेगा? वहां पर आएंगे, मैं दिव्या को और इसको भेजूंगी क्या? क्या गलती की? व्हाट मिस्टेक यू डिड? ओके, अब ये बड़ा चैप्टर है भाई. Now you will have duty at various places. That means the amount of area irrigated in hectares when 1 meter cube per second of water is supplied continuously throughout the base period. Now a river is there from which you have weirs and barrage, that is a diversion headworks, and you will divert the water into the main canal. From the main canal it will go into the branch canal, from branch to major distributary, major to minor distributary, minor to watercourse, and finally it goes to the field. Now, in some cases, there is not necessary that major and minor both distributaries are there. Even one distributary can also be there. Okay, so it's not necessary. Don't say, ma'am, here major, minor is not written. It might be possible that instead of two, they have provided one. Okay. Next thing. The amount, the area which can be irrigated when 1 meter cube per second of water is supplied at the head of main canal, you call it as cross duty. At the head of branch canal, you call it as lateral duty. At the head of watercourse, this one is asked in many examinations. This is important. That is at the head of watercourse or field channel, it is called as outlet duty or outlet discharge factor. Till here, it is the responsibility of the government. You might have seen, like I have told you already here, that the maximum vacancies in state government is for the water department, WRD, water resource department, because this is being generally functional by the state authorities. So you have seen that maximum assistant engineers, junior engineers vacancies which you get for that, because they are the ones who will be monitoring it, who will be inspecting it, or if like new canals have to be constructed contractually, they have outsourced it, so they'll be the one who will be inspecting it time to time. So what will happen here? The movement of water will take place, so they will be the one who will be checking it out time to time. So till here, it is the responsibility, outlet duty, it is the responsibility of the government. From outlet duty, it is the responsibility of the farmer to bring the water into the field. Till here, it is the responsibility of the government, state government. Okay. Now, one question I'll ask. Voice increase karo. Okay, okay, मैं voice increase करती हूँ. What question I was asked? Duty increases as we move from main canal towards field channel. True or false? Duty increases as we move from main canal to field channel. True or false? True or false? Upstream से downstream जाओगे, from main to branch, branch to duty will increase or decrease? As you're moving from main to branch, branch to major, major to minor, duty will increase or decrease? Increase. Why? Common sense लेते हैं. True. Good. Now, let us suppose here the water which was coming was 2 meter cube per second from the main canal. You know, when water travels from one place to another, evaporation losses will take place, seepage losses will take place. Okay, so initially the amount of water, amount of duty, if I tell you, that is, let us suppose discharge is 2 meter cube per second. Okay, duty is what? Amount of area irrigated in hectare when 1 meter cube per second of water is supplied continuously throughout the base period. Okay, initially 2 meter cube per second of water was available. Now as the water is traveling, what is happening? The water is getting lost. As it reaches here, the water becomes 1 meter cube per second. तो मैम यहाँ तो discharge कम हो रहा है. So how will duty increase? Now I confused you badly. Discharge will decrease from 2 meter cube per second. The discharge is decreasing. So how will the duty increase? आपका concept तो गलत हो गया. Discharge is decreasing. So अब क्या बोलोगे? Come on, guys. I said that initially 2 meter cube per second of water was coming from the main canal. This is an interview question, by the way. Okay, assistant engineer का interview question है. पहला रटा रटाया statement you might say. बोल दिया उसने, मैंने तो फंसा दिया आपको. 2 meter cube per second was coming. Here when it went, it has just 1 meter cube per second of water. ये क्या हो रहा है? Just a minute. Area by discharge is duty. ठीक है. Discharge is decreasing, so overall value is increasing. Very good. Very good. Correct? So here if it was 2 meter cube per second, I agree that the discharge is decreasing because there are evaporation. ये अपने आप कैसे गंदा चल रहा है? Because obviously evaporation losses will be there, percolation losses will be there, seepage losses will be there. But what is happening? If discharge is there in the denominator, na? So if it is decreasing, overall the duty will be increasing. Got it? No. This is important, guys. Otherwise you will इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन है क्या मैंने रखा है. एक मिनट मुझको चेक करने दो. ठीक है. Guys, this is important. Kindly remember this. I can't help you without. अब रट लो, कोई भी लॉजिक बना के करो, because this is something which में कुछ लॉजिक नहीं है. ठीक है, you remember it. Crop season, खरीफ crop, rice, ज्वार, बाजरा, maize, groundnut, cotton. Rabi crop, wheat, gram, mustard, potato, barley. Perennial crops जिसको around 300 to 360 days चाहिए रहता है, like sugar cane. Z crops are fruits and vegetables. Okay, now if I talk it about, see, अभी break दूं, ये चैप्टर खत्म करके दे दूं अश्वनी. ये चैप्टर को पूरा खत्म कर लेते हैं पहले, फिर नया चैप्टर यहाँ तक है. 2 क्वेश्चंस है, फिर कंजम्पटिव यूज भी है, फिर उसके बाद मीन्स ये कंजम्पटिव यूज तक खत्म कर लेते हैं, देन आई विल गिव यू द ब्रेक. 40 मिनट्स लग जाएगा, उससे पहले ही हो जाएगा. फर्स्ट कम्स देन कम टू आर. देखो मैंने तो अलग अलग लॉजिक बनाया था, लाइक माय नेम इज रितिका, आई लव वीट, और मेरा बर्थडे तो नवंबर में आता है, सो आई जस्ट मेड लाइक दिस एंड रिमेंबर्ड इन माय टाइम. Now what you over the time I started to teach, so whenever you teach the same thing it goes into your head. Now you have to study n number of subjects, so अब आप check कर लो या WGM कुछ short form बना के like periodic table you used to remember वैसे याद कर लो. Whatever you want you can do it. Okay, so Rabi crops, Kharif crops. Now actually the question is asked, they will not tell you in the question that whether it is a Rabi crop or Kharif crop. Okay, don't be in a doubt that they'll tell you. Okay, so now what will happen is, let us suppose they will give you one is rice. Rice and wheat are very common, so generally ना वो कुछ थोड़ा अलग से दे देंगे. जैसे कि अगर मुझे देना हो, I'll give you maize and mustard. Okay, so they will ask you that calculate the design capacity of canal. Okay, now first I have to check it out in which seasons do they grow, whether they grow in the same season or whether they grow in a different season. See, maize is growing in Kharif season, April to September. Mustard is going in Rabi season, that is October to March. So what I will do is, I'll calculate the discharge corresponding to maize, I'll calculate the discharge corresponding to mustard, and whichever is maximum, I will take that, because they are growing in different seasons. Now, if let us suppose groundnut is there and cotton is given to me in the question. Now both is growing in the same season. That means both will require water at the same time. So what I will do is, I will add it. Okay. Now third category, they will give you perennial crops also. So perennial crops will require water, like let us suppose now what is there, like maize is there, mustard is there, one is kharif, one is rabi, and sugarcane is there. Now sugarcane will require water during maize growing time also, and sugarcane will require water during mustard growing time also. Okay, so we'll calculate both of them and do whichever is maximum. Clear? So you will be knowing whether to just add it like this or whether to take the maxima. That will depend. First, you need to identify which one is kharif crop and rabi crop. Otherwise, you won't be able to. Okay, so that is important for you. Now, next coming further. Crop ratio. कुछ नहीं है, but this is a ratio. It will tell you area irrigated in kharif season to the area irrigated in rabi season. That is known as what? Crop ratio. Okay, so ये आपको proportion बताता है. It tells you the proportion that with respect to rabi season, how much area you will be irrigating in the kharif season. That is given by crop ratio. 1 marks में पूछ लेगा, इसलिए याद रखना kharif by rabi. That's it. AK by AR. Value irrigation. I was telling before also, sometimes the soil is very dry. तो यू कैन नॉट डायरेक्टली आप उसमें बो मतलब कोई भी क्रॉप को सीड को लाके बो करना स्टार्ट नहीं कर देते, ठीक है, बोवाई स्टार्ट नहीं कर देते हो. सो वेन एवर एनी सॉइल इज वेरी ड्राई, यू डायरेक्टली डोंट सो द क्रॉप. फर्स्ट यू allow some water to flow through the soil so that sufficient moisture condition is maintained. Okay, so before the sowing of crops, the watering which you do so that proper moisture condition is there, that irrigation you have termed it paleo irrigation. So prior to sowing it, just check it out, you are doing irrigation. So that irrigation is known as was paleo irrigation. Okay, now this will be very, very useful when you will be designing the canal. Oh, just tell me one thing. You design the canal for average or maximum? You design the canal for average value or maximum value? Average value or maximum value? Obviously maximum. Average के लिए करोगे, if you design it for average, so when the demand will be more than the average, it will be the failure of the engineer because he won't be able to supply the water, right? So it will be the failure of the engineer. So yeah, you will design it when you are making the canals. When you are making the canals, it is important that you design it for maximum, correct? So you need the parameters also for maximum, right? That maximum quantity of water required, maximum duration, then only you will design it for maximum conditions. Parameters bhi to hone chahiye. So here we have core watering. See, before the crop is growing, you have supplied water. Okay, now you have grown the crops. After that, crops will grow few centimeter height. I told you, it's not like the plants at your homes that every day you have to water. You have a certain frequency. After certain interval of days, you water. So after the plants have grown, crops have grown a few centimeters, that time you do watering after that. That is known as core watering. The amount of water which you supply, that is known as core depth. The duration for which you supply, that is known as core period. What I told you is, I told you that initially you do paleo irrigation if the soil is very dry. Then you sow the crop and then the crops grow up to a certain height. After that, the watering which you do, that is known as what? Core watering. The amount of water which you add, that is known as core depth. And the duration for which you do this watering is known as core period. Okay, so these are maximum, these values are maximum. So that's why when designing the canal, you don't use base period and all. You use core depth because this will give you the higher value. Okay, so that is the reason for designing time you use this. Now, coming further to capacity factors. Okay, just let's ask you one thing. You might be having pump and motors in your home. Do you operate it 24 hours? Yes or no? Do you operate it for 24 hours? Yes or no? Never. You don't do it for 24 hours, right? Similarly here, don't think that the canal will be supplying you water throughout the base period. No, but in duty you said that 1 meter cube per second of water is supplied continuously. That is a definition. For telling you, we say like that. Practically, go into the field, you will never find that every day discharge is being carried out. Hota hi nahi hai. Okay. So capacity factor is how much supply you do it in the canal, because you won't allow the water to flow it throughout 365 days or throughout the base period. So how much amount of water you supplied for a particular duration to the maximum for which you have designed the canal. So this factor is known as capacity factor. Example, generally denoted as CV. If it is coming 0.8, that means that whatever is the design capacity of the canal, you are supplying 80% of it. You are supplying how much water? 80% of the water. That is the meaning. Clear? Now, time factor. As I told you, you don't supply water. Similarly, you don't run the canal every day. So, number of days when you actually run the canal divided by number of days of irrigation period. I told you generally it requires 3 to 4 months for a crop to grow. Okay, so time factor will tell you number of days you are actually supplying water through the canal. Okay, to the number of irrigation period. Irrigation period is 4 months. 4 months means how much? 120 days or 3 months. So number of days of irrigation period. So of course this will be also in decimals like 0.8, 0.9. So that means what? That means what? 90% of the time the canal was running out of the total irrigation period. That is the meaning of it. Okay, ma'am, but why we are doing this? This is unfair now. We should supply water every time. Why we should supply water every time? What will the farmers do? They will waste the water. Okay, or they will do over irrigation. Then also there is a problem. Productivity of the crops will be affected. So don't think that, ma'am, this is very wrong. We shouldn't supply water. We shouldn't stop the flow of water. One person was there in the app class, paid class. He was saying that. So guys, it's good. Because when you get more anything, now you start to misuse it. That is also correct. So that is the reason we don't allow it. And who will pay if the canals is running? However, it runs as open channel flow, but who will pay for the water? You're getting it free of cost. Okay. Now, command area. उसको ध्यान से समझना है ना. Gross command area. Okay. उसको break किया था ना, इसमें देख रही. Gross command area. The total area, residential, ponds, everything which is included, that is known as gross command area. अब मुझे बताओ, residential buildings and all, parks and all, waters and all, will you do cultivation? No. So we will go for cultivable command area, the area in which practically you can do irrigation. That is known as cultivable command area. Or there's another name of it, that is culturable command area. GCA and CCA are the official denotions, so don't expect that in the question they will give you full form. If they are giving you short form also, you should be very well aware about it. So the total area in which irrigation is done when sufficient water is available, that is GCA. But we don't do in residential buildings, forest areas and all those things. So when you cut it out, and that area in which practically you are doing irrigation, that is known as cultivable command area. Now in this also you have two categories. Cultivable command area. And one is the culturable, non-cultivable command area. Now, ma'am, what is the difference between them? See, if let us suppose initially 1000 hectare was there, out of let us suppose 200 hectares is the one in which practically irrigation can be done. Now, this 200 hectares also we are not going to do the irrigation. Ma'am, why? Some land you will keep it as reserve. You will keep it for the cows and all to eat, pasture land. Okay, you will keep it like this. So don't be in a doubt that the area which is remaining after gross command area, we will just do the irrigation on those place. We won't. Out of that also, a certain portion only we will be doing it, and a certain portion will be left as fallow lands and all, where you will not do the cultivation. So that is the non-cultivable portion or uncultivable portion. It is a part of CC only. We can do irrigation there, we can do cultivation there, but we are not doing it. It's not that we can't do it. We can do it, but we are not doing it. Like we are keeping it as pasture land for cows and all, goats and all, whatever it is, and we are not doing irrigation on that portion. We are not doing cultivation, but we can do it. Correct? Now, intensity of irrigation. Intensity of irrigation, we call it as IOI. Basically, it will tell you that how much percentage of the area is getting irrigated. Let us suppose intensity of irrigation is 30%. That means if If CCA is 200 hectares, 30% of it is getting irrigated. That is 60 hectares. This is the meaning of it. If in the question it has given you culturable command area and it has given you intensity of irrigation, that means it is trying to tell you that the whole CCA is not getting irrigated. Intensity of irrigation is telling you that percentage in which irrigation is being done. Okay. So here, how much area in which irrigation is done, that is intensity of irrigation into CCA. Got it? Any doubts still here? फिर एक क्वेश्चन कर लेते हैं. Any doubts still here? Yes or no तो बोलो. Say yes or no. Doubt है तो बोलो, नहीं है तो बोलो. Okay. चलिए. Now let's solve this question. A water course commands an irrigated area of 1000 hectare. Intensity of irrigation is 70%. That means CCA will be how much? 1000 into 70 by 100. 700. The total depth of water required is 500 mm. Now during that time only rainfall happened. That crop required 500 mm, but during that time what happened? Rainfall happened. So now we have to supply less water because a part of the water which we needed to be supplied is being satisfied by rainfall. So 500 minus 120. How much it will become? 380. Chalo. Now find the duty of irrigation for the crop during transplantation period. पहले तो सिर्फ duty निकाल के बताओ. So delta is equal to 8.64 B by D. This is 0.380, 8.64. Base period is 15 days duty. Calculate duty. $341.01.05. Check कर लेना. Just check it once. नहीं आ रहा? Okay. Now it is asking you calculate the discharge also. Discharge is what? Area by duty. 700 hectares. Okay. 2.05 cubic. Is this the answer? No. If yahin tak bas question given hota, if question would have been given till here, determine the discharge required, then 2.05 Qmax would be the answer. It has written loss of water is 20%. That means how much is the efficiency? 80%. So if you supply 2.05 Qmax, the water will not be delivered up to the, means how much water is desired, that much water will not be delivered because 20% is lost. So you need to supply more amount of water. How much more? 2.05 divided by efficiency. Ma'am, why you have divided by the efficiency? Because 20% is lost. So instead of 2.05, I need to apply more amount of water. If in the question efficiency would have been 100%, then 2.05 Qmax would have been the answer. But here efficiency is not 100%. Okay? Kitna answer? Divided by 2.565. ठीक है. अभी एक एफिशिएंसी वाला तो कर ही लेते हैं, फिर देखते हैं ब्रेक देना है कि मतलब आप लोग की सहमति से whether you want break or not. Let's complete this. तो ये water requirement of crops will be completed, then consumptive use will come. ये छोटा ही है. चलो. Various types of efficiency are there. The one which is being asked prominently, maximum questions in your gate is water application efficiency. Second is water conveyance efficiency. सबसे ज़्यादा पूछा गया. In exams, if they can give you any other thing, that I can't guarantee. That's why I'm teaching you all of it. Okay. What is water conveyance efficiency? Okay. Now, how much water you are bringing from the river into the main canal? to how much water you are delivering into the field. So obviously from main canal you are bringing the water, it will go into the branch canal and all, and then it will go into the field. Okay, so how much water is coming from the main canal to the how much water it is delivered into the field. So this is known as what? This is known as conveyance efficiency. This is known as what? Conveyance efficiency. Now here conveyance losses are taken into account. When water is moving from one canal to another canal, water loss will take place. Like if you pour the water from one to another container to another container, what will happen? Losses will take place. Okay, so conveyance efficiency takes into account losses. Losses like which losses? Losses like seepage losses. Okay, so conveyance loss, or the other name of it is transmission loss. So this efficiency takes into account. If it is telling that conveyance efficiency is 80%, that means 20% is lost due to seepage. It is lost due to conveyance. Okay. Now, water application efficiency. How much water is brought to the field? Will all the water stored in the root zone of the crop? Of course not. Some amount of water will percolate deep inside the ground, which even the plants cannot extract it. Some amount of water will flow on the surface. Okay. So application efficiency is how much water is stored in the root zone of the crop to the water which you are delivering into the field. And of course, it will be practically never be 100%. Reason is deep percolation will take place and surface runoff will take place. So the efficiency which takes, and these can be asked in statement wise. That's why I'm elaborating and telling you. The efficiency which takes into account transmission losses and seepage losses, water conveyance efficiency. The efficiency which takes into account runoff losses and deep percolation, water application efficiency. Got it? Now, we'll deal question also, don't worry. Then this one is water use efficiency. Now this will tell you how much water you brought into the field. That water was used for which reason. See, we teaching padhaya nahi na aayega aage. Now, WU is water use consumptively. See, before the irrigation is being done, you know that we require water so that the moisture conditions can be there. For that also water is being used. Then what happens when salts are present? You know that salts will cause injury to the crops. It will reduce the productivity. So we need to remove those salts. So for removing those salts, the process is leaching. We supply excess amount of water so that the water along with salts become soluble and they are removed. That is known as leaching. So the water used consumptively means the water which is used during sowing time, the water which is used for leaching requirement, and the water which is stored. So that is known as water used consumptively. So if in the question they have not given you leaching requirement, take it 0. If they have not given you pre-sowing requirement, take it 0. You don't need to assume anything by yourself. Okay. So how much water you delivered, out of that how much water the plant has used consumptively. That is known as what? Water use efficiency. Next comes water storage efficiency. Now what will happen here? Here, this is slight difference from water application efficiency. What happens in water storage efficiency? How much water you are storing in the root zone of the crop. Now, draw Now, when you are supplying water, obviously a certain amount of water will be stored in the root zone of the crop. How much water is stored in the root zone of the crop to the amount of water which you need to add such that it goes from optimum moisture content to field capacity. That is the meaning of it. So how much water you should add such that the level of water should rise from optimum moisture content to field capacity. And that water, how much water will be stored in the root zone? Because जब पानी rise करेगा, पूरा का पूरा root zone store नहीं करेगा ना, they will store a certain amount of water. So when you're adding water so that the rise takes place from optimum moisture content to field capacity, in that how much amount of water is stored in the root zone of the crop? That is the storage efficiency. Got it? Last one, water distribution efficiency. Now it's very, very common. अब अगर आपने, this is a land, okay, and you're supplying water here. So will it get equally distributed, penetrated in all the positions? Of course not. If you are applying it this place, here maximum depth of penetration will happen. here slightly less, here slightly less. Ma'am, why it is lesser and lesser? Because whenever there is a relative motion between two things, friction comes into action. When you're allowing the water to pass through it, that soil will not allow the water to pass. It will offer resistance, it will offer friction, because of which water has to lose energy. So if you talk it about, it goes like this. So where you applied maximum depth of penetration here, and as it moves outwards, the depth of penetration decreases. So how can you calculate 1 minus y by d? Now let us suppose here depth of penetration is d1, here d2, here d3, here d4, here d5. So d is the average depth of penetration, that is d1 plus d2 plus d3 plus d4 plus d5 divided by 5. And y will be what? What is the deviation taking place from it? So d3 minus d deviation. Why you are taking it mod, ma'am? Because if I don't take mod, positive and negative will cancel out, and it is possible that it will become 0 also. That is the reason we take mod. d5 minus d divided by, okay, this is the one. Now, if efficiency is 80%, distribution efficiency 90%, that means somewhat the water is uniformly distributed. If you have poor distribution efficiency like 20%, 30%, that means the water is not properly distributed over the entire catchment area, or over the area, not catchment area, over the area which is to be irrigated. That is the crop yield area. Okay, that is the meaning of it. Clear? Now shall we do question? Question kar le? Shall we do question? Chalo. A stream of 150 liters was diverted from a canal, मतलब main canal में पानी आया, and how much was delivered into the field? 120 liters. It is asking you conveyance efficiency. How much water is delivered into the field? 120 liters. How much water is taken from the rivers to the canal? 150 liters. Solve it and tell me. मेरा YouTube ही नहीं चल रहा है. Just a minute. How much it is coming? 80%. Okay. Now water application efficiency. What is application efficiency? ये तो याद ही रखना, कई बार आ चुके एग्जाम में. Water stored in the root zone of crops to the water delivered into the field into 100. Now check it out. How much water is delivered into the field? 120 liters. इस रेट से सप्लाई कर रहे हो 8 hours. So 120 liters per second into 8 hours. 1 hour is equal to 60 minutes. 1 minute is equal to 60 seconds. Divided by 10 raised to power 3 so that you get it in meter cube. कितना पानी आ रहा है? 3456 meter cube. This it was in the terms of discharge. I did it in the terms of volume. Okay, so 3456, correct. Now out of this how much is lost? I told you application efficiency. अब आप बोलोगे मैम conveyance efficiency में इसको minus क्यों नहीं किया? Why haven't you minus in conveyance efficiency? Because runoff loss is taken in which case? It is taken in the case of application efficiency. If transmission loss or seepage would have been there, I would have taken in the conveyance efficiency one. Okay, so 3456 minus 200 into 100. How much it is coming? Solve and tell me. How much it is coming? 94.21%. ठीक है, 21%. Okay. Next, what it has asked you, water conveyance हो गया, water application, water storage efficiency. Water storage efficiency, क्या बोला था? Water storage efficiency, water stored in the field to the water which is required for bringing the moisture content from optimum moisture to field capacity. तो कितना पानी stored हुआ in the root zone, वो तो already we have calculated. Storage efficiency, water stored in root zone, water required from optimum moisture content to field capacity. 3456 minus 200, ये तो ऑलरेडी हमने पहले ही कर चुका है ना. 3456 minus 200, this is 3256. You have to calculate how much water is required from optimum moisture content to field capacity. Just kindly calculate this and tell me how much is required. ये 400 था ना, मैंने 200 क्यों लिखा है? ये रन ऑफ लॉस इज 400, राइट? मैंने 200 कहाँ से लिख दिया? रन ऑफ लॉस इज 400. 400 के हिसाब से किया था ना. 3456 माइनस 400, कहाँ देख रही थी मैं? 56 into 100, 88.42. दिस इज 400. ऊपर तो रन ऑफ 400 लिखा था, पीछे स्लाइड पलटाने के चक्कर में. रन ऑफ लॉस इज 400 गाइस. बाय मिस्टेक आई सॉ अदर, नीचे देख लिया था मैंने ऊपर. रन ऑफ लॉस इज 400. So here also this will be 3456 minus 400, 3056. Now water required from optimum moisture content to field capacity. अब देखो, available water holding capacity of soil 200 mm per meter depth of soil. 1 मीटर में 200 mm का पानी स्टोर करके रख सकता है per meter depth of soil. कितनी है soil की depth? How much is the depth of soil? कहाँ लिखा है depth of soil? Depth of soil कहाँ लिखा है? रन ऑफ लॉस वेरिंग लिखा है. इफेक्टिव डेप्थ ऑफ रूट जोन इज 1.7 मीटर. तो 200 मीटर अगर mm 1 मीटर में स्टोर करके रखता है तो 1.7 मीटर में कितना स्टोर करेगा? सॉल्व इट एंड टेल मी कितना आ रहा है. 7 2 17, 14, 34. मैं तो बिना कैलकुलेटर के कैलकुलेशन ही कर लूँ बस. 340 mm is 34 सेंटीमीटर. ठीक है. नाउ क्वेश्चन में क्या लिखा है ध्यान से सुनना. अब बस एक चीज है जो यहाँ पर आपसे गलत हो सकती है, बस पूरा चीज सही किया है. ओनली वन थिंग इज विच यू कैन मेक मिस्टेक. इफ मॉइस्चर एक्सट्रैक्शन लेवल वाज 80% ऑफ अवेलेबल मॉइस्चर, आपने 40% एक्सट्रैक्ट कर लिया, बचा कितना? हाउ मच इज रिमेनिंग? व्हाट इफ मॉइस्चर एक्सट्रैक्शन लेवल वाज 40%, हाउ मच इज रिमेनिंग गाइस? वो लीनियरली वेरिंग उसके लिए नहीं है, वो तो डेप्थ ऑफ उसका बताऊंगी मैं. हाउ मच? देखो 40% एक्सट्रैक्ट कर रहा है, कितना बचा है जिसको आपको पानी? 40% सप्लाई ले लिया, कितना आपको पानी सप्लाई करना पड़ेगा? 60%. If 40% is taken out, how much you have to supply? 60% you have to supply such that from optimum moisture content it reaches to field capacity. So 60% you need to supply. So 34 into 0.6, 20.4 सेंटीमीटर. Now convert 20.4 एरिया कितना दिया है? 1.5 hectares because you have to convert it into cubic meter. So 20.4 into 10 raised to power minus 2 meter. एरिया कितना दिया? 1.5. How much it is coming? 3060. अभी भी कुछ सॉल्व करो पहले. कुछ मिस्टेक तो नहीं की ना मैंने? चलो सही है. 3056 divided by 3060 into 99 point something या 99.869. Correct? चलो now नेक्स्ट कमिंग इज लास्ट वन इज वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एफिशिएंसी. अब देखो कौन बोल रहा था, प्रिंस बोल रहा था ना. प्रिंस आप बोल रहे थे ना मैम लीनियरली वेरिंग लिखा है, लीनियरली वेरिंग लिखा है. सी डेप्थ ऑफ वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की बात कर रहा है यहाँ पे. डेप्थ ऑफ रूट जोन, वी वर टॉकिंग अबाउट डेप्थ ऑफ रूट जोन. हियर इट इज टेलिंग डेप्थ ऑफ वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन इज वेरिंग. डेप्थ ऑफ वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मीन्स यहाँ पर 1.7 मीटर and here it is 1.1 meter. This it was telling friends. Now got it? Water distribution की depth की बात कर रहा था. So now we can calculate water distribution efficiency. 1.7 plus 1.1 divided by 2. 2.8 by 2. 1.4 meter. Now y will be mod 'distribution efficiency 1 minus y by d into 100. 92.5%. This will be your answer. क्लियर? तो इसके साथ हमने कंप्लीट कर लिया. एनी डाउट्स? ये मैंने कहा 78.57 आ रहा है क्या? मैंने कुछ गलत कर दिया क्या? 1 minus 0.3 upon 1.4 into 100. 550. हाँ 550 बाई मैंने कहाँ से निकाल लिया, कुछ 0.4 कर दिया. अच्छा 78.57 करेक्ट. लास्ट एफिशिएंसी. हाँ हाँ करेक्ट. चलो with this we have completed one another chapter. Now consumptive use अभी start करना है कि after break? मतलब ज्यादा नहीं बचा है. कैनाल्स बचा है, डैम्स बचा है, एक्विडक्ट्स तो ऐसे 10 मिनट में हो जाएगा. अब ज्यादा नहीं बचा है. आज तो कुछ भी हो जाए 10 नहीं बजेगा. 10 क्या 9 भी नहीं बजेगा. अभी करूं कि ब्रेक? चलो कितनी देर का ब्रेक चाहिए? नहीं बजेगा. 10 बजेगा ही नहीं. इवेपोट्रांसपिरेशन बचा है, कैनाल्स बचा है, डैम्स बचा है, क्रॉस ड्रेनेज तो 10 मिनट का है. नहीं बचा है टाइम. हाउ मच टाइम यू नीड ब्रेक? टेल मी दैट ना. कितनी देर का चाहिए ये बताओ. यार ये तो ज्यादा हो जाएगा. चलो ठीक है, ये लास्ट ब्रेक होगा बट इसके बाद कोई ब्रेक नहीं है. पक्का? अब सीधे फिर हम लोग खत्म करेंगे उस दिन जैसे लाइक एनवायरमेंट. दिस इज द लास्ट ब्रेक. इसके बाद कोई ब्रेक नहीं मिलेगा. हाँ ठीक है. 6 बजे से स्टार्ट करेंगे अश्विनी, फिर कोई ब्रेक नहीं मिलेगा. 2 से 3 घंटा, 2-2.5 घंटे में खत्म हो जाएगा. और अगर अब बच्चे कम हुए ना अश्विनी, तुम ही जाओगे फिर. सब सो जाते हैं दोपहर का खाने के बाद. आफ्टर लंच सम पीपल विल स्लीप, देन अगेन 6. चलो मैम क्या खाएंगी? मैं तो कुछ नहीं खाऊंगी, मैं सिर्फ चाय पीऊंगी. इन इंडिया यू जस्ट ड्रिंक टी. अदरवाइज मुझे तो ज्यादा एनर्जी चाहिए ना, मैं ना सो जाऊं. ओके फाइन गाइस, विल मीट एट 6. सो डू कम एट 6. ओके. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Theory of seepage with. Okay. Good evening. I forgot theory of seepage is also there. Design of canals, theory of seepage, gravity dams, cross drainage structures. But then also let's take a target of 8. Let's see. We'll do it smoothly. Okay. So provide PDF. First of all, ma'am, kindly don't change my gender, which I don't like it. Please. Okay. तो मैंने सोचा आई वाज थिंकिंग कि कुछ तो छूट रहा है कुछ तो छूट रहा है कुछ तो मैं भूल रही हूँ लाइक व्हेन आई वाज डूइंग शिट थ्योरी ऑफ सीपेज तो छूट गया चलो कोई बात नहीं लेट्स सी हाउ मच वी आर एबल टू कंप्लीट अगर रात है पूरी रात है 12 बजे तक मैं कभी भी ले सकती हूँ लेट्स सी बट हो जाएगा मुझे अंदर से कॉन्फिडेंस आ रहा है कि 9 से पहले तो पक्का हो जाएगा आज कुछ भी हो जाए 9 तो नहीं बजना चाहिए बट बच गया तो क्या कर सकते हैं तुम लोग आंसर नहीं करोगे तो मैं ही सब कैलकुलेट करूंगी तो बचेगा ही ना चलो 10 to 6 8 घंटे हो चुके हैं अब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं मैं जल्दी करूंगी टेंशन मत लो चलो स्टार्ट करूं शैल आई स्टार्ट ये अनवर पिछली बार 10 बोला था मैंने 9 पे कर दिया था आज भी देखना मैं 9 से पहले करूंगी ऐसा मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है लेट्स चेक इट आउट देखो डेरिवेशंस करने नहीं है वी डोंट हैव टू डू द डेरिवेशंस सो ग्रेविटी डैम छोटा हो जाता है सी व्हेन यू हैव टू डू द डेरिवेशंस इट बिकम्स बिग पर आप तो करने नहीं दोगे डेरिवेशन आप खुद ही मना कर दोगे यू विल से मैम डोंट डू द डेरिवेशन सो इट विल बी कंप्लीटेड इन हाफ एन आवर चलो अब स्टार्ट करते हैं देखा मैंने बोला था ना अश्वनी जैसी लोगों को भेजोगे फिर आधे बच्चे कट जाते हैं बिकॉज दे स्लीप नाउ ये चले जाएंगे अरे मौसम अच्छा है आराम से ही कर रही हूँ बट इतना आराम भी नहीं कि तुम लोग बोर हो जाओ चलो now let's start evapotranspiration we didn't do in the case of this one hydrology because I told you that we will do it in irrigation now technically consumptive use and evapotranspiration there is a slight difference between the two okay now you already know that evaporation basically the process of conversion from liquid to vapor state at free surface is known as evaporation okay transpiration is when the plants prepare their food under the action of photosynthesis that time a certain amount of water is lost from the leaves of the plant and that is termed as what transpiration okay now evaporation is basically a continuous process it takes place all throughout the day while you talk about transpiration 95% of the transpiration takes place during daytime and the reason is but obvious because sunlight is available during daytime so the plants prepare their food during daytime second thing which comes into action is like if I'm talking about land so if evaporation is taking place from the land nearby to it whatever crops are there transpiration will be taking place from there if the evaporation is taking place in the rivers nearby to that aquatic plants is there so transpiration will be taking place from there okay so we clubbed both of them and we made it what evapotranspiration we talked about it as evapotranspiration okay now evapotranspiration is the amount of water required for meeting the needs of evaporation as well as transpiration that is termed as evapotranspiration talking about consumptive use it is also the amount of water required by plants for satisfying the needs of evaporation plus transpiration plus the amount of water required for metabolic activities now what do you mean by metabolic activities see plants for building up new plant tissues require water so the water required for metabolic activities that is water required for building up new plant tissues that is known as metabolic activities. So the water required for evaporation, transpiration plus building up new plant tissues. But the water required for building up new plant tissues is so less that we assume that consumptive use and evapotranspiration is approximately equal. However, for your knowledge, I'm telling you, generally consumptive use is slightly greater than evapotranspiration, but all practical purposes, we assume both of them as same because the water required for this one is very less. Okay, now how can you measure evapotranspiration? From this topic, questions have been asked in many examinations, also in GATE, that is Blaney-Criddle formula. Okay, there's one more formula like K sigma. This one also you use it, but generally we use this one. What is this? This is the value. First of all, kindly remember the units because this will give you the value. This will give you the value, but this is an empirical equation. Firstly, okay, so it gives you potential evapotranspiration. It will not give you actual evapotranspiration. I taught you in aridity index, na, potential minus actual divided by potential evapotranspiration. So potential evapotranspiration is given by Blaney-Criddle formula. What is the formula? Kp by 40, 1.8 T plus 32. K is the crop factor, or you can say consumptive use coefficient. T is the temperature. Remember, if you are using this formula, temperature will be in degrees Celsius. Okay. And P is monthly percentage of annual daylight hours that occurs during a period. Now here maximum students will get confused. So let me tell you. If let us suppose in the question they don't give you directly the value of P, what they will give you, let's talk about it. They will give you, let us suppose I'm taking the month of March. March 31 days, and let us suppose approximately this arbitrary value I'm taking. Let us suppose March every day 10 hours sunlight was there. So in that whole month, how much sunlight will be there? 310 hours. Example. And during the whole year 365 days, so let us suppose that on an average 8 hours sunlight was there. So 365 into 8, that is 2920 hours. This is annual. Okay, so P tells you that how much is the annual daylight hours of that particular month for which you are calculating potential evapotranspiration to that of the whole year into 100. This is the meaning. But right now, if I'm calculating for March, I assume that approximately 310 hours was the daylight hours and 2920 is the total yearly one. So percentage of that to the yearly into 100. This will give you P. Got it? Now, you have different methods like pan. Exactly like you studied evaporation. Okay, here we have pan similar. Similar pan is there and you have provided a hexagonal wire netting here so that if birds and all come, they will start to use this water now. So you will get the wrong reading. So you have provided wire netting. Here you have provided Hargreaves class A pan. Again, you will measure the evaporation from the pan and multiply by the coefficient because whatever evaporation is taking place from the pan, exactly same evaporation you will not get it from the lake. That is the reason you have multiplied by the pan coefficient. Okay, now Penman's equation, generally this is very complicated equation. I'll tell you the ones, but they have just asked you a theoretical question on this on GATE. Okay, Penman's equation is also an empirical equation. Generally, empirical equation will give you potential evapotranspiration. Okay, because actual conditions will vary, right? Actual conditions at different soils at different places will be different. So that is the reason they will give you what? Potential value. So this is the formula. Technically, this is gamma is psychometric constant. Hn is the net heat radiation which is coming. A is not the area. This is when you plot a curve of saturation, vapor pressure and temperature. The slope of it is A. A is a parameter which will include wind velocity and saturation coefficient. So technically this formula is tough because while solving it, but if it is asked, it is based on energy balance and mass transfer approach. What I told you, gamma is psychometric constant. Hn is the net heat radiation which is going inside the water surface. A is when you plot a curve of vapor pressure and temperature. The slope of it is A, and EA is a parameter which includes wind velocity and vapor pressure. Okay, so this is the one. This has been asked. Penman's equation is based on, one option was energy balance, another option was mass transfer, third option was energy balance and mass transfer. So it is an energy balance and mass transfer approach. You should know the name: Blaney-Criddle method, Penman's method, Hargreaves method. These are used for calculating evapotranspiration. One more is there. If you want, you say that ma'am, Penman's method and Blaney-Criddle, they give potential. But if I want to calculate the actual one, what I can do? So if you want to calculate actual evapotranspiration, you will go for lysimeter. Now what is lysimeter? Lysimeter basically, first of all, it is costly. Okay, so it's a watertight tank which you will place it in the soil where you want to measure evapotranspiration. Okay, so you will place it in the soil where you want to measure evapotranspiration. Now you will be the one who will be adding water, so you will be knowing how much water is added. Collection chamber is there from which excess water will drain out. How much water you supplied minus how much water is drained out, the subtraction of it will give you how much water is used for evaporation and transpiration. If you say, ma'am, it will give the authentic results, yes, but not 100% accurate, because when you are inserting lysimeter inside the soil, the properties of the soil is getting disturbed. Okay, moreover, it is a costly equipment, so you cannot use it on day-to-day basis. But if somebody asks you what does lysimeter gives you, it gives you the measurement of transpiration. To be precise, if it asks you potential or actual, it gives you actual. Got it? No. That's one from which no questions. Okay. Consumptive irrigation requirement. The amount of water for satisfying the needs of evaporation and transpiration, that is known as consumptive irrigation requirement. Okay, that will be equal to consumptive use, which I told you how to calculate. Blaney-Cradle, Penmans, Hargreaves told you. If in case in the question they are giving you effective rainfall also, so obviously you don't need to supply more amount of water. Subtract the effective rainfall. Okay. Now, if in the question it is asking you net irrigation requirement. Net irrigation requirement is equal to what is the requirement for consumptive irrigation plus pre-sowing requirement if any is there and leaching requirement. If in the question they are giving you pre-sowing and leaching requirement, it's okay. If not given, then take both of them as 0. Excuse me. Okay. Now, field irrigation requirement. And last one is gross irrigation requirement. In field, you require water, net irrigation requirement, plus one more thing. Can you tell me which is the loss which is included in field? I told you when efficiency was there. Which is the loss which is included? Which is the loss which is included? Field, the water flows. Which loss is included, guys? अभी बताया था यार. Which loss is included? फिर मेरे comments में देखो. Which loss is included? Correct. Runoff. Phytometer is for transpiration, Divya. Lysimeter is for evapotranspiration and phytometer is a lab method which is used only for transpiration. So if anybody gives you water application efficiency, that means he has given you net irrigation requirement upon field irrigation requirement into 100. Now if you talk about gross, means total water requirement. So GIR, these are official denotions. Huh? So gross irrigation requirement is field irrigation requirement plus in gross what you take? Conveyance loss or you call it as transmission loss. So here water conveyance efficiency will be field irrigation requirement upon gross irrigation requirement into 100. Got it? So these are the consumptive irrigation CU minus RE, net irrigation requirement CIR plus pre-sowing plus leaching, field irrigation requirement, net irrigation plus runoff losses, gross irrigation, field irrigation plus conveyance loss. Ma'am, why we are taking losses also? Because obviously due to losses you have to supply more amount of water. Otherwise the requirements will not be satisfied. So when you are taking losses also into account, you need to supply more amount of water. Otherwise the needs will not be satisfied. Got it? Chalo. Now solve this question, guys. Comments ही नहीं दिख रहे हैं. Okay. Now solve this question. In this, application efficiency is given to you, conveyance efficiency is given to you, K value is given to you. It is asking you November, December, January, February, and this question can be asked and get 2 marks aram se. It is asking you to calculate evapotranspiration and irrigation requirement. They haven't said NIR, CIR, FIR, GIR. Since conveyance is given, we will calculate GIR. Okay. Now, firstly, you need to calculate the total consumptive use. Total means for the month of November plus December plus January plus February. Come on, guys. Now solve it quickly. Already the temperature is given in degrees Celsius. Everything is given. Just calculate it. 0.58 into P. P is, this is P, 7.2 by 40. 1.8 into 18 plus 32. I'm not writing for everyone. Now calculate. PIR. In consumptive irrigation requirement. If it is there, even if it is mentioned, then of course we will do that. But generally we don't, because it's not mentioned. इसे बांट लेते हैं. Divya, you do for February. Divyanshu, you do for January. Prince, you do for December. तो उसमें easily हम लोग जल्दी जल्दी कर लेंगे. And other people just do check. प्रिंस ने एक बार फिर मैं बोल के भी भूल रही हूँ, तो प्रिंस बता भी दो ना कौन सा मंथ है. जस्ट टेल मी द मंथ नेम आल्सो. 6.116. जनवरी कितना बोला? 5.959. दिसंबर भी बता दो. मैं टोटल रेनफॉल क्या. February how much? 6.723, 6.116, 5.959, 5.981. Okay. So calculate all. Calculate all. November plus December. Tell me the total value of consumptive use. Effective rainfall total value. Calculate the total value now. Add all. Okay. First we will calculate consumptive irrigation requirement. First we will calculate consumptive irrigation requirement, which is CU minus R effective. How much was CU? You said 24.779. How was effective rainfall? Calculate करके check कर लिया ना? 10.9. How much is consumptive irrigation requirement coming? 13.879. Correct? Now, net irrigation requirement is consumptive irrigation requirement plus leaching requirement. In the question, leaching requirement is nowhere mentioned. We will take it as 0. So, net irrigation requirement will be also 13.879 centimeter. Now, if you want to calculate field irrigation requirement, you know water application efficiency is net irrigation requirement upon field irrigation requirement. Now, water application efficiency is how much? 65%. That is 0.65. Net irrigation requirement is 13.879. So, calculate field irrigation requirement. 13.879 divided by 0.65. 21.35. Now, if you need gross irrigation requirement, you know conveyance efficiency is field irrigation into 100 भी तो करना था ना. हाँ तो 0.65 इधर गया था. Field irrigation requirement upon gross irrigation requirement into 100. Conveyance efficiency is how much? अरे conveyance efficiency तो दिख ही नहीं रही है. कितना ले लूं मैं? 55% ले लेती हूँ. कुछ नहीं लिखा तो मैं ही ले लेती हूँ अपने हिसाब से. 55%. ठीक है. तो ये हो जाएगा 0.55. Field irrigation requirement 21.35 divided by gross irrigation requirement. Calculate gross irrigation requirement. Divide by 38.8 centimeters. See, When you will supply 38.8 centimeter water from the main canal, okay, then 13.879 centimeter water will reach to the field. Imagine how much amount of water is lost. Imagine. Got it? Clear? So if such sort of questions are being asked, I have taught you this. Any doubts? Now we will move towards canals. Another chapter. Any doubts? टेलीग्राम में डाल देना तो आप लोग डिजाइन ऑफ कैनाल स्टार्ट हो रहा, मैं नहीं लिख रही. क्लियर? चलो. Design of canals, theory of seepage, gravity dams, cross drainage structures. चलिए. Now, let's talk about design of canals. Firstly, the canals which we are talking of, which we will be talking about, will be unlined canals. And the figure in which it is shown to you is rigid canals. Now, what is the difference between unlined canals and lined canals? Now, let's talk about it. Okay. When you talk about unlined canals, in this you don't have to apply your brain. Ma'am, don't apply your brain means what, ma'am? What you do is, you just dug the soil, put it as embankment on both the sides. That's it. The water will be flowing. Nothing you have done. While in the case of rigid boundary canal, check it out. You have provided cement concrete or vitrified clay or boulder lining, anything you provide along the whole wetted perimeter. Check it, this side, and even on the bottom side. Okay. So along the whole wetted perimeter, what you do is, you provide lining. But actually what happens when you do lining, it becomes 2 to 2.5 times costlier. So if 50 crores project is there, it will become how much? It will become 100 to 150 crores project. Okay, so that's why mostly the canals which are there in India are unlined canals. Reason is, first of all, the cost, that is economic point of view. Now, when you talk about unlined canals, because I'll be talking about unlined canals, and that too about upper Bari Doab canal system, and that too in the northern regions. Okay, we will be talking about northern regions, about unlined canals. Ma'am, why not about southern regions? Why you are differentiating between northern and southern regions? Because guys, the soil through which the water flows in the river in the northern region is the soil is alluvial soil. Okay, the sedimentary rocks are there. While in the southern regions, so you have igneous rock. So that time silting scouring problem is not there. That silting scouring majorly happens in the canals in northern regions. So that's why I'm talking about those regions. Okay. And moreover, Punjab and the northern regions and all. So, moreover, the people who gave their studies and they concluded statements and all that, they give it in the upper Bari Doab canal system. Doab means area bounded by 2 rivers. Punjab, area bounded by 5 rivers. So that is the meaning. So they, whether it be Kennedy, Lacey, they did their study in upper Bari Doab canal system. This question has also been asked. Okay. In lined canals, you don't have any problem. So that's why I told you in the starting only that when I'm talking right now about designing of canals, I'm talking about unlined canals. Now, comes the question that what is the problem, ma'am? What is the problem? The problem here is when the water is flowing from the river into the canal, obviously it will bring the silt particles also. Now, if the velocity of water is very high, see, these are particles only, nothing else. So, if the velocity is very high with which the water in the canal is flowing, it will cause the scouring, or you can say erosion. It will take away the particles not only from the beds but also from the sides. And if the velocity is very less, whatever particles the water has brought from the river into the canal, it will cause the sedimentation of it. That means silting will happen. That means deposition of particles will happen. So you will say, ma'am, keeping low velocity is also a problem, and keeping Madhumita, get well soon, beta. Okay. Now what will happen if you supply very high velocity? Then scouring erosion will happen. And if the water is flowing in the canal with very low velocity, what will happen? Silting or deposition will occur. So both the conditions are tough. If you keep high velocity, then also there is a problem. If you keep low velocity, then also there is a problem. Then what you can do? You need to maintain the flow in a canal in such a way that neither silting nor scouring should occur. So you will say, ma'am, what is that velocity? कुछ अलग velocity है क्या? because you need to maintain that velocity in the canal. You have to design the canal in such a way that that velocity will neither cause silting nor scoring. आप बोलोगे मैम बिल्कुल भी नहीं, not even a single, up to a negligible extent. अब ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते कि पूरा ही नहीं हो, up to a negligible extent. Okay, now so the people who came for the designing of it was first Kennedy and then Lacey sir. First we'll talk about the Kennedy sir, but before we talk about Kennedy, let's talk about what is eddies. मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा है पहले ये जिन्होंने कमेंट लिखा है ये चाहते क्या है हमसे, या ये क्लास डिस्टर्ब करने. आजकल इतने फेक भी आते हैं ना कि ऑथेंटिक का पता नहीं चल पाता. अब प्लीज क्या लिखूं मैं इसको, पहले मैं इसको टाइमर आउट में कर. Okay. Now, before studying what Kennedy sir told, first we will talk about what do you mean by eddies. See, actually, we assume that water moves only in longitudinal direction, that is only in the horizontal flow. But actually, the water, we take it practically, it moves in three directions. Horizontal direction it moves, normal direction it moves, and lateral direction it moves. However, we take that the water moves only in longitudinal direction. Whenever curves are there, cuts are there, boundaries are there, you get significant contribution of velocity of flow in the normal direction as well. And you call that is due to secondary currents. So when the water is flowing, curves, corner, cuts, boundaries are there, you will see that significant portion of water is splashing on the normal direction. And this leads to the formation of, and that is termed as basically eddies. Now eddies, why they are generated? Now, whenever there is the relative motion between two things, I told you friction will come into action. So a channel is there and water is flowing through the channel. See, nobody wants its state of rest or motion to be hampered. So a channel is there and water is flowing through it. The channel will not allow the water to move. So channel will offer resistance, and water can move if it is able to overcome the resistance offered by the channel. And during this process of friction, what was generated? Eddies were generated. So what Kennedy sir told, that whatever silts are there, they are not settling down. He did thorough studies on the upper Bari Doab canal system. He checked for those structures which didn't fail in the upper Bari Doab canal system, and he concluded that whatever eddies are generated, see, silt is a particle. Obviously, we are living in the earth, so gravitational forces there, koi bhi cheez hai wo niche hi aayegi. It will come out under the action of its own weight. That's very, very common. So technically, the silt should come down. But if it is in suspension, that means some other force is there which is pulling it upwards. Okay, technically due to the action of its weight, it should come down. But it is coming it is in suspension. That means somebody else is pulling it upwards. Who is that somebody? That is eddies. Okay, and now you will say, ma'am, eddies generate in one direction only. No, it generates in a number of directions. You cannot be direction specific. So the vertical weight downwards acting of silt, but there will be vertical component of eddies which will be pulling upwards. So one is pulling downward, but one is pulling upwards. So that's why it is not able to move anywhere and it is in suspension. Like Divya is pulling me from one side, Yukta is pulling me from one side, but both have almost the same energy. So I'll be like in suspension. Either I'll move towards her, neither I'll move towards her. Got it? So that is the meaning of it. Neither that silt will settle down, so it will remain in suspension. Now, from where the eddies are generated? Kennedy, sir, this was the first drawback which came when he said this in his experiment. He said that eddies generated from bottoms are the ones which significantly contribute. He didn't consider the eddies which were generated from the sides, because he said that they also generate eddies, but their silt supporting powers is less. So he neglected the eddies generated from the sides. He considered only the eddies generated from the bottom. Okay, so eddies generated from the sides were neglected, and this became the drawback later. Because what happened? People started to design the canals based on Kennedy's theory, and the canals started to fail. After that, then Lacey sir came. Okay, now eddies, how to remove or reduce? उसको remove क्यों करेंगे? वो तो naturally generate हो रहा है ना. That is generated due to friction. Now, Kennedy sir told, I told you about the velocity. Kennedy sir told that there is a velocity which is known as critical velocity. Okay, if you provide this velocity in the channel, neither silting will occur nor scouring will occur. Okay, so we told you na, that jadui velocity, that magical velocity, that neither the particles will settle nor the erosion will happen. So Kennedy sir told, if you provide this much velocity, neither silting will happen nor scouring will happen. What is that? 0.55 m y to the power 0.64. V naught is the critical velocity in meter per second, m is the critical velocity ratio, y is the depth. This critical velocity ratio can be more than 1, less than 1 for different type of soil. The velocity will be different. Actually, when Kennedy sir gave, he gave this formula. But that was valid only in upper Bari Doab canal system. If anybody wants to design the canals in other area, what they can do? So that's why when Kennedy sir introduced this critical velocity ratio. Okay, now how to design it, let's talk about it. This is a trial and error method. So generally chances of it coming is less. Formulas and all they can ask for if they will give you the depth directly. I can't say they won't ask, because nowadays the gate has proved us wrong and asking conventional questions also. So that's why I can't comment on all those things. Now, this is procedure which I'm telling you. You will say, ma'am, do we need to remember this table? Yes. Although I assume that they will give you the depth, but I can't guarantee. So what will happen? Obviously, if I want to make, like, let us suppose if I tell Divyanshu that I need a plan of any area. So first he will ask, ma'am, kitne square feet ka hai? How much square feet is the plot? Okay. Similarly, if I tell Yogesh that basically design a canal. So firstly, he'll ask that for how much capacity, right? Like, so I'll tell Yukta that I'm coming for dinner. So she'll ask that, ma'am, for how many people I have to cook. So firstly, you need to know a value based on which you will design it. So in the question, damn sure discharge will be given to you. Based on that discharge, you need to design the channel. Now you can ask, ma'am, there are n shapes of channel which is possible. So which one do we prefer? Generally, if you talk it about, we prefer trapezoidal channel section. Generally. However, in the question, they will mention you triangular trapezoidal, but just for knowledge purpose, I'm telling you that we prefer trapezoidal. Now what will happen is, we will assume a trial depth. Ma'am, how much, any values can be there up to infinity. So they will be giving you discharge in the question. If it is giving you from 0 to 20, assume a trial depth of 1 meter, 20 to 42, 40 to 80, 2.5 and so on. Okay, now depth you assumed, critical velocity ratio will be given to you in the question. You will get critical velocity. Okay, now critical velocity will be known to you. Discharge will already be given in the question. You can calculate area. Now, area, you know it. Okay. If in the question nothing is given to you, that time, but in gate generally they will give you, don't worry. That time you will assume the side slope of the channel as 0.5 horizontal is to 1 vertical. Okay. Now, I just don't want students to waste their time. Like, this is the depth y. So you calculate now, for 1 vertical it is 0.5 horizontal. So for y vertical it will be 0.5y here, 0.5y here. Then you calculate and waste your time. Simply remember b plus ny into y. That is same only. Then you calculate 2 times the area of triangle plus half plus the area of rectangle. You just waste your time. Just apply area of trapezium, and now kindly remember this. This is for saving your time. Now what is n? This I have taken it as 1 is to n. So n is 0.5 here. Okay, n is 0.5 here. Now perimeter. If you talk about perimeter, perimeter is non. This is wetted perimeter in contact with water. This is wetted perimeter in contact with water. This is wetted perimeter in contact with water. This is B. Here you will apply Pythagoras theorem, y plus 0.5y. 0.5 was, I take it n. So this was y square plus n square y square. So y 1 plus n square. Similarly here also. Don't waste your time in doing all the shit and wasting your time. You should not be so pro that you should know b plus 2y 1 plus n square. Okay, instead of calculating, applying Pythagoras theorem, why you are doing and wasting your time, guys? Invest it on some more questions which you think that if you'll put effort, you'll be able to solve it. Okay, so wetted perimeter, A is equal to B plus ny into y. If you are not able to do it, then do that 2 triangles plus rectangle. I'm just telling you for your benefit only. Wetted perimeter, B plus 2y root over 1 plus n square. Area, you know it. Okay, perimeter, area, you know it. Okay, but width you don't know, depth you know. How come you know the depth? Because you assumed it. Check it out. Here you assumed a trial depth. So based on that, in this step, you will calculate the width. Now you know the width also, now you know the depth also. Based on that, you will calculate perimeter. From perimeter, you will calculate hydraulic radius. From hydraulic radius, you will calculate velocity. Velocity, generally the one which you will use will be Chase's equation. Now hydraulic radius you calculated, slope no logic. Kennedy sir told take value 1 by 3500 to 1 by 1 by 3500 to 1 by 5000. Any value. Ma'am, you will say, ma'am, logic? No logic, beta. No logic. He told assume a value 1 by 3500 to 1 by 5000. You will take that. Ma'am, what about Chase's constant? Now Kennedy sir first of all didn't give his own formula for calculating velocity. He used Chase's formula. You also know that we prefer Manning's formula because Chase's formula is not observation based. So all whatever where the disadvantages of Chase's formula was included here, drawbacks. Plus after that, for calculating Chase's constant, he told to use Cutter's equation. This one. Okay. So after this, you calculate the velocity. If this velocity and the critical velocity which came, if it is equal, then what was the depth and width you have provided is equal. If it is not coming equal, redesign. Again, take the different depth, again do the same calculation. So it is a tedious. It is a tedious job. Got it? Clear? Please speak in Hindi. My Hindi one is already there of last year. So if you are having problem beta, you can check it out. It is already there. Okay? Clear? Clear हुआ कि नहीं, or you want me to repeat anything quickly? Is it clear? Okay, fine. Chalo. So they have given you Manning's n value. One more thing is here that actually this formula was developed a long back by Kennedy sir. बहुत पहले develop हुआ था. So that time calculators were not that much prominent. So that time graphs, curves were used to be there. 1895. Imagine करो. अभी हमारे तो पिताजी के time भी like my dad is 1965 born, which I always say. So he used to tell that when he was in college, only one person was there who used to bring calculator, and that too on Monday, because on Monday he used to have a grocery shop and that used to be off. So like he used to press the button and everybody was like, oh my god, it's like a magic that the calculations are being done. So if I'm talking about like 1965 born, now you can check it out that maybe maybe after that 1980, 1985, he has gone to college. So what I mean to say is, even in 90s, you are not that much everybody can afford calculator, and in here we are talking about 1895, and that too doing such calculation manually is a task. So if you see any, generally you will see it, you just check it out, that is practically true. The 18s and all, they have given a lot of curves during that time. Whosoever scientists, philosophers, researchers have given theories, a lot of curves is given, because calculating manually was a task during that time. Now we can do any calculations, but that time it used to be very, you can say, very difficult task. So that's why this Garrett's diagram came. So the complicated equations, he just plotted everything and gave it in the terms of curves. Just substitute it and you'll get the value. So through the curves, you can read out the value. You don't have to calculate it. So things were reduced. The efforts were minimized. So Garrett's diagrams were used for Kennedy's theory and Cutter's one. Okay. So see, imagine. Now you do it in calculator. This Cutter's one, it takes time. Imagine if you used to have to do it manually. How much time it will take? सोच के देखो. So that is the thing. That's why this Garrett diagram came. अब देखो मैंने पूरी कहानी बता के पढ़ाई तो मैं अपने डैडी के, अब देखना तुम भूलोगे नहीं एग्जाम में आएगा. देख लेना, नहीं भूलोगे. मैंने भी ऐसे याद किया था. ओके चलो, ये गैरेट डायग्राम बहुत कॉमन है. ए जे गेट बहुत सारे में पूछ चुका है, ईएससी वगैरह में. Last 5 years PYQs already done. Last 5 years PYQ, check it. It is there in the channel, Kishan. Already done last 5 years PYQs of hydrology, irrigation, environment. Just check it out. Okay. हाँ, पहले मैं drawbacks बता दूं. Drawbacks, First drawback was, as I told you, he took into consideration the eddies generated only from the bottom, not from the sides. Wrong. Then he told here that he gave the slope value 1 by 3500 to 1 by 5000. No logic. Why? He fixed the n value, Manning's roughness coefficient 0.023. No, don't know. He didn't give his own velocity formula. Then he didn't give any equations for Cutter's rugosity, means he used Cutter's rugosity coefficient for calculating C value, and he didn't give his own formula for that as well. So these were the drawbacks of Kennedy's theory. Structure started to fail, and then Lacey sir came. Before that, answer me this one. Critical velocity ratio for use in Kennedy's theory is m value. Is it less than 1, more than 1? They are only hydrology. Okay, I'll check it out and let you know. वैसे तो मैंने कराया तो मुझे याद आ रहा है, but I'll check it and let you know. मैंने liked videos में रखा होगा, then I'll check it. Critical velocity ratio मैंने अभी बताया था. Yes, it can be less than 1, it can be more than 1, it will be equal to 1 depending upon the soil. Okay. चलो. अब एक क्वेश्चन कैलकुलेट कर लेते, अब कर ही लेते एक क्वेश्चन, बट I'll do only one iteration. I won't do it others. Now, the depth of flow in an alluvial channel is 2 meter. Okay. The depth of flow is 2 meters. What will be the, अच्छा इसमें तो depth of flow दिए रखा मुझे, कितना अच्छा है इसने, तो मुझे iteration ही नहीं करनी पड़ेगी. Critical velocity ratio is 1.1. Manning's n is 0.018. Okay. Now it is asking you what is the critical velocity of the canal. Critical velocity 0.55 m y to the power 0.64. ये तो बहुत easy question है भाई, दिल जीत लिया इसने. 0.64 कितना आ रहा है? Red color. Red color is not possible. Okay, Mayank. Khush? Happy? Clear? 0.94. So, next is Lacey's theory. Lens cuts in the. Okay. So, we'll talk about Lacey's theory. Now, Lacey's theories came during the time of 19s, and now when the structure started to fail during the time of Kennedy's theory, Lacey sir was the one who came. He was also an executive engineer, and he also did his extensive studies on the portion of Upper Bury Doab Canal system. Now what happens is in Lacey's theory, he told that if the channel is stable, it doesn't mean that silting and scouring is not happening there. It might be due to other reasons, like maybe possible that it is a clay soil. Clay soil is there, so it holds the water. It does not move easily with the water. It might be possible that plants and all are there, so they have holded the water along with the soil. That's why the soil is not moving. You are saying that it is not taking place due to eddies generation and all those things, but it is not necessary. No, it may be due to external features also that you are getting a stable channel. So he is telling he was the one who just crossed the Kennedy's theory. He said, you are telling that if no silting and no scouring is taking place, it is a stable channel. But Lacey sir told that even if no silting and no scouring is taking place, it is not necessary that the channel is stable. It may be due to other reasons that it is happening, but you are thinking that it is due to the eddies one and all. Okay, so you are telling no silting, no scouring, stable channel, but it is not necessary. It may be due to other factors also. So he designed the conditions into 3 categories: true regime, initial regime, final regime. Some people call it as regime, some people call it as regime. Whatever you want, you can use the words. Okay, because it's phonetics, but British English, American English. Okay, so true regime. Now check it out. Firstly, he said that generally we are talking about artificial channels. So obviously we are not talking about the natural channels. That's obvious, right? So he told a channel is in true regime, stable conditions, if the discharge which is coming is constant. The flow which is taking place is uniform. Uniform flow means, like if here the depth is 10 meters, example. So after traveling X distance, here also the depth will be 10 meters. Is it practically possible? The silt which is coming, the silt grade which is coming, everything should be constant. And the canal is flowing through incoherent alluvium. That means it is flowing through cohesionless soil. It is flowing through cohesionless soil. Okay, so all these conditions are to be satisfied, which is practically not possible. Even if you are constructing an artificial channel also, keeping the, what do you think, will losses not take place? So how can you say that the depth will remain constant? Of course it will not remain constant. By ground reality की बात करो, इन्होंने तो बोल दिया discharge constant, flow uniform, grade constant. Practically not possible. Okay, now इनिशियल रिजाइम कंडीशन. अब इन्होंने दो चीज और बोली, एक इनिशियल रिजाइम कंडीशंस एंड फाइनल रिजाइम कंडीशन. अब इन्होंने बोला, जस्ट अ मिनट, hold on for a minute, just this something else is coming, update, I'll just post. Am I audible, visible, guys? Am I audible? Audible, visible. Okay. Now, there are two conditions, like initial regime condition and final regime conditions. Lacey's theory is valid for out of two conditions. You have to tell me for which two conditions the Lacey's theory is valid. Now, initial regime condition, he is telling the ones which I told you, na, that it is not necessary that if silting and scouring is not taking place, it is due to the eddies. It is due to the soil, if it is there is clay nature. It is about the vegetation which is there in that condition. So that is known as initial regime conditions. Final regime conditions, he is telling, the cross-sectional bed slope and all, वो अपने आप को खुद arrange कर लेंगे. The cross-section, bed slope, the depth will arrange itself on its own in such a manner कि वो stable channel बन जाएगा. That means it will be done by its own thing. हमने कुछ नहीं किया. Okay, you are designing final regime conditions. So the cross-section, bed slope, they will arrange themselves on its own that it attains a stability such that no silting and scouring occurs. Okay, now the patent questions. Lacey's theory is valid out of initial regime, true regime, final regime. It is valid in two conditions. Favorite question. What is that two regime conditions? Tell me. And guys, this is again, now you were saying it's not necessary that coarse is there, medium can be there, fine silt can be there. So based on that, if it is fine silt, it will be more deeper. Okay, if it is a coarse silt, it will be lesser deeper. So this will be the regime conditions. The shapes will be appearing as per Lacey's. Okay, this will be the thing. Now he was telling, actually he gave the formulas, basically the formulas which we studied are the derived one. Technically he gave three formulas, based on that we derived other formulas. His theory was more realistic because he gave his own formulas. rather than Lacey sir who gave just one formula and he utilized other formulas of other people. Okay. Now before we move further, there is one more thing, that is permanent regime. Now when you are providing protective material, just like you do in lining, you provide concrete, vitrified clay, anything. So what will happen? If you provide any lining, what will happen? The structure becomes strong. So even the water, if it comes with high velocity, it will not be able to carry away the particles with it. If it is not carrying away the particles, there will be no scouring taking place. So such type of channels are known to be in permanent regime, because unme koi change nahi hoga. There will be no change because you have provided a protective material. Okay. Initial regime and final regime कि ट्रू रिजीम, दो कंडीशंस के लिए लेसीज थ्योरी एप्लीकेबल होती है. लेसीज थ्योरी इज एप्लीकेबल फॉर एन टू रिजीम्स. 3 I have taught you: initial, true and final. I want the answer. चलिए इस पे क्वेश्चन भी है ना कि नहीं है? हाँ, we have a question on this. Cool. Now, first Lacey sir told that calculate silt factor. In some questions, they will give you the silt factor directly. In some questions, they will give you the die of particle. Generally, it is D50 mm if it is giving. It means 50% particles are found finer than that size. You need to remember these formulas. Don't waste your time in doing that three independent equations he gave. Based on that, we calculated the formulas. No need to do the derivation in the examinations. Velocity will come out to be qf square upon 140 to the power 1 by 6. Discharge will be given to you in the question. Silt factor you will calculate. Now, hydraulic radius 5 by 2 v square by f. Okay, velocity you know, silt factor you know. You will calculate hydraulic radius. Okay, wetted perimeter 4.75 root q. Now, if nothing is given, we will assume a trapezoidal channel. One vertical is to 0.5 horizontal, as I already told you. After that, bed slope is there. S is equal to F5 by 3, 3340 Q to the power 1 by 6. You need to remember all these formula. Now, the one patent question which has been asked in n number of examinations is scout depth. From the highest flood level, what is the maximum depth for which scouring takes place? The bed level of the river to the highest level up to which scouring takes place. That is known as scout depth, which is given by 1.35 q square by f to the power 1 by 3. And what is small q? That is discharge per unit length. Okay. So now, actually, here you need to calculate, you need to do the designing. But here, as Kennedy's equation, you need to keep on doing iteration. Here you don't need to do the iteration. Area, you will calculate by the formula b plus ny into y. Width you don't know, depth you don't know. Perimeter, b plus 2y, 1 plus n square. Width you don't know, depth you don't know. Two unknowns, two equations. You will solve it. As simple as that. Nothing else you have to do. Now let's calculate a question. Solve a question. You will be able to do it. Okay. So calculate kar lete. Discharge is given to you as 35 meter cube per second. Silt factor is given to you as 0.9. Now, यहाँ पे directly given है, so you don't need to calculate silt factor here. So first what you will calculate is here, you will calculate the velocity. How much it will come? Qf square upon 140 to the power 1 by 6. Come on, calculate guys. How much it is coming? Based on that, you will calculate the area, discharge by velocity. Fatafat calculate kar. Point 7663. What will be the area? $45.69. 45.69. Now here n is given to me 0.5. 0.5 y into y. 45.69. This is first equation. Okay. Add a slide. Okay. Calculate the perimeter. P is equal to 4.75 root q. Okay. Till the time calculate the perimeter 4.75 root 35. How much it is coming? कितना आ रहा है 28.101. You know, perimeter is what? B plus 2y root over 1 plus n square. That is how much? 28.101. 28.101. Again, width you don't know, depth you don't know. 1 plus 0.5 square. 101. So now 2 divided by 1 plus 0.5 square. This comes out to be B plus 2.236y 28.101. Now, two unknowns, two equations. You solve these two equations, you will get the value of B. अभी solve करना है कि आप कर लोगे? You will solve it or shall I do it now? Two unknowns, two equations. You can solve equation 1 and 2. You will get B and Y. ठीक है? Simple. यही पूछा था इसने. और क्या पूछा था? Slope. कर लेंगे. ये स्लोप बस निकाल देती हूँ. स्लोप इज हाउ मच 0.9 silt factor. From here you will get the slope. This is the design. Okay, complete. चलो, last is sediment transport. फिर ये chapter भी खत्म हो जाएगा. Okay, now we'll talk about Lacey's theory. हो गया. Kennedy's theory हो गया. Now we'll talk about sediment load. After Lacey's theory, we don't have much theory. So if you want to do PhD or MTech, you can take this topic as well. Okay. Now, if you talk about sediment load, sediment means the silt particles. How much load or how much weight of it is there in the flowing water? Now, there are two types of load which is having. See, if any particle is present at the bed, it will, because it is heavier, that's why it is not in suspension. If anything is on the bed, down means it will be heavier. That's why it is not in suspension. So, in that, it will move along the bed of the channel. Bhari hai na? So, occasional jumps will take place. Suspended load is the one which will be in suspension. It will not settle down. So, it will be in suspension. So, you have two types of load, bed load, and the other one will be the suspended load. Okay. Now, what happens is that basically you don't want the particles that they should move. Means they should move along with the water. They shouldn't move along with the water. That means scouring should not will happen. Why, ma'am, scouring should not will happen? See, if the particles are moving, if the water is moving, it will take away the particles from here. Erosion will happen, and we don't want the erosion to happen. Okay, so that is the reason who came into picture. Shield sir came into picture. Now, before starting that, we want to know, see, when there is I told you, whenever there is a relative motion between two things, what comes into action? Friction comes into action. So, whenever, let us suppose, this is the longitudinal channel because it is an open channel flow. So, what will be happening here? These particles will be exerting friction. It will not allow the water to move. If I show you the cross section, friction acts on the contact area. So, this whole area friction will be acting. It will not allow the water to move. Okay. So, what will happen is you need to design the section. If you are making a artificial channel, it is in your hand how you'll be making it. Okay. So, it is telling you that how should you design it? What should be the dia of particles which should you put? That no scouring takes place, neither from the beds nor from the sides. Kennedy sir ignored the sides one, but you can't now, because you know practically erosion can not only take place from the beds, but it can take place from the sides as well. We are talking about unlined canals because in lined canals already you have provided a lining of cement, concrete, boulder, clay and all. Okay, so I'm talking about what? I'm talking about unlined canals because there you are facing the problem of silting and scouring. Now, generally the formula, this I have told you day before yesterday also, the average shear stress formula is gamma WRS. Ma'am, is it constant? It is constant only for wide rectangular channels. For other shapes of the channels, it varies. Okay, if you talk about trapezium one, because generally we take trapezium, on the bottom you get 0.7 gamma WRS. On the sides, the maximum value. This also varies. Huh? See, This is varying. So the max average value it is given to you as 0.75 gamma WRS. In one of the exam, I don't know, but they have asked the ratio of shear stress, average shear stress or trapezoidal channel sections from the sides to that of the bottom. So the answer was 0.75 because 0.75 gamma WRS divided by gamma WRS. So kindly remember the value if in case they ask you, because they have already asked in ESE conventional. Okay. So now this one. Now, just a minute. Now, Shield sir came and Shield sir told that if you don't want the particles to move, आप maximum के लिए design कर दो. Okay. Maximum जितना shear stress लगेगा, because maximum stress लगेगा, particles के पास उससे ज़्यादा value है, they'll move. Okay. So design it for maximum. What is the critical shear stress which can be experienced? He gave this. This is empirical formula which is given by Shield sir. Okay. No derivation for it. 0.056 gamma WD G minus 1. When marks, if they want to ask, they can ask you. Generally, maximum case the specific gravity is 2.65. अब मैं एक चीज बता रही हूँ guys. If you check out geotech, if you check out environment, if you check out hydrology, irrigation, more than 90% of the time they give 2.65, 2.65, 2.65. So when you solve PYQs, when we solve test series, you have the habit of doing 2.65, and this is practical. Huh? Sometimes they make it an NAT question, instead of 2.65 they give it 2.5, but पूरे साल whole year you were doing 2.65, 2.65, 2.65. So in examination it is written 2.5, but you will do 2.65, damn sure. So today I'm telling you, kindly check out the specific gravity. 90% of the time it is 2.65 only, but sometimes they will write 2.5. But you, since obviously it is a habit, right? For the past 1 year in all the subjects you were getting 2.65, 2.65, because that is the one which you generally get. But make sure specifically it is an NAT question, that kindly check the specific gravity twice. Okay. Now, when you substitute specific gravity 2.65 here, this is the shear stress value, critical shear stress value we will be getting. And if you don't want any scouring to take place, make sure that critical value is greater than the average value. That means gamma WD by 11 should be greater than gamma WRS. If you don't want any scouring to happen from the bed. So what will happen? If you provide dia of the particle 11RS, or if you provide the slope of D upon 11R, then what will happen? No scouring from the bed will occur. Who told this? Shield sir told this. Now you will say, ma'am, why you are so much bothered about silting and scouring, skilting and scouring? Because the channels fail, discharge carrying capacity of the channel gets affected. And that is the reason every time Kennedy sir talked about silting and scouring, Lacey sir talked about silting and scouring, Shield sir talked about silting and scouring. Okay, because it is that much dangerous. तो बोलो मैम इससे अच्छा तो लाइंड कैनाल्स बना दो ना, नो सिल्टिंग एंड स्काउरिंग, तो भाई पैसा दे दो ना, गिव द मनी, बना देंगे. ठीक है. So that is the thing. Now, मैम आपने तो बेड के लिए बताया. What about sides? From the sides also scouring can happen. Yes. For sides, Shield sir told that the critical value should be tau c 1 minus sine square theta upon sine square phi. What is phi? That is frictional angle of the soil, or you call it as repose, angle of repose. Theta is the angle between the sides, साइड का और हॉरिजॉन्टल प्लेन का एंगल, इसको बोल दिया थीटा. ओके, सो हमें पता है अगर हमें साइड से, इफ यू डोंट वांट स्काउरिंग, आई हैव जस्ट टोल्ड यू राइट नाउ ओनली, एवरेज शियर स्ट्रेस शुड बी 0.75 गामा WRS. हील सर ने बोला दैट इट शुड बी टाउ सी डैश टाउ सी 1 माइनस साइन स्क्वायर थीटा अपॉन साइन स्क्वायर फाई. तो इन्होंने बोल दिया कि भाई जो मेरा वाला ये टाउ टाउ नॉट एवरेज है, तो अगर आप चाहते हो कि नो स्काउरिंग शुड टेक प्लेस, tau c dash should be greater than tau naught. So this value should be greater than 0.75 gamma WRS. If you don't want any scouring to take place from the sides, and if you don't want any scouring to take place from the bottom, you should provide this. Clear? Who told this? Shield sir. अब इस पे based एक question भी दिया उन्होंने. This is the question. This is the question. He told मिनिमम विड्थ ऑफ अ वाइड रेक्टेंगुलर कैनाल, कितना प्रोवाइड करोगे? मिनिमम विड्थ मींस उससे ज्यादा कर सकते हो, यू कैन डू मोर देन दैट, बट मिनिमम यू हैव टू प्रोवाइड. बैंक्स ऑफ द कैनाल्स आर प्रोटेक्टेड, मतलब साइड्स की बात नहीं कर रहा है, कुछ मटेरियल लगा दिया बैंक्स में, उनको कुछ नहीं होगा. साइज ऑफ द पार्टिकल इज, डाया इज गिवन टू यू एज 5 सेंटीमीटर, डिस्चार्ज इज गिवन टू यू एज 3 क्यूमैक, and channel bed slope is given to you 0.01. कैसे करोगे? मिनिमम विड्थ निकालना है. हाउ विल यू डू गाइस? मैं नहीं सॉल्व कर रही हूँ, मैं तो थक गई हूँ उतना सॉल्व कर करके. हर क्वेश्चन को मैं ही सॉल्व करूँ. कैसे निकालूंगा? कोई फॉर्मूला नहीं दिया मैंने आपको मिनिमम विड्थ का. हाउ विल यू कैलकुलेट? देखो क्वेश्चन में डिस्चार्ज दिया. Obviously we will go for क्वेश्चन में मुझे ट्रेपेजियम लेना ही नहीं है. Why? Because in the question it is written wide rectangular channel. Width is multiple number of times more as compared to depth or channel. Okay. Discharge क्या होता है? Area into velocity. Okay. Area is by, velocity is 1 by n, r to the power 2 by 3, s to the power 1 by 2. Correct? You remember in open channel flow we have already did when width is multiple number of times as compared to depth of flow. R is equal to A by P, that is by upon B plus 2y. So this will be approximately what? Y होगा, क्योंकि B plus 2y approximately B हो जाता है, तो by upon B will cancel out. So here you will get B y 1 by n, y to the power 2 by 3, s to the power half. तो यहाँ से मिलेगा B 1 by n, y to the power 5 by 3, s to the power half. Now discharge is given to me 3. Width निकालना है. डेप्थ गिवन है क्वेश्चन में? नहीं गिवन है. कैसे निकालोगे? आपको पता है अभी मैंने, इफ यू डोंट वांट एनी स्काउरिंग टू हैपन फ्रॉम द बॉटम, d इज इक्वल टू 11 rs. r क्या हो जाएगा? d अपॉन 11s. मैम कहां से मिला? अभी आई टोल्ड यू फ्रॉम हियर. ओके, इफ यू डोंट वांट एनी स्काउरिंग टू टेक प्लेस फ्रॉम द बॉटम, पुट दिस 5 into 10 raised to power minus 2 upon 11 into 0.01. कितना आ रहा है? How much it is coming? Solve. कहां से लाया? मैम आपने साइड्स वाला क्यों यूज नहीं किया? Because in the question it has told कि उसको प्रोटेक्ट कर दिया. That's why. How much it is coming? Five by 11, 0.45. Just now I told you for wide rectangular channel R and Y are approximately equal. That means 0.45 to the power 5 by 3. Slope is 0.01 to the power 1 by 2. 1 by n. N is given to you in the question, guys. N is given to you in the question. दिया है? नहीं दिया. याद करो, ओपन चैनल फ्लो, स्ट्रिकलर्स इक्वेशन. क्या है स्ट्रिकलर्स इक्वेशन? N is equal to D. एवरीबॉडी स्ट्रिकलर्स इक्वेशन किसी को भी याद है? कमेंट. दो होते हैं स्ट्रिकलर्स इक्वेशन, एक मेयर्स इक्वेशन. D 1/6 डिवाइडेड बाय 24. यहाँ से स्ट्रिकलर्स इक्वेशन आएगी. डाया हैज टू बी इन मीटर्स. एक क्वेश्चन में आया था ना, रॉन्ग डेप्थ ले ली थी वाला. डाया मीटर्स. 5 into 10 raised to power minus 2, 1/6 divided by 24. So from here you will get 0.05, 1/6 divided by 24. This will come out to be 0.025. सब्स्टिट्यूट कर दो यहाँ, बस आ गया आंसर. अच्छा क्वेश्चन है गाइस, ऐसे क्वेश्चंस आ सकते हैं. बी प्रिपेयर्ड. दे कैन आस्क यू सच क्वेश्चंस इन द एग्जाम. सॉल्व इट. कर लोगे कि वेट करूं? सॉल्व करके आंसर बता दो. सिक्सटीन 16.52 मेरे पास आंसर नहीं है. वॉट एवर यूर सेइंग आई एम टेकिंग दैट. ठीक है, फाइन. ओके. Last thing about, obviously we should do lining of canals. Lining ऐसे surface generally locally available material हो, it's okay. Otherwise concrete, tile, asphalt, vitrified clay, boulder clay, anything you can do lining. Okay, now what is the advantage? Seepage loss कब मिलेगा? Less water will seep. Why? Because concrete provide कर दोगे तो water will not be able to penetrate much. वाटर लॉगिंग से प्रिवेंशन होगा. वाटर लॉगिंग क्या होता है दैट आई वोंट टेल यू नाउ बिकॉज उसके ऊपर अभी एक चैप्टर कंप्लीट करना भी. Increase in canal capacity. If losses will be less, of course more amount of water can be used for irrigation, so more area can be irrigated and the value of discharge will be more. Why? Because the losses are less, so discharge भी ज्यादा, area भी ज्यादा irrigate करेगा. Elimination of flood danger. Flood danger वार्निंग दे देगा बेसिकली, ठीक है, बिकॉज इट कैन स्टोर सिग्निफिकेंट अमाउंट ऑफ वाटर, कोलैप्स नहीं करेगा, नॉन इरोडेबल मटेरियल यूज किया, सो फ्लड डेंजर से हमें अवॉइड कर देगा. अब लाइनिंग कब जस्टिफाइड होता है? व्हेन बेनिफिट टू कॉस्ट रेशियो, जो उससे हमें बेनिफिट मिल रहा है डिवाइडेड बाय कॉस्ट इज ग्रेटर देन 1. बेनिफिट टू कॉस्ट रेशियो लेस देन 1 तब भी हम जस्टिफाई कर सकते हैं, बिकॉज आई जस्ट टेल यू दिस इज अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू दिस इज एन इंटरव्यू क्वेश्चन. सम थिंग्स व्हिच यू कैन नॉट मेजर इन टर्म्स ऑफ मॉनेटरी वैल्यू, जैसे किसी की जान की कीमत आप पैसे के टर्म्स में नहीं बता सकते. ओके इसके मरने से कितना नुकसान हुआ आप नहीं बता सकते. ओके somebody is dying, you cannot टेल इंसान की वैल्यू इन टर्म्स ऑफ मनी नहीं बता सकते आप. गॉट इट? सो दैट इज द रीजन अगर लेस भी निकल के आ रहा है बट यू आर एबल टू जस्टिफाई इट, देन ऑल्सो वी डू द लाइनिंग. दैट इज एन इंटरव्यू क्वेश्चन. आई जस्ट टोल्ड यू दैट they have already asked this an assistant engineer interview question. So if it is less, then also we provide, provided you are able to justify the reason why lining is to be required. Okay, that is the thing. Chalo. Guys, this is the QR code. You can attend the quiz for hydrology and irrigation in the app. So मैं वापस से आपको ये QR code दे दिया है. चलिए अब आ जाते हैं डैम्स. स्टार्ट करें. okay. हमारे सिलेबस में सिर्फ ग्रेविटी डैम्स है, सो वील स्टार्ट विद ग्रेविटी डैम्स. स्टार्ट करूं? अब तो ज्यादा बचा नहीं है, फिर थ्योरी ऑफ सीपेज ही है बस. चलो. okay. Now, dam is what we construct an obstruction or barrier. Like if the flow is taking place like this along the length, we'll construct dam like this. Across width क्या cross करते हैं, so that it stores the value on the upstream side. ये देखो ये upstream red color से. This is the upstream side of the dam where the amount of water is stored. Ma'am, if the level of water becomes excess, then you store, then you, the gates are there from which you dispose the excess water. This is the downstream side. Okay, so basically what happens, this is an obstruction barrier which will store the water, so that as and when needed for irrigation, the water is being supplied according to the needs. Now the water which is stored on the upstream side, you call it as reservoir. So the pool of water stored on the upstream side, you call it as reservoir. Now you have different types of dams. The one which we use is gravity dam, basically which is there in the syllabus. We have gravity, concrete, rock fill, steel, copper, and number of dams are there. But the one which is in your syllabus is gravity dam. First of all, you cannot construct gravity dam wherever you want. Okay, why? Because here if you want gravity dam, first of all it is a concrete structure. Okay, and it will be extending lengths in meters. Just check it out. Pure around it. So it is a heavy structure. So whatever soil which you will be using, that will require a high bearing capacity. So any soil is there, cohesive soil and all is there, earthen soil is there, which have a poor bearing capacity. Sorry bro, you cannot use gravity dam. Go and do earthen dams or any other dams. You can't go for gravity dams for sure. कुछ भी नहीं कर लो, नहीं हो पाएगा. ठीक है. So gravity dams, first you have to check out, investigation of the soil has to be done, that it should have a good bearing capacity. After this, ma'am, बहुत सारे forces will be coming which will be destabilizing it. Okay, so the prime component which will resist all the forces which will cause destabilization will be what? That will be what? That force will be self weight of the dam. Ma'am, why the self weight? Because it is so heavy, because it is made of concrete. So the prime component which is responsible for managing the external destabilizing forces is the self weight. And which is the dam here, Bhagra Dam, which is in Satluj River. If anybody is from Himachal, you guys have seen it. That is a gravity dam. Okay, now you can check it out here. Photo भी लगा दी गई है. अब हम बात करते हैं sections of the dam के बारे में. Forces acting on the gravity dam. Okay. Now when you talk about forces, यहाँ पर मैं बता भी दूँ, here MWL, this is the maximum water level. This is MWL, that is the maximum water level, and this is FRL, that is the full reservoir level. Okay. If you are able to understand the forces, that's it. Able to solve question. Now first is आपके प्रिंस, अच्छा प्रिंस तो पंजाब का है ना, प्रिंस के पास ही है. Okay. Force on gravity dam. First is weight of the dam. Generally we take it as like this. So one rectangle and one triangle. But here, like if this shape is given, one weight, this one triangular, this is the rectangle, this is triangular. Guys, generally even if lining is considered, we take per kilometer length. Here also we take per meter. Otherwise our calculation becomes very lengthy. At the end when we get the answer, we multiply by the length. But generally for analysis purpose and all, for solving questions, first we take per meter, do the calculations, and at the end we do. Now why so? Otherwise the values comes out to be very big. Okay, so weight is what? Gamma into volume. So gamma of concrete, unit weight of concrete, if nothing is mentioned, take 24 kilonewton per meter cube. Volume is area into length. Length we have taken 1. Okay, and A1 plus A2 plus A3, the area corresponding to it. So you can see length is inside the screen. Okay, then the water pressure. Now, water on the upstream side and the water on the downstream side, both will be applying pressure on the gravity dams. Both will be applying. Can you explain the triangular approx part? Which approx part? इसको explain क्या करना है? What I have to explain the approx part. यहाँ पे मुझे width and length will be mentioned. I'll calculate the area. Width and length will be mentioned. I'll calculate the area. But question में generally सिर्फ ये और यही देगा maximum. ठीक है. उसमें explain क्या करना मुझे बता दो, मुझे पता नहीं चल रहा. What I have to explain. Okay. Now water force. अब मैं क्या करूँ? Okay. मान लो अभी के लिए डैम है. Assume. So the water which is coming from here, it is exerting pressure. अप्रोक्स वाला एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल ऑफ डैम है, जो मैं अभी बताऊंगी, अगर आप उसकी बात कर रहे हो तो. चलो, if this is the dam and this is the upstream side of the dam, so the water on the upstream side which is there, it will apply pressure. So pressure apply करेगा, it will try to move the dam, it will try to overturn the dam. Okay, so this is a destabilizing force. This you have studied in geotech retaining walls also. The base value is gamma WH, and if you want to calculate the area of it, it will come out to be base into height. Just check it out. दिखा दिया. Half base gamma WH into depth, that is gamma WH square. If you talk it about from the base, it acts as H by 3. CG. आपको अगर bottom से देखना है H by 3, top से 2H by 3. ये portion होता है, this is known as heel. This portion is known as toe. Generally in the questions they don't give you tail water depth, but if they give you tail water depth, what you need to do is this tail water depth will be a stabilizing force, because यहाँ से पानी इसको overturn करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, overturn. Okay, but this will try to push it back. नहीं, मैं overturn नहीं होने दूंगा. So this acts as an overturning force, while this acts as a stabilizing force. Okay, if water is there on the downstream side, and whatever water is there on the downstream side, they will not write water on the downstream side. They will call it as tail water. So if they are giving you in the question tail water, it means it is a stabilizing force. Got it? चलिए. Now uplift pressure. अब इसी के बारे में next chapter आ जाएगा. Theory of seepage. Uplift pressure is when water passes through the body of the dam. देखो, कुछ भी कर लो. How much you compact the concrete, water finds its way. वो तो पक्की बात है. Through the interconnecting voids, the water will travel. The water will seep over the time. ऐसा नहीं कि आज बनाया कल uplift pressure will come. It will take place over the time. Gradually it will happen. Okay. So this uplift pressure will go. When it reaches to the bottom through the soil, it will exert. अब ये dam है. So it will exert this uplift pressure. अब ये डैम को अगर मैं इसको along the width दिखा रही हूँ, so it will exert uplift pressure. अब ये ऊपर से प्रेशर मार रहा है डैम को नीचे से ऊपर ऐसे करने के लिए, ठीक है, इसको पूरा ओवरटर्न करने के लिए. So this is also a destabilizing force. कौन प्रेशर मार रहा है? Who is applying the pressure? Water. Okay, from where does this water came? Whatever was the water on the upstream side of the dam was there, it was seeping. Eventually over the time it reached to the bottom of the dam, and after that it is applying the uplift pressure. Okay, uplift pressure is maximum at the heel. Whatever value you were getting for hydrostatic pressure, वही value यहाँ पर आ जाएगा, copy paste gamma WH. Whatever you were getting the value on the toe side, this will be the value here. If you want to prevent uplift pressure, first thing which you can do is provide a drainage gallery. You see that maximum uplift pressure you are getting near the heel. So as far as possible, provide drainage gallery towards the heel. Now, अब इसकी length भी है, which you cannot see because it is a 2D figure. It is inside the screen. ठीक है. So what will happen? Whatever water is coming, it will pass through this drainage gallery और उसके बाद आप उसको बाहर फेंक दो. You will dispose it outside. Okay. Now, if you see, ma'am, complete elimination of uplift pressure. Certain magnitude of the uplift pressure, because the water which will be exerting uplift pressure is disposed out. If drainage gallery would not have been there, this would be the uplift pressure. Now, since due to the providing drainage gallery, uplift pressure has been reduced. The place where you provide drainage gallery, at that point, the pressure is gamma WH plus 1 by 3 gamma W capital H minus gamma W small h. This is the pressure. Correct? Now, earthquake force. Now, why does earthquakes takes place? Why does earthquake takes place? Due to the movement of tectonic plates, earthquake takes place. Below the Earth's surface, the point from which the earthquakes originates, that is known as focus or hypocenter. Vertical projection of it on the Earth's surface, that is known as epicenter. Actually, it is a movement which takes place on the directions, but we take it, we will resolve it only into two directions, that is horizontal direction and vertical directions. Now, we will express it. Now, we will take two accelerations, horizontal acceleration and vertical acceleration. How we will express it? We will express in terms of percentage acceleration due to gravity. What is that? 9.81 meter per second square. Now, try to understand effect of vertical acceleration and horizontal acceleration. Now, first of all, I'll give you the formula. Acceleration is given by kV into g. So if you want to calculate the acceleration, it is given by kV into g. Now, no need for you to mug it up. I'll explain you quickly. You know this Newton's first law of motion? On our body state to be in a state of rest or in a state of motion until and unless an unbalanced force is applied to it. Correct? Now, let us suppose Sophia is the one. Sophia is driving the vehicle and I'm sitting. It was at static position. Now she just turned out the stand and she accelerated. I'm sitting at the back. I'll move in forward direction or backward direction. I'll move in forward direction or it was at rest. She accelerated the vehicle. Vehicle is moving in the forward direction. I will go in which direction? Jaldi batao. Forward or backward? Forward or backward? Backward. Acceleration लगा सामने की तरफ. Acceleration was happening in the forward direction. I moved in the backward direction. Means acceleration and inertia force are opposite to each other. उल्टा कर लो. The scooty was in motion. Suddenly some cow came. She applied the brake. Okay. मैं सामने की तरफ move करूँगी. I'll move like this. So what has happened? Again, acceleration and inertia are opposite to each other. Direction is opposite. Now see. अभी lift वाले case ले लो. See. The weight will always act in the downward direction. The weight will always act in the downward direction. If the lift is moving in upward direction, मतलब acceleration upward direction पे, acceleration जो है वो upward direction में, inertia force कहाँ लगेगा? Inertia force will act in downward direction. Correct? So the net weight of the dam will be how much? W plus Fi, because both are acting in the same direction. Force, you know, it is mass into acceleration. Mass into acceleration. You know, W you can write it, M you can write it as W by G. So, W by G alpha B. So, from here what you will get, if you take W by G as common, you will get G plus alpha B. Okay. Now, this is a positive condition because anything which is acting downwards is good for us, no? Because it is increasing the stabilizing force. I told you self weight of the dam is the one which is the main stabilizing force. But if acceleration is acting in the upward direction, inertia force will be acting in the opposite direction. I told you the reason for it. Okay. So here the stability of the dam will increase. Now, if I do the opposite, that I'll do with different color pen. Yellow. Okay. Now opposite if I do. Acceleration is acting downwards. Then force will act upwards. Weight is by default acting downwards. हम लोग अर्थ में रहते हैं ना, तो gravitational force लग रहा है. Okay. So what will happen? The net weight of the dam in this case will be how much? Minus. So this will be WG G minus alpha. So this is the worst condition. अब यहाँ पे रटना चाहते, if you want to mug it up, you can do. Otherwise, I have explained you. Okay, that inertia and force concept. So this is this is reducing the weight of the dam. We reduce कर रहा weight of the dam. ये W minus FIV. It is reducing the weight of the dam. So this is the worst condition. This is the danger condition. कब danger हुआ? Just see. Direction of force यहाँ पे. Worst condition is alpha V acting downward. So if you want to mug it up, you can. However, I have explained to you. Got it? Clear? So, अब आता है horizontal acceleration. See, in a vertical acceleration, you were having one thing. In horizontal acceleration, it is alpha h kh into g. There it was alpha v is equal to kv into g. Here alpha h is equal to kh into z. Now here, actually two effects will be there. Inertia force will also be there and hydrodynamic force will be there. Ma'am, why dynamic? Initially, I was talking about water, but it was static because water was at rest. Now the earth is shaking. So even the water which is there present, that will also be the one which will be dynamic in nature. So that dynamic nature will exert force. So that's why hydrodynamic. No. White color. Okay. Again, वहाँ पे m alpha v था, mass into acceleration. Here it is m alpha h. Mass you can write it as w by g. Alpha h you can write it as kh into g. G cancel out हो जाएगा. You will get k w into kh. अभी तक आया नहीं है. Okay. Now, here actually two conditions are there. Reservoir empty, worst condition is different. Reservoir full, worst condition is different. अब चलो check करते हैं. If let us suppose the acceleration is towards the reservoir, इधर पानी है, water is there on the upstream side. This is upstream side of the dam. This is the downstream side of the dam. Two cases I am taking. This is case A. This is case B. If acceleration is acting towards the reservoir, reservoir के पास जा रहा है, inertia force will be in opposite direction. Here, if acceleration is acting towards the reservoir, inertia force will be in opposite direction. Can you tell me which one will be critical? कौन सा critical होगा? Which one will be critical? Reservoir empty है. A critical होगा कि B critical होगा? Reservoir empty condition में overturning about heel will take place. ध्यान रखना. क्या होगा? B condition. Correct. Worst condition. अब उल्टा करते हैं. Full है. Reservoir is full. Again two conditions में पहले क्या किया था? Acceleration towards the reservoir, horizontal. Acceleration away from the reservoir. अब कौन सा critical होगा? A की B. When reservoir is full, overturning takes place about toe. याद रखना. Which will be critical? A. Why? Because एक तो inertia force, ऊपर से reservoir full है. Reservoir is full. So the pressure of water will also be there. जो भी मैंने लिया नहीं है. Full है ना? पिछले in the previous case, why haven't I took it? Because reservoir was empty. Here it is full. So the pressure of water will also be applied. Got it? So two pressure will be there here. So this is the condition. Reservoir is full and this will be worst condition. Why? Because failure about toe will occur. Got it? So पूछे पता होना चाहिए. Now one more earthquake force, that is hydrodynamic force is there. Hydrodynamic force is there. Here this is given by von Karman equation. 1 marks mein puchna ho, they can ask you. He gave it 0.555 kh gamma w h square, and this value acts as 4h by 3 pi from the base. तो ये पता होना चाहिए बस. Empirical equation. Static अलग है. Earthquake, movement of water was also taking place. That's why the dynamic pressure. Okay. Now silt. I told you, when the water is coming from the rivers, it will carry the silt particles also with it. Silt particles will be obviously heavier, so they will settle at the bottom. Now, only mistake which you do it here, you write it as half, two mistakes. This is the height of the dam or height of the water in the dam basically. So you write it as half K H square, capital H square. That is wrong. You will take the height of the silt because the silt height will be the one which will be exerting pressure. Moreover, here water is there. So this is completely submerged in water. So here you will take gamma submerged. And K is the coefficient of active earth pressure. If it is not given directly and they have given you pi, angle of internal friction, you know this, you have studied it in geotech. 1 minus sine pi upon 1 plus psi. Got it? Next one. Wave pressure. Here two formulas. If the fetch length is less than 32 kilometers, height wave is given by this formula. Generally, the ones which they ask is this one because this is easy to calculate, while this one is complicated. If fetch length is greater than 32 kilometers, you will go for this formula. Now, what is fetch length? See, the whole distance from which the water will be coming, because the waves will be traveling, because on the upstream side of the dam, the waves are generated. Why the waves are generated? Because the wind will be flowing over it. So the length from which this waves will be generated and it is flowing, that is known as the fetch length. If it is less than 32 kilometers, this formula, more this formula. Generally, the one which is asked is this formula. Okay, this is empirical in nature, so kindly be prepared with the units. You need to remember it. Now, पूछा नहीं है but अब आ गया तो अब देख लो, इसमें थोड़ा complicated है. ध्यान से सुनना. Try to understand it. Two things are there. Small p is given for pressure intensity. Capital PW is given for wave force. Now the pressure which is exerted, that is 2.4 gamma W HW surface से, from the top surface HW by 8. Okay, if it asks you wave force, basically it is calculating this area triangle का. तो ये क्या होता है? Half base into height. Base is 5 by 3 HW and this height is equal to pressure intensity, that is 2.4 gamma W HW. So when you solve it from here, the wave force will come out to be 2 gamma W HW square. Where does it act? It acts at 3 by 8 HW. If they ask you by chance, worst case in MSQs and all, maximum pressure intensity at HW by 8 from the free surface. Total wave pressure at 3 by 8 HW from the free surface. Kindly remember this. Okay. Now, ice pressure is specific obviously when you're constructing dams in the cold areas and all. That time ice pressure will be taken. So in which portion when it is in contact with the ice. So you will take a pressure of around 500 kilonewton per meter square on the face of the dam which is exposed to which is in contact with the ice. Wind pressure, you will take 1 to 1.5 kilonewton per meter square on the area of the dam which is exposed to the wind. Okay, so these were the forces. Any doubts? Any doubts, guys? Clear? हाँ या ना तो बोला करो. Yes or no at least. चलो थोड़ा सा बचा, बस थोड़ा सा. ये एक फेलियर वाला बचा है, फिर उसके बाद एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल बचा है. ये सब डेरिवेशन है जो हमें करने नहीं है, तो टेंशन मत लो. लिखे बस है. Those who have attended the class, I'll provide you with the PDF, so don't worry for that. Okay, so I'll provide you with the PDF. तो derivations की जरूरत नहीं है, तो time नहीं exam में ये लोग. Okay. Now the mode of failure which happens. भगवान बैठे बैठे भी सीधी से निकाला है उनने, वो प्रॉपर. इट इज नॉट ट्राइंगल. वो मैंने ट्राइंगल ऐसे आपको दिखाया है बट वो थोड़ा चेंज है. इधर है, ऐसा है वो, तो वो सीजी निकाला उसका. ओके, कहाँ गया? mode of failure. Okay, gravity dams do fail. Failure to low, failure will also happen. Okay, what are the ones? Sliding, overturning, crushing, tension. Now let's move one by one. Obviously, you know that friction will be acting. Obviously, wherever there is a relative motion, friction comes into action. Now here, there will be two forces which is acting. Summation of vertical forces, all the vertical forces, self weight, agar koi bhi ho, net vertical forces summation. Weight will be acting in downward direction, uplift will be acting in upward direction. W minus U, the W is the weight of the dam, U is the uplift pressure. So summation will be like W minus U. Net vertical force. Sigma H is the net horizontal force. Okay, because it is a vector quantity, we have to be very conscious with the directions as well. So here this is vertical and this one is horizontal. So if you don't, so here the friction which will be acting, the amount of resistance will be mu sigma v. If you don't want any sliding to take place, make sure that this value should be more than sigma h. Okay, generally mu value is 0.65 to 0.75. So if you calculate factor of safety, it comes out to be mu sigma v upon sigma h, which is greater than 1. So if you don't want any sliding failure, mu sigma v, summation of net vertical force, and sigma h is the summation of net horizontal force, it should be greater than 1. Ma'am, let us suppose it is coming less than 1, then people say that increase the weight of the dam. Increasing the weight of the dam is not a economical solution, because obviously you need to provide concrete, and concrete will cost you. It is not free of cost which is available, right? So here we provide this we provide basically the stepped foundation. So you provide a stepped foundation. So instead of providing concrete all throughout the land, we provide this stepped foundation. In the question for 1 marks, they can ask you to calculate factor of safety against sliding or shear friction factor. Both are same, but just for like many people might not be knowing about SFF. So this is shear friction factor. Okay. What was there initially, mu sigma v and sigma h, that is there. But this time one more force came which is exerting, which is increasing the weight of the dam. And that is this foundation, stepped foundation. So if Q is the shear strength of it, and it is acting in Newton per meter square. So what is the width? That is 1. So Q into B. I told you every calculation we will be doing in Newton per meter, because I am taking 1 meter as the length of the dam. Correct? So here Q will be the shear strength in Newton per meter square or kilonewton per meter square. We will multiply by the width and make sure that it should be greater than 1. Okay. So this in case if you are saying that mu sigma v by sigma h is less than 1, then in that case you provide this stepped foundation at the base. Okay. Now overturning. Hardly in the history of this universe you will see that the gravity dams fails against overturning. If your dam is safe against tension, crushing, sliding, by default your dam is safe against overturning. Ma'am, why? Because before overturning only other failures will take place. Check it out. Overturning is taking place means like this. It will be like this overturning. Correct? ऐसा हो रहा overturning. ऐसा कुछ होगा. ये थोड़ा इधर बन गया, इसको इधर बन. देखो. अरे यार इसको ऐसे रुको एक मिनट. This is the overturning structure. Now, overturning will take place when the force which was resisting was less as compared to overturning. That time overturning जो बचाने वाला force था वो कम था और जो पलटने वाला force था वो ज्यादा था. That means overturning will take place when overturning moment is more than resisting moment. और आप तो ऐसा नहीं चाहते, तो factor of safety should be resisting moment upon overturning moment should be greater than 1.5. Don't get confused. Sliding it should be greater than 1. In case of overturning it should be greater than 1.5. Now I was telling you that it is rarest of the rare chances that the dam will fail against overturning, because देखो right now proper overturning हुआ भी नहीं है. Complete overturning has not taken place. देखो uplift pressure बढ़ गया. Uplift pressure बढ़ गया. Cracking start हो जाएगी. So crushing start हो जाएगी. So before the dam fails by overturning, uplift pressure बढ़ जाएगा, crushing failure will occur, tension failure will occur, but पूरा overturning भी नहीं हो पाएगा. That's why we say the dam is safe against sliding, crushing, and this one sliding, crushing, और कौन सा बच गया? Crushing और compression हो गया ना, tension. Then the dam is by default safe against overturning. बहुत कम chances है कि dam will save basically be unsafe against overturning, because overturning से पहले ही दूसरा failure occur हो जाएगा. Got it? So this you should know. डैम्स तो फेल होते रहते हैं, हिस्ट्री में देख लेना, बट जनरली अब देखो ये आयरनी है, हम डिजाइन करते हैं डैम्स को कंक्रीट से. कंक्रीट गुड इन कंप्रेशन. वी डिजाइन डैम्स फॉर कंक्रीट. कंक्रीट इज गुड इन कंप्रेशन, फिर भी कंक्रीट कंप्रेशन में ही फेल हो जाता है. चेक कर लो, गूगल कर लो. ओके, डैम, ग्रेविटी डैम इज अ कंक्रीट डैम. We decide that is concrete is good in compression. RCC में तो यही पढ़ते आए हो, but then also the dam fails. अब बोलना मत भाई, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल हमें नहीं पता. Okay. Now बात करते हैं crushing या compression failure की. Now guys, the resultant summation of vertical forces, summation of horizontal forces. This is the resultant. The resultant is acting near the toe. तो toe में दो forces लग रहे हैं, एक direct stress and then bending stress. Positive and negative are relative terms. I'm taking compression as positive, so tension will become negative. Okay. Now what is happening here? Here if मैं यहाँ पे क्या दिखाऊं, ये मैंने लिया, ठीक है. अगर इधर एक्ट कर रहा है तो पहले तो डायरेक्ट स्ट्रेस विल बी कंप्रेसिव थ्रू आउट. अब यहाँ पर मोमेंट लग रहा है, यहाँ पर सिग्मा वी इंटू ई का मोमेंट लग रहा है, तो ये टो के पोर्शन को ऐसे करेगा ना, क्लॉकवाइज कंप्रेस करेगा, और हील पर क्या आएगा? टेंशन आएगा. क्यों? सिग्मा वी के कारण जो फोर्स आ रहा है दैट इज द डायरेक्ट स्ट्रेस व्हिच इज कंप्रेसिव इन नेचर, बट द मोमेंट सिग्मा वी दैट विल एक्सर्ट अ कंप्रेसिव स्ट्रेस ऑन द टो साइड एंड टेंसाइल स्ट्रेस ऑन द हील साइड. ओके, टेंसाइल स्ट्रेस एक्सर्ट करेगा हील साइड में. तो हमने लिया कंप्रेशन को पॉजिटिव. I have taken compression as positive. तो बेंडिंग, डायरेक्ट स्ट्रेस, बेंडिंग स्ट्रेस, तो यहाँ से हमारा सिग्मा टी आ जाएगा, सिग्मा वी बी बाई बी 1 + 6c बाई बी. अब ये तो आपने सोम में कर रखा है भाई. और यहाँ पे डायरेक्ट स्ट्रेस इज पॉजिटिव बट बेंडिंग स्ट्रेस इज नेगेटिव ड्यू टू द मोमेंट सिग्मा वी इंटू ई. ओके, नाउ वो तो sigma t value na, you know obviously maximum stress reservoir full condition and stress will be here sigma t crushing failure occur karega about toe. If you don't want crushing failure to take place, जो concrete की strength है वो toe में जो stress आ रहा है उससे ज्यादा होना चाहिए. If you don't want any failure to take place, whatever strength of concrete which you have used for the building of that dam, it should be more than the stress at toe. But the point is it is just the stress at the toe, it is not the maximum. हमें तो maximum के हिसाब से डिजाइन करना चाहिए ना. It is not the maximum stress. उससे ज्यादा आ गया तो आपने इसके लिए कर दिया, but if the stress more than sigma t is coming, then so you have to design it for the maximum stress. Okay, so अब जब maximum stress की बात करते हैं, so at maximum stress shear stress is maximum principal stress, shear stress is 0. ठीक है, so you have taken an element. अब resolve वगैरह करोगे उसकी हमें कोई जरूरत नहीं है यहाँ पे टाइम अपना लगाने की, हमें सिर्फ फॉर्मूला पढ़ना है यहाँ पे. तो if you don't want failure of dam due to crushing should take place, whatever value of major principal stress you are getting, it should be less than sigma c. Okay, sigma t is stress at toe, जो अभी निकाला था sigma t क्या निकाला था? sigma vb by b 1 + 6c by b, ये निकाला था. sigma 2 अगर टेल वाटर प्रेजेंट है, if टेल वाटर is present, तो ये exert करेगा प्रेशर. this small h height है, then it will exert pressure. Gamma WH. If it is given in the question, take it. If it is not given, take it 0. So if tail water depth is 0, means sigma 2 is 0. Clear? नहीं टूटेगा, मजबूत है. Okay. So major principal stress which is being exerted, that should be less than the stress of concrete. Now, similarly, if you want to calculate the shear stress, the shear stress is given by the formula sigma t minus sigma 2 tan alpha. Again, if tail water is not present, means s small h will be 0, that means sigma 2 will be 0. तो अगर crushing failure नहीं चाहते हो तो याद रखना ये सिग्मा सी सिग्मा 1 से ज्यादा हो या सिग्मा 1 सिग्मा सी से कम हो, दोनों मतलब एक ही है. ठीक है, दोनों का मतलब एक. तो ये फॉर्मूला ये याद रखो, ये वाले याद रखो. जीरो होगा तो उसको जीरो कर लेना, फालतू दो दो फॉर्मूला, देयर इज नो यूज टू रिमेंबर टू फॉर्मूलाज, रिमेंबर दिस फॉर्मूला एंड रिमेंबर दिस फॉर्मूला इफ इट इज आस्क्ड इन द क्वेश्चन. ओके, नाउ टेंशन फेलियर. टेंशन फेलियर विल ऑकर अराउंड हील. ओके, बिकॉज वहां पर बेंडिंग स्ट्रेस जो था वो टेंसाइल नेचर का था. सो इफ यू डोंट वांट टेंशन टू टेक प्लेस, मेक श्योर दैट जो इसेंट्रिसिटी है वो चाहे b/6 लेफ्ट साइड हो या b/6 राइट साइड हो, बट वो बीच के b/3 पोजीशन में रहनी चाहिए, मिडिल थर्ड. Okay, so b by side towards the toe, b/6 towards the heel, but it should be in b/3 center. ये जैसे ये टोटल b है, ये बहुत छोटा. This is whole b, b/3, b/3, b/3. So eccentricity या तो इधर चले जाए b/6 or it should go this side b/6, but it should be in the middle third. Okay, if you don't want any tension to take place. If E is coming greater than b/6, मतलब tension हो गया, heel पे tension develop हो गया. Got it? Clear यहाँ तक? अब लास्ट है एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल ऑफ द ग्रेविटी डैम. ओके, हियर ओनली 3 फोर्स वी विल टेक इनटू एक्शन. कौन कौन सा फोर्स है? वेट ऑफ द डैम. ओके, दिस इज ट्रायंगुलर इन नेचर विद zero height here at the top and width b, with zero width at the top and width b on the base of the dam. Here weight will be acting in vertically downward direction. Water pressure will be acting like this. Okay, and uplift pressure will be acting in this direction. Got it? Now only 3 forces will be acting, और दुनिया के how many forces? Silt, pressure, earthquake, no forces will be acting. Okay, weight of the dam, hydrostatic force, uplift force. अब यहाँ पे ये याद रखना, this is important. They will not mention you in the question C is equal to 1, C is equal to 0. If they are telling full reservoir, by default you have to take C is equal to 1. If they are telling you empty reservoir, by default you have to take it C is equal to 0. तो ये याद रखना आपको. Okay, derivation कराना है. डेरिवेशन एग्जाम में टाइम नहीं रहेगा वैसे करने का. डेरिवेशन ये पुराने टाइम नहीं दिखाता यार, बिकॉज एग्जाम में टाइम नहीं रहेगा, तो यू जस्ट नीड टू 1 मार्क्स में आएगा एंड यू नीड टू रिमेम्बर द फॉर्मूला, दैट्स इट. ओके, सो मैं आपको समझा देती हूँ. इफ यू डोंट वांट एनी टेंशन, रिजर्वायर फुल कंडीशन है, ठीक है, टेंशन की बात हो रही है. टेंशन कहाँ डेवलप होता है? फुल कंडीशन में हील पे डेवलप होता है. हील पे डेवलप होता है, तो अगर आपको टेंशन नहीं चाहिए तो मेक श्योर हम यहाँ पे रिजल्टेंट के अबाउट मोमेंट कैलकुलेट करेंगे, और ये मिनिमम विड्थ है. इससे ज्यादा इफ यू प्रोवाइड मोर देन दैट विड्थ इट्स ओके, बट मिनिमम इतनी विड्थ प्रोवाइड करनी है इफ यू डोंट वांट एनी टेंशन टू टेक प्लेस. Okay, GC is the specific gravity of concrete and C is the uplift pressure coefficient. Reservoir full 1 ले लो, empty 0 ले लो. Now no sliding. अभी बता कर आई थी, बस यहाँ पर summation V summation H की वैल्यू सब्स्टिट्यूट कर दिया. So if you don't want any sliding, provide this much amount of width. Confuse मत होना, म्यू वाला सिर्फ एक ही फॉर्मूला. मैम इतने सारे so many formulas of B minimum, which one to C. So guys, only in the case of no sliding, mu is there. स्लाइडिंग के केस में म्यू मिलता, बाकी केस में नहीं मिलता. एंड नाउ कंप्रेशन, एक इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर्मूला आएगा. प्रिंसिपल स्ट्रेस अभी निकाला था. ओके, सिग्मा 2, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली यहाँ पे एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल है, सो नो वाटर ऑन द डाउनस्ट्रीम साइड. तो अगर आपको टेंशन नहीं चाहिए, देखो ये फॉर्मूला और ये वाला फॉर्मूला एग्जैक्टली सेम है. टेंशन का फॉर्मूला और ये वाला, ये टेंशन ही का फॉर्मूला था जो मैंने यहाँ पे अप्लाई किया एंड आई हैव पुट इट हियर. इन सबको मत पढ़ो, ये मेन फॉर्मूला जो आपको पता होना चाहिए. अब इतना डेरिवेशन करने का एग्जाम में टाइम होता तो क्या ही बात थी. ओके, सो इफ दे आस्क यू टू कैलकुलेट द मेजर प्रिंसिपल स्ट्रेस, अगर जो नॉर्मल कंडीशंस की बात होती, जब एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल बात नहीं कर रहे थे, दैट टाइम द नॉर्मल स्ट्रेस वाज सिग्मा टी sec square alpha minus sigma 2 tan square alpha. Right now I am talking about the elementary profile, जिसमें सिर्फ तीन ही फोर्स एक्ट कर रहे हैं, uplift force, water pressure on the upstream side and the weight of the dam. उस केस में sigma 1 is given by gamma wh gc minus c plus 1. Got it? अब इसके साथ अगर आपको shear stress निकालना, that is gamma wh gc minus c. अब ये सब फॉर्मूला. अब इसमें एक चीज और आती है, ओवरटर्निंग, जो कि नहीं दिया. Anybody can tell me what is the formula for overturning? मैं लिख रही हूँ, tell me. अगर मुझे ओवरटर्निंग नहीं चाहिए, मीन्स रेजिस्टिंग मोमेंट शुड बी मोर देन ओवरटर्निंग मोमेंट. क्या फॉर्मूला होगा? ये फॉर्मूला ये फॉर्मूला क्या फॉर्मूला होगा? अब मैं लिख रही हूँ, बताओ सही है कि नहीं है दिव्या? ये फॉर्मूला होगा फॉर नो ओवरटर्निंग कि रूट हटेगा? कि रूट हटेगा? सो रहे हो सबके सब, मैं ही अकेले जाग रही हूँ लग रहा है मुझे। नो मैम किसके लिए लिख रहे थे? पिछले वाले के लिए। चलो अब प्रिंस बोल रहा है तो मैं मान लेती हूँ यही फॉर्मूला। चलो लास्ट एक क्वेश्चन कर लेते हैं, देन वी विल मूव टुवर्ड्स थ्योरी ऑफ ईपीएच। मैक्सिमम हाइट ऑफ अ ग्रेविटी डैम ऑफ एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल। एलिमेंट्री प्रोफाइल मतलब वही तीन चीज एक्ट करेगी। अगर रिलेटिव डेंसिटी इज गिवन टू यू 2.5, अलाउएबल स्ट्रेस इज गिवन टू यू 3.87। अब इसको एफ ले लो, सिग्मा ले लो, वट एवर यू वांट टू टेक। सो गाइज अभी फॉर्मूला मैंने आपको बताया, यार ये मूव नहीं कर रहा, ये फॉर्मूला गामा डब्ल्यू एच gamma WH GC minus C plus 1. Whenever it is asking you limiting height of the dam or maximum height of the dam, means C जो है वो 0 हो जाएगा. And from here you will get gamma WH GC plus 1. पता है, किसी ने बोला नहीं अभी तक. Gamma W GC plus 1. Sigma 1 या FY whatever you want to say 3.87. Gamma W is 9.81. 2.5 plus 1. ये होता है. ये फॉर्मूला इंपॉर्टेंट है, काइंडली रिमेंबर दिस. Come on, calculate and tell me. Calculate करो and tell me the maximum. कितना है? 0.1127. ओके चलो अब मैं इसको लिख देती हूँ. नाउ वी आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स लास्ट चैप्टर. ओके चलो क्लियर. चालू करूँ? यार मेरे में ना कमेंट्स ही नहीं दिखा रहे, देखो तो यार पता नहीं क्या हो गया. ओके कोई आया नहीं है कि मुझे दिख नहीं रहा. ओके फाइन हो गया. किसी ने मुझे बताया नहीं ये ओवरटर्निंग वाला सही है कि गलत. कहाँ गया? मैंने कहीं तो लिखा था ना ओवरटर्निंग का फॉर्मूला. कहाँ लिखा था फॉर्मूला? ये सही है कि गलत? दिस फॉर्मूला इज इट करेक्ट और नॉट? दिव्या, दिव्यांशु, प्रिंस. देखो रूट आया किस केस में? एक आया नो टेंशन के केस में. रूट हटा स्लाइडिंग के केस में. इसमें क्या होगा? ओवरटर्निंग में दो ऑप्शन देती हूँ, H रूट ओवर 2GC और एक जो ये बोल रही है रूट इसमें भी रहे. तो जो बोल रही थी ना, सोफी बोल रही थी आई गेस रूट होगा. ठीक है चलो वो मैंने इस ऐसे दिमाग में रखा है. सिर्फ स्लाइडिंग में म्यू रहता है. देखो डेरिवेशन तो टाइम ही नहीं रहता करने का. स्लाइडिंग में रूट नहीं रहेगा, टेंशन वाले में और ओवरटर्निंग में रहेगा. चलो अब लास्ट चैप्टर करते हैं, दैट इज लास्ट सेकंड लास्ट है. वो भी है क्या? तो मुझे देखने दो. Okay. Now we'll talk about theory of seepage. Theory of seepage. ठीक है. Theory of seepage की बात करेंगे. जब भी you construct any hydraulic structures, obviously the water will seep later or sooner. जिसकी वजह से stability of dam will be endangered because uplift pressure force लगेगा, which is the destabilizing force. दो कारणों की वजह से फेलियर होता है, one is piping and one is direct uplift. तो पहले मैं बनाती हूँ एक डैम. ना अब ध्यान से सुनना. 5 मिनट की कहानी है. The water is seeping through the body of the dam. Seep kar raha hai, it is moving through the interconnecting voids of the soil, because obviously in soil solids will be fixed but voids will be there, that is empty spaces will be there. So water will be moving through the voids of the soil. Now when the water is moving, if the speed of the water which is flowing beneath the body of the dam is high, there are chances that when the water comes out from the downstream side of the dam, it will carry away the particles with it. That means it is carrying away the particles of the downstream side. So initially first it will carry away the particles from this side, then it will carry away the particles from this side. That means it is moving in reverse direction. From downstream it is moving towards the upward direction. Okay, so it will create a pipe like, a cavity like will be created. So what will happen, the dam will subsidize. Okay, it will subside. Why? Because the water which was percolating through the soil, it has so much velocity. Then when the water was ejecting on the downstream side of the dam, it was having so much of energy that it carried away the particles with that itself. So erosion happened initially here. When all the particles are gone here, erosion will happen here. Then erosion will happen here. So a cavity will be formed. A cavity will be formed here. Got it? Because of this cavity, the dam will subside. This is one of the phenomena. Second phenomena is, as I told you, when the water moves through the body of the dam, it will go and it will exert an uplift pressure. So I told you one option, that if you don't want uplift pressure to happen, basically you can't eliminate it, but if you want to minimize, you can go for drainage canal. One more thing which you can do both to prevent piping and direct uplift is sheet pile wall. See, piping, the critical condition was downstream. Why? Because first the piping, it was carrying the soil from the downstream side. Okay. Now, it was carrying on downstream side. If I do such a thing, if I provide an obstruction that it is not able to take the particles from the downstream side. Pani ke paas energy mat chodo. Water was having energy, that's why it was taking the particles from the downstream side. Provide anything that water doesn't have energy only. How? By providing sheet pile wall. Provide sheet pile wall on this side so that when the water is moving, splash, splash. So a significant amount of energy of water is lost. Deliberately, we are making the water to lose energy such that it doesn't carry away the particles. So if you want to prevent piping to happen, you should provide sheet pile wall on the downstream side. Now, I told you uplift pressure is maximum at the heap. So if you don't want that uplift should take place, basically to reduce it, provide sheet pile wall on the upstream side. So if it is asked in statement wise question, for piping you provide on the downstream side. No need to mug it up, common sense, because first the particles are moved from the downstream side and we don't want the particles to move from the downstream side. That's why you provide sheet pile wall on the downstream side. You don't want the pressure to be exerted on the heap because of the uplift. That's why you provide sheet pile wall on the upstream side. Got it? That is the logic. Now, many people were the ones who analyzed the theories of seepage, and they told you can say certain theories. First, Bleek sir came. After that, Lane sir just copy pasted and just gave one different thing. Bleek sirs, based on that, we constructed structures, followed his theory. Again, failure occurred, and that is the reason the current one which we use is cost loss theory. Okay, now let's talk about it. Bleek's theory. First of all, he told that head loss per unit length is constant. This is Bleek's Bleek's creep theory. Now, what is creep? वो वाला creep नहीं है जो अपन ऐसे बोलते हैं, ये दूसरा creep है. Creep means रेंगना. कितना length of path, how much length of path is traveled by water, the percolating water. अब देखो, when he told ये ऐसा होता नहीं है Generally, अब आप बोलोगे मैम water moves like this. Technically it doesn't, but he told that the water is moving like this. Okay, so basically he told blue to visible है ना? The percolating water moves like this along the body of dam. पहले से horizontal, vertical, then horizontal, then vertical, then horizontal, then vertical, and so on. So basically, how much length it is traveling? 2 bar D1, 2D1 plus 2D1 plus L1 plus 2D2 plus L2 plus 2D3. This is the length of the path which is traveled by the percolating water. Who told this? Bleak sir told this. Now, after that, he told this is the percolating water. He told that head loss per unit length is constant. Now you can't say that, but he is telling you that it is constant. Okay. Up whether the water is flowing in vertical direction or whether the flow is taking place in the horizontal direction, head loss will be constant. Now he told, see, firstly he gave you assumptions. Bhai, I have taken this assumptions. But what will be the problems which you are facing? Piping and uplift. He told that if you don't want piping to take place, पानी की एनर्जी खर्च करा दो. Make the water lose the energy. अब देखो, अगर मुझे तुम्हारी एनर्जी लूज करानी है, if I want दिव्यांशु to lose his energy, मैं 5 किलोमीटर की जगह उसको 10 किलोमीटर दौड़ाऊंगी. Okay, so that he gets exhausted. Instead of 5 kilometer, I'll make him run 10 kilometers. बचेगी नहीं एनर्जी. No energy will be left. Similarly here, उसने बोला इतनी क्रीप लेंथ ऐसे रखो, एनर्जी ना बचे. एनर्जी नहीं बचेगी तो डाउनस्ट्रीम में कौन से सॉइल को उठाएगा? Okay, so if you provide so much length that the percolating water travels, that no energy will be left, so how it will take away the particles on the downstream side? So he told that if you want safety against piping, L should be equal to CH. C is obviously Bleak sieve coefficient, जो बनाएगा वो अपना नाम तो देंगे. H is head loss. Head of water जिसको loss करना है, energy which is to be lost. Ma'am, why we want to lose energy? Lose करना तो अच्छा नहीं होता, यहाँ पर अच्छा होता है. To lose it is good for us, because bhai sahab, if you don't lose the energy, it will cause failure. So losing is good for us. We deliberately want the water to lose energy. So he said, piping se bachana, provide this much length. Now, he told, now, what is H by L? That is hydraulic gradient. उसने बोला इतना hydraulic gradient दे दो exit में, it will be okay. He did no comparison. भाई कंपेयर करते ना, किससे ज्यादा किससे कम, कुछ तो बताओगे ना. क्रिटिकल से ज्यादा क्रिटिकल से कम, लाइक यू हैव हर्ड दिस IC is equal to G minus 1 upon 1 plus E. कुछ नहीं बताया. Bleak sir has told nothing. This becomes the drawback. Okay, he just said इतनी लेंथ प्रोवाइड कर दो, इतना हाइड्रोलिक ग्रेडियंट H by L दे दो. भाई किससे ज्यादा किससे कम, फ्रॉम whom more whom less, कंपैरिजन तो करो कि सेव कैसे होगा. Nothing. Okay, that was the first drawback. Okay, उसके बाद उन्होंने बोला एक चीज और उन्होंने बोली कि भाई इधर पे व्हेन यू प्रोवाइड थिकनेस को तो एक फॉर्मूला दे दिया H अपॉन GC माइनस 1, और डिजाइनिंग करनी रहती है तो आप ले लो 4/3 H GC माइनस 1. सो इंक्रीज कर दो थिकनेस, बिकॉज देखो अगर ये इसको मुझे नीचे से पुश करना, अगर ये टेबल है, अगर ये डैम का बेस है, कोई भी हाइड्रोलिक स्ट्रक्चर्स है, मैं इसको ऊपर से पुश कर रही हूँ. बट अगर मैंने इसमें भार बढ़ा दिया, अगर मैंने अभी तो ये छोटा है बट विजुअलाइज कर लो, मैं डैम तो नहीं ला सकती ना, ये था. अब मैंने इसकी थिकनेस बढ़ा दी, अभी तो मैंने फिलहाल कोई और मटेरियल रख दिया, टेक्निकली मैंने थिकनेस बढ़ा दी, तो ये इसके पास शक्ति कम हो गई ना. शक्ति उतनी थी पर ऊपर से मोर वेट इज कमिंग, राइट, मोर वेट इज कमिंग. सो ही सेड इंक्रीज द थिकनेस. तो मिनिमम इतनी थिकनेस प्रोवाइड कर दो, योर डैम विल बी सेफ अगेंस्ट अपलिफ्ट. हुआ कुछ नहीं, दोनों ही फेल हो गए, स्ट्रक्चर्स फेल हो गए. बट ये हुआ था कि इन्होंने पाइपिंग के लिए L is equal to CH बोला, प्रोवाइड दिस मच अमाउंट ऑफ लेंथ. अपलिफ्ट के लिए बोल दिया प्रोवाइड दिस मच अमाउंट ऑफ थिकनेस, बिकॉज अपलिफ्ट विल टेक प्लेस फ्रॉम द बॉटम टुवर्ड्स द टॉप. तो भाई क्या करो, इंक्रीज द थिकनेस. तो उसके पास दम ही नहीं होगी कि इसको ऐसे टर्न कर सके. ठीक है. नाउ ही सेड हॉरिजॉन्टल और वर्टिकल रेंगना सेम है, चाहे हॉरिजॉन्टली चलो चाहे वर्टिकली चलो, इट इज सेम. कोई डिस्टिंग्विश नहीं किया, कोई वेटेज फैक्टर नॉट गिवन. फिर इनर इफेक्ट आउटर इफेक्टिव है, इनर शीट पाइल इफेक्टिव है, नो डिफरेंस, कुछ नहीं बोला. उसके बाद इन्होंने माना, मैंने बोला ना एग्जिट ग्रेडियंट, ही गेव द वैल्यू बट ही हैजंट कंपेयर किससे ज्यादा किससे कम, नथिंग. सो ऑल वेयर द ड्रॉबैक्स अबाउट ब्लीक्स थ्योरी. अब लेन के बीच में आए, उन्होंने एग्जैक्टली कॉपी पेस्ट व्हाट इज लेन थ्योरी, बस एक चीज डिफरेंस कर दी कि वेरेवर हॉरिजॉन्टली मूव कर रहा है, ठीक है, उसको 1/3 का वेटेज दे दिया और वर्टिकली को 1 दे दिया. सो वेरेवर यू आर मूविंग हॉरिजॉन्टली, उसको देखो, जहां भी हॉरिजॉन्टल कहाँ गया बैक कर, उसको 1/3 और वर्टिकल को 1 का वेटेज फैक्टर, दैट इज द थिंग. बट ये सही नहीं था, दिस वाज आल्सो रॉन्ग, बिकॉज पानी कभी वैसे परकुलेट ही नहीं करता. दे टोल्ड कि वाटर ऐसे ऐसे जाता है, वाटर ऐसे जाता ही नहीं है, वाटर डजंट गो लाइक दिस. उन्होंने बोल दिया था बट ऐसा नहीं होता है. ठीक है, सो लेन केम, कॉपी पेस्ट अबाउट इट, ओनली थिंग इज व्हाट ही गेव द वेटेज फैक्टर. क्लियर? बाकी एग्जैक्टली सेम थ्योरी कॉपी पेस्ट. उसने L इज इक्वल टू सी एच बोला था, ब्लीक स्क्रीप कोएफिशिएंट, इन्होंने CL अपना बोल दिया, लेन स्क्रीप कोएफिशिएंट. क्लियर? यहां तक कोई डाउट? एनी डाउट स्टिल हियर? जल्दी बोलो, स्लाइड ऐड कर रही हूं. ओके, चलिए अब आते हैं खौसला थ्योरी. लॉजिकल, इन्होंने लाप्लास इक्वेशन यूज की, वही del 2 phi by del x square plus del 2 phi by del y square is equal to 0. उन्होंने बोला वाटर क्रीप along the bottom नहीं करता. If it is a dam, it is moving in the form of streamlines. पढ़ा होगा, streamlines होती है, उसके perpendicular you have equipotential lines, so it is moving like this. बस यही बोला. ठीक है, अब इन्होंने बोल दिया कि ये streamlines और equipotential lines perpendicular to each other है, and based on that he gave this formula. Give this formula. किसी भी पॉइंट पर अगर आपको पता करना है कितनी एनर्जी बची है, at any point if you want to know how much is बचा means what, residue. So if you want to calculate residual seepage head, this will be equal to phi into h. Now phi is what? Phi is what? It is the phi is what? It is the potential function. इन्होंने आपको कैलकुलेट नहीं कराया, इन्होंने आपको वैल्यूज दे दी. इन्होंने आपको वैल्यूज दे दिया. अपस्ट्रीम की बात करूं, इन्होंने इसको 3 भागों में डिवाइड कर दिया, अपस्ट्रीम, डाउनस्ट्रीम, इंटरमीडिएट. नाउ इफ यू टॉक हियर, द पोटेंशियल इज गिवन टू यू phi d1. व्हाट इज लैम्डा? लैम्डा इज गिवन बाय 1 प्लस, ये याद करना पड़ेगा भाई, ये पहले तो फिलहाल ये दोनों याद करो. Okay. Lambda is given by 1 plus root over 1 plus alpha square by 2. Alpha is equal to b by 2. ठीक है, अब you take this value of lambda, substitute it here, आपको पता चल जाएगा कितना पोटेंशियल है. टोटल हेड से मल्टीप्लाई करोगे, आपको पता चल जाएगा कितनी एनर्जी बची है, हाउ मच एनर्जी इज रिमेनिंग. सिमिलरली इफ इट इज आस्क्ड यू टू कैलकुलेट एट C1, आप कैलकुलेट कर सकते हो. E1 में 100% होगा क्योंकि यहाँ से तो पानी चलना स्टार्ट हुआ ना, तो अभी तक तो एनर्जी कुछ लॉस की नहीं उसने. ठीक है, E D सब जगह फॉर्मूला दिया, आई कांट हेल्प यू आउट, ये तो याद करना ही पड़ेगा. ठीक है, इसमें मैं कोई मदद नहीं कर सकती, यू हैव टू रिमेम्बर इट. ओके, नाउ इन्होंने कुछ चीजें बताई, अच्छी चीज बताई. इन्होंने भी, खोसला सर आल्सो गेव यू अ फॉर्मूला ऑफ एग्जिट ग्रेडियंट, लाइक Bleek sir gave, he also gave the formula. This is important question from this has been asked. H by D into 1 upon pi root lambda. He gave this equation. But इन्होंने बोला that if you don't want any piping to take place, or no piping, whatever I told you the exit gradient, this should be less than the critical condition, or critical hydraulic gradient. और critical क्या होता है? G minus 1 1 plus, इससे कम होना चाहिए. इन्होंने compare करके बताया. Okay, this was not given by Bleek sir. उन्होंने बस बोल दिया this is safe exit gradient. He also told this is safe exit gradient, but he told कि अगर आप नहीं चाहते कि piping हो, make sure whatever exit gradient which you are getting, बाहर की तरफ ना डाउनस्ट्रीम में जा रहा है तो एग्जिट है, वहीं पे पाइपिंग होने वाली है. सो इफ यू डोंट वांट पाइपिंग टू टेक प्लेस, मेक श्योर दैट इट शुड बी लेस देन क्रिटिकल हाइड्रोलिक ग्रेडियंट. हु टोल्ड दिस? खोसला सर टोल्ड दिस. फिर उन्होंने बोला इन्होंने बोला पहली बात, आउटर शीट पाइल वॉल, जो बाहर की तरफ शीट पाइल वॉल है, वो इनर शीट पाइल वॉल की तरफ से ज्यादा इफेक्टिव होती है. आउटर शीट पाइल वॉल इज मोर इफेक्टिव एज कंपेयर टू इनर शीट पाइल वॉल. अगर आप बीच में, इफ यू आर प्रोवाइडिंग इंटरमीडिएट शीट पाइल वॉल छोटी प्रोवाइड कर दी आउटर से, बाहर की तरफ जो डाउनस्ट्रीम है, कोई मतलब नहीं, पैसा वेस्ट है. नो 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 लॉजिक, पैसा वेस्ट है. ठीक है, सो इसीलिए इंटरमीडिएट शीट पाइल वॉल की लेंथ ज्यादा रखो एज कंपेयर टू द डाउनस्ट्रीम शीट पाइल वॉल. नहीं तो पानी फ्लो ही नहीं करेगा उसमें से. आप तो चाहते हो ना पानी जाए, एनर्जी लॉस करे, पर भाई डेप्थ ही कम है, पानी तो नीचे से ही फ्लो करके चले जाएगा. वो तो टकराए उससे ताकि उसकी एनर्जी लॉस हो, बट वो टकरा ही नहीं रहा, आपने लेंथ इतनी छोटी प्रोवाइड की है. सो इंटरमीडिएट शीट पाइल वॉल की लेंथ ज्यादा रखनी है आपको, ठीक है। अगर डाउनस्ट्रीम वाले से कम रख ली कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, फालतू पैसे वेस्ट हो जाएंगे, ठीक है। तो पहले तो इन्होंने बोला इनर शीट आउटर शीट पाइल वॉल ज्यादा इफेक्टिव है, फिर इंटरमीडिएट शीट पाइल वॉल की बात कर दी, फिर एग्जिट ग्रेडियंट की बात कर दी, उसके बाद इन्होंने बोल दिया दैट वाटर फ्लोज इन द फॉर्म ऑफ स्ट्रीप लाइंस, वो क्रीप रहेंगेगा नहीं, इट विल नॉट ट्रैवल लाइक दैट व्हिच वीक्स आर टोल्ड, ओके। बेस्ड ऑन दैट इन्होंने बोला कि अगर अपस्ट्रीम एंड डाउनस्ट्रीम पाइल बोथ हैव सेम लेंथ, यहाँ पे अगर डी डैश और डी सेम हो जाएगा, तो अगर आप देखोगे जो ये इसका फंक्शन है, ये आउटर आउटर ऐसे, आउटर आउटर 100%, इनर इनर 100%, इसका पोटेंशियल 100%, ठीक है। ये होता है, किसने बोल दिया था, ये बोल दिया था, देखो ये 5C1 प्लस 5 इनर इनर आउटर आउटर, ये 100% होगा, समेशन ऑफ बोथ ऑफ देम। हु टोल्ड दिस? खॉसलर सर टोल्ड दिस। अब इसके बेसिस पर एक क्वेश्चन आपके गेट में आया है, लेट्स सॉल्व दिस नाउ। सी अपलिफ्ट प्रेशर एट ई एंड डी, तो 5E पर दिया है आपको अपलिफ्ट प्रेशर का 28% और 5D दिया है 20%। आपसे पूछा है 5CE पर और 5DE1 पर। मैंने बोला था ना आउटर आउटर, सो 28 5E plus 5C1 is equal to 100. So 5C1 will be how much? 100 minus 28. 5D1 will be 100 minus 5D, 80. पहले पूछा है 80 फिर 72। क्लियर? क्लियर हुआ? चलो लास्ट क्वेश्चन है थ्योरी ऑफ सीक्वेंस, ये क्वेश्चन भी आ चुका है। अच्छा एक चीज, इफ द डेप्थ ऑफ डाउनस्ट्रीम शीट पाइल वॉल इज 0, एग्जिट ग्रेडियंट क्या होगा? द फॉर्मूला ऑफ एग्जिट ग्रेडियंट इज G is equal to h by d into 1 upon pi root lambda. अगर आपको अपस्ट्रीम पे भी शीट पाइल वॉल दे रहा है एंड इट इज आस्किंग यू टू कैलकुलेट द डेप्थ, ओके, सो यू विल टेक डेप्थ, अगर यहाँ पे 5 मीटर दे दिया, कुछ भी दे दिया, ओके, यू विल टेक द डेप्थ ऑफ डाउनस्ट्रीम शीट पाइल वॉल ओनली, पहले ही बोलता दो। दूसरा, इफ द डेप्थ ऑफ डाउनस्ट्रीम शीट पाइल वॉल इज 0, 1 upon 0 is infinity, ओके। चलो h is 5 meter, this is 4, 1 upon pi root lambda. अल्फा होता है b by d, that is 10 by 4, 5 by 2, that is 2.5. चलो यहाँ से कैलकुलेट करो लैम्डा, एसी का रिमोट गिरा, कुछ नहीं हुआ। तो 2.846, .2928, तो उसको इन्वर्स कर दूंगी तो हो जाएगा 1 in 3. B will be our answer. क्या आया? 1.846 लैम्डा, मैंने सॉल्व कर दिया, फॉर्मूला बेस्ड क्वेश्चन था, ऑलरेडी आस्क्ड इन योर गेट। चलो लास्ट फिर से बता दी हूँ, ये है आपका QR कोड फॉर किस केस के लिए QR कोड? क्विज के लिए। कुछ भी कर लो, हाइड्रोलॉजी तो आएगा भाई, पढ़ के जाना। इरिगेशन से फॉरनून सेशन में क्वेश्चन आया था, क्रॉस ड्रेनेज वर्क, आजकल पता नहीं लाइक चलन हो गया इन एवरी एग्जामिनेशन, कोई भी स्टेट लेवल एग्जामिनेशन ले लो, कहीं भी ले लो, दे आर आस्किंग क्रॉस ड्रेनेज वर्क्स, बहुत पॉपुलर हो गया आजकल, सिटी वर्क्स, ओके। लास्ट टॉपिक, okay, now if you talk about क्रॉस ड्रेनेज स्ट्रक्चर्स, बेसिकली क्या होता है, केनाल वाटर और रिवर वाटर। ड्रेन मींस रिवर वाटर, कोई स्ट्रीम का पानी को आप बोलते हो ड्रेन, सो अगर मैंने रिवर बोल दिया, जस्ट अंडरस्टैंड इट इज ड्रेन। तो केनाल वाटर और ड्रेन वाटर जब एक दूसरे को क्रॉस करे, वी डोंट वांट कि दोनों पानी मिक्स हो, ठीक है, हम चाहते हैं कैनाल वाटर मूव सेपरेटली, रिवर वाटर मूव सेपरेटली, उन लोग को क्रॉसिंग ना हो। तो अब अगर हम ये नहीं करवा पाते तो हमें वी नीड टू मेक स्ट्रक्चर्स। ओके, तो हाउ कैन यू मेक स्ट्रक्चर्स? आपको ऐसे स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाते हैं कि ड्रेन का पानी अलग जाए या कैनाल का अलाइनमेंट चेंज कर दो दैट इट मूव्स फ्रॉम डिफरेंट डायरेक्शंस। नाउ फॉर दिस रीजंस यू हैव डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ क्रॉस ड्रेनेज। कभी कैनाल, देखो अभी यहाँ पे देखो रिवर नीचे है, कैनाल ऊपर है, तो कभी कैनाल ऊपर ड्रेन नीचे, कभी ड्रेन ऊपर कैनाल नीचे। मैम हाउ वी विल नो? तो डिपेंड कर जाएगा उस टोपोग्राफी के ऊपर, वहां पे एलिवेशन और बेड लेवल ऑफ द रिवर, बेड लेवल ऑफ द कैनाल के ऊपर। अब मैं इसको सिंपल सबसे छोटी भाषा में समझाती हूँ, बिल्कुल ध्यान से समझना। 5 से 7 मिनट का कंसेप्ट है मैक्सिमम। जब कैनाल ऊपर ड्रेन नीचे, यू विल गेट एक्विडक्ट या फिर साइफन एक्विडक्ट। अगर ड्रेन ऊपर, कैनाल ऊपर, ड्रेन नीचे, कैनाल ऊपर सी डी, सी ऊपर डी नीचे, यू विल गेट इधर एक्विडक्ट और साइफन एक्विडक्ट। डी ऊपर सी नीचे, ड्रेन इज एट द टॉप, कैनाल इज एट द बॉटम, इधर यू विल गेट सुपर पैसेज और कैनाल साइफन। अब मैं एक चीज बताती हूँ, siphon aqueduct maybe in siphon aqueduct also siphon is there, in canal siphon also siphon is there. Sometimes in the question they don't write siphon aqueduct and they don't write canal siphon, they write just siphon. Students confuse हो जाते हैं जो first time पढ़ते हैं, मैम is it talking about siphon aqueduct or it is talking about canal siphon? If they have just told siphon, that means it is talking about canal siphon. Remember that. ठीक है? Now what is happening is canal is up, drain is at the bottom. But now, if you see, high flood level means the maximum level at which the drain can rise. It is sufficiently below. Canal bed level ke bahut niche hai. Okay, you will call it as what? You will call it as aqueduct. So when the canal bed level is sufficiently above the high flood level, you will call it as aqueduct. Okay. अब अगर सेम चीज बस ये लेवल बढ़ जाए, कैनल बेड लेवल के ऊपर आ जाए, देखो वो हो जाएगा साइफन एक्वेडक्ट। अब पहले इट वाज नॉट इंटरफेयरिंग, ओके, सफिशिएंट हेडवाइज, सफिशिएंट डेप्थ अवेलेबल थी, so the water in the drain was flowing under the action of gravity, open channel flow. But here what has happened, the canal bed level has been down and the high flood level is above. Drain water के ऊपर pressure लग रहा है, now the water is not flowing under open channel flow, that is under the action of gravity. अब इसमें जो pipe flow होता है ना, pressure flow, that is taking place. Okay, in this case sufficient depth available thi, so this was what, this was what, this was aqueduct, this was aqueduct. In the case of siphon aqueduct, in the case of siphon aqueduct, what is happening is siphonic action hoga because canal ka pressure lagega, and that is the reason pressurized flow will take place. This mein question aata hai, worst condition kab hoti hai? वर्स्ट कंडीशन होती है व्हेन कैनाल इज ड्राई, कैनाल खाली है, अब पानी कोई है ही नहीं जो वेट लगाए नीचे, देयर इज नो वाटर, देयर इज नो वन व्हिच विल अप्लाई वेट इन द वर्टिकली डाउनवर्ड डायरेक्शन, और ड्रेन फुल है, तो ड्रेन ऊपर की तरफ प्रेशर लगाएगा, क्या होगा, ओवरटर्निंग ऑकर हो जाएगी. सो द वर्स्ट कंडीशन इज व्हेन द कैनाल इज ड्राई. इन साइफन एक्वेडक्ट जब पहले कैनाल ऊपर, कैनाल इज एट द टॉप, ड्रेन इज एट द बॉटम एंड कैनाल इज ड्राई, कोई वेट पानी कंपोनेंट था ना जो नीचे की तरफ फोर्स लगा रहा था, तो बैलेंस कर रहा था, रेजिस्ट कर रहा था, देयर इज नो वाटर, सो व्हाट विल हैपन, ओवरटर्निंग will. Okay, so that is the worst condition. Now super passage and canal siphon, in both of them what is there, drain is at the top, canal is at the bottom. Again full supply level of the drainage bed level से अच्छी खासी दूरी पर है, आराम से कैनाल में फ्लो होगा अंडर द एक्शन ऑफ ग्रेविटी, जस्ट ऑपोजिट एक्वेडक्ट का. जैसे ही फुल सप्लाई लेवल बढ़ गया, ड्रेनेज बेड लेवल इज डाउन, एज द फुल सप्लाई लेवल इंक्रीजेस एंड ड्रेनेज बेड लेवल इज डाउन, अब प्रेशर अप्लाई होना चालू हो जाएगा. So in the previous case, in the case of siphon aqueduct, super passage, you were getting what? You were getting gravity flow, open channel flow in canal. But जैसे ही लेवल बढ़ा, तो ड्रेन ने अप्लाई किया प्रेशर, siphonic action हुआ. Now pressurized flow will be there, pipe flow will be there. That is known as canal siphon. Got it? So this is the thing which will happen. अब लेवल क्रॉसिंग की सबसे बोल सकते इंफीरियर क्वालिटी है, मींस अभी हमारा फेलियर है. इफ वी आर नॉट एबल टू प्रोवाइड या इकोनॉमिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से, देन वी गो फॉर लेवल क्रॉसिंग. जनरली नहीं. लेवल क्रॉसिंग में देखो हम ये चाहते थे कि कैनाल वाटर एंड ड्रेन वाटर शुड नॉट गेट मिक्स्ड, दैट्स व्हाई वी वर कंस्ट्रक्टिंग दीस कॉस्टली स्ट्रक्चर्स. बट अब पैसे ही नहीं है या कंडीशंस ही ऐसी है दैट यू कैन नॉट गो फॉर अदर स्ट्रक्चर्स, दैट टाइम यू विल गो फॉर लेवल क्रॉसिंग. इसमें क्या करते हो, यू प्रोवाइड रेगुलेटर्स, जैसे आप अपना घर में स्पीड रेगुलेट करते हो ना, अपने फैन स्पीड, सो हियर यू प्रोवाइड रेगुलेटर्स सो दैट यू कैन regulate the amount of water which is coming from the canal. Now here a drainage is there, that is the river water which is flowing. Now this is the incoming water from the canal. अब पानी तो सेम ही है ना, चाहे वो रिवर का पानी हो चाहे कैनाल का पानी, अलग अलग पानी तो है नहीं. There is no different water, they both are the same water, right? So what will happen, canal water and drainage water will be get mixed. Then you have provided your cross regulators, so which a part of the water will be taken out and the canal alignment will move. तो यहाँ पर आपने दोनों को क्रॉस करवा दिया. ओके, उनका जो लेवल था वो क्रॉस हो गया. पानी सेम था, water was same. So first you allowed the canal water to get mixed, and from the other direction you withdrawn the water. So this is known as level crossing. Next comes our inlets and outlets. अब उसमें कैनाल को मिक्स करा रहे थे, यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम का पानी आएगा. ठीक है, उधर इसमें कैनाल का इनलेट आउटलेट हो रहा था, यहाँ पे स्ट्रीम का होगा. इनलेट्स बोल दो, इधर यू से इनलेट्स और यू से इनलेट्स एंड आउटलेट्स. ना स्ट्रीम वाटर आएगा, यहाँ पे आपने इनलेट प्रोवाइड किया है, so which drainage water will come, it will mix into the canal. Okay, and after that what will happen, downstream side you have provided significantly below you have provided outlets from which you will withdraw the water and it will again move to the streams. तो ये ऐसे, अगर ये आपने ऐसे क्रॉस करने नहीं दिया, आपने इसको आप नीचे लेके गए, फिर अलग से डायरेक्शन बना के किया, मतलब आपने रोड को डाइवर्ट कर देते, सीधे हॉरिजॉन्टल ना जाके, वही काम किया यहाँ पर आपने. So instead रिवर्स को आपने डायरेक्टली अलाउ नहीं किया कि वो कैनाल के थ्रू क्रॉस कर जाए. यू टुक इट डाउन एंड देन यू प्रोवाइडेड एन अल्टरनेट पाथ. इसको आप बोलते हो इनलेट्स बोल दो, सिर्फ इनलेट्स और इनलेट्स एंड आउटलेट्स. करेक्ट. अब एक चीज और आपके दिमाग में आ सकती है कि दैट मैम लेट अस सपोज रेनफॉल इज टेकिंग प्लेस एंड ऑलरेडी ड्रेन में बहुत पानी है. Okay, already there is much water in the drain. So if rainfall will occur, there are chances na that the level of water will increase, so flood will occur. तो हम यहाँ पे बंद कर देते हैं regulator को. You know, don't allow the canal water to come in such conditions if you have doubt. Got it? So this completes. अब इसके ऊपर क्वेश्चन कर लो. If the path of an irrigation canal is below the level of natural stream, उस cross drainage work को आप क्या बोलते हो? प्रो बता दो. Below the natural stream means stream ऊपर, कैनाल नीचे. You call it as what? यहाँ पे तो एक ही ऑप्शन दिख रहा है, सुपर पैसेज. If the path of an irrigation canal is below the bed of a natural stream, B ही होगा. A क्यों बोल रहा हूँ, अनवर एंड कंफर्ट जोन. If the path of an irrigation canal is below the natural stream, stream ऊपर है, canal नीचे है, इधर सुपर पैसेज और canal siphon ऑप्शन में है ही नहीं, सुपर पैसेज होगा. चलो, this one. This one, guys. मैं थोड़ा कंफर्ट जोन में चला गया था, कोई बात नहीं. क्या बोला? What type of cross drainage work is provided when the canal runs full below the drain? Means drain ऊपर है, canal here, and the full supply level of the canal is well below the bed of the drain. The drainage bed level से नीचे. सुपर पैसेज, ड्रेन ऊपर कैनाल नीचे, इधर सुपर पैसेज और कैनाल साइफन ऑप्शन में ही नहीं था. कैनाल साइफन, सुपर पैसेज. चलो, क्यूआर कोड, लास्ट टेलीग्राम ग्रुप. अब लीचिंग पढ़ा दूं, 10 मिनट लगेगा. इफ यू से वो लीचिंग वाटर लॉगिंग मैंने स्लाइड्स इंक्लूड नहीं किया, मुझे जरूरत भी नहीं है. इफ यू से आई टीच, 10 मिनट्स लगेगा उसके लिए. व्हाट यू से? पढ़ा दूं? चलो रुको, फिर मुझे स्लाइड सेट करना। ये QR कोड है। एंड गाइस, एप्टीट्यूड एंड मैथ्स इज स्टार्टिंग। मुझे स्लाइड अभी ऐड कर दूंगी। स्लाइड दो तीन स्लाइड मुझे ऐड करने दो बस, देन आई स्टार्ट। तीन चार दो तीन ही फॉर्मूले हैं, बस हो गया। हम्म, 10 मिनट्स ना, बस उससे ज्यादा नहीं लूंगी। ओके, इन्वायरमेंट और इसका PDF मैं प्रोवाइड कर दूंगी मंडे को। मेरा आज का PDF सेव हो जाना चाहिए, बिकॉज इन्वायरमेंट का तो सेव हो गया, बट ये PDF के एनोटेशन सेव हो जाने चाहिए। दे दूंगी मैं PDF, दे दूंगी, मैं भाग नहीं रही हूँ देश छोड़ के, दे दूंगी मैं PDF। ओके ना, इतनी खुशी, आखिरी चैप्टर है लीचिंग। Okay, water logging, basically water logging and time requirement. Now, as I told you that if you supply water which has high concentration of salts in it, what will happen? Water will vaporize and salts will remain there. Okay, this salts will do, it will affect the productivity of the crops. Now, there are two types of salts which are there. One is white alkali and the other one is black alkali. If you talk about white alkali, it can be removed by leaching. Ma'am, abhi leaching kya hota hai? You supply large amount of water such that the salts become soluble, and with the help of drains, French drains, बहुत सारे drains होते हैं through which you can remove. Okay, black alkali, जब black deposits, आपने बंजर जमीन जिसको आप बोलते हो ना कि कुछ भी होगा नहीं होता, काला काला दिखता है आपको सरफेस पे, that is black alkali. So इसमें अगर आप लीचिंग भी कर दो, even if you do leaching, you will see that nothing will happen. Ma'am, then what we will do? Leave it to the nature. Natural forces. Over the time, wind will flow, erosion hota jayega, and then it will become again fit for cultivation. So white alkali is there, leaching कर दो. Black alkali you can add gypsum. तो black alkali में जब gypsum add करोगे, so what will be converted? It will convert into white alkali, and then you can do leaching. That can be done. Now, ओके, मेरा लेक्चर स्टार्ट हो रहा है अब, मैं खुशी हो रही है ना। ओके, क्या बोल दिया था मैंने? ठीक है, अब मैं अगर बात करूं कि हाउ मच वाटर, SAR वैल्यू वो तो बता दिया, SAR वैल्यू आई हैव टोल्ड यू इनिशियली. So white alkali, deposition of salts which will be removed easily with the action of water. Black alkali, you have to leave it to the nature. अब कितना water you have to supply for leaching? So that is given as leaching ratio. How much water you will supply? That will depend upon कितना water आपने apply किया. How much water you applied? Depth of irrigation water to the depth of water which is drained out. So the depth of water drained minus depth of irrigation water. अब आपने कितना पानी अप्लाई किया? दो चीज के लिए. First, you applied water, irrigation water, so that plants can or the crops can meet the evapotranspiration needs, and you applied water for irrigation purpose. Means आपने कितना पानी अप्लाई किया था? Consumptive use के लिए plus excess water for leaching. In the case, they will not give you depth of drain water. See, irrigation water you are applying, so you know how much you are applying, correct? Consumptive use, you can calculate, Blenny-Cradle formula hai, then you have Harbee's, there n ways by which you can calculate. Okay, Penman's equation hai. So depth of drained water will be di minus cu. So one formula is di minus cu upon di. So from here, leaching ratio will come out to be 1 minus cu upon t. Is it correct? तो ये फॉर्मूला बस आप एक याद रख लेना, और बाकी ना मैं ड्राइंग पेस्ट कर देती हूँ, ठीक है? तो इफ इन केस वो पूछ ले तो आपको बनना चाहिए, बस इतना ही मेन है. और एक और फॉर्मूला होता है, तो मैं लिख ही देती हूँ. नाउ सी, कंसंट्रेशन ऑफ सॉल्ट्स इज कांस्टेंट. हम मान के चलते हैं ऐसा होता नहीं है, सच्ची बता रही हूँ. somewhat it changes. We assume that concentration of salts is constant. जितना पहले था drain water उतना irrigation water में. So instead of जितना irrigation water में था, means आप सोचो how much water you are applying for irrigation, उसने leaching किया so that all the salts are removed. So what was the concentration in the irrigation water, that much is there in the drained water, which is practically not, you can say, exactly same. तो आप यहाँ पे बोलते हो, here you say that depth of drained water to depth of irrigation water is the concentration of salts in irrigation water to the concentration of salts in drained water. ये भी लीचिंग रेशियो, कोई भी फॉर्मूला क्वेश्चन में पूछ सकता है, दे कैन आस्क यू एनीथिंग. I told you salts are what? Ionic in nature. How you calculate the concentration of salts? By measuring what? The electrical conductivity. So more the concentration, more is the electrical conductivity. ECI upon ECD. अब क्वेश्चन में generally 99% of the time they don't give you the electrical conductivity of the drained water. They give you saturation extract. कि अगर soil sample है entirely saturated with water, तो उसका कितना electrical conductivity होगा, that is known as saturation extract. So that is electrical conductivity becomes, मैं CE से denote करती हूँ, कोई इसका hard and fast denotion नहीं है, बोलते saturation extract. So in the question they can give you anything, कुछ भी दे सकते. अब एक काम करते हैं, इसके ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन कर लेते हैं तो आपको थोड़ा कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाएगा. तो मैं क्वेश्चन निकालती हूँ, एक सेकंड है. लीचिंग रिक्वायरमेंट निकालना है. इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी ऑफ सैचुरेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट गिवन है 11 माइक्रोमो पर सेंटीमीटर. इलेक्ट्रिकल कंडक्टिविटी इरिगेशन वाटर की गिवन है 1.5 माइक्रोमो पर सेंटीमीटर. चलो निकाल के बताओ. कम ऑन, इतना सा क्वेश्चन है. सैचुरेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट मींस अगर सॉल्ट कंसंट्रेशन वाटर का आपको निकालना है, सॉल्ट कंसंट्रेशन उस पानी में से जो जिसमें वो जो एक सैचुरेटेड सॉइल सैंपल है. सैचुरेटेड सॉइल सैंपल मींस एंटायर वॉइड्स आर फ्लडेड विद वाटर. उस सैचुरेटेड सॉइल सैंपल का सॉल्ट कंसंट्रेशन निकालना है, उसको बोलते हो सैचुरेशन एक्सट्रैक्ट. ये बहुत सिंपल है, निकाल लिया होगा. Electrical conductivity of irrigation water, electrical conductivity of drained water. Irrigation 1.5, 2 into 11 कितना आया 0.068. क्लियर हो गया. बस एक डायग्राम बना दूं, एक डायग्राम बस पेस्ट कर देती हूँ. बस एक लास्ट चीज इंपॉर्टेंट है, जो ड्रेन्स आप प्रोवाइड करते हो, ठीक है, वट एवर ड्रेन्स यू प्रोवाइड, द ड्रेन्स विच यू प्रोवाइड की the drains which you provide कि वो excess पानी को बाहर निकाल दे. पहले you make the salt soluble and then you want कि वो लास्ट आया क्यों नहीं डायग्राम में, इधर आ गया. रुको, ना ये जो आप ड्रेन्स पाइप्स प्रोवाइड करते हो, बेसिकली आप ड्रेन्स पाइप प्रोवाइड करते हो सो दैट द वाटर विच इज देयर, पहले वो सॉल्ट्स जो आप इतना पानी प्रोवाइड करो कि वो सॉल्ट्स डिसॉल्व हो जाए और डिसॉल्व होकर बाहर निकल जाए. बाहर कैसे निकलेंगे, जब ड्रेन पाइप प्रोवाइड करोगे. तो टाइल ड्रेन्स जनरली आप प्रोवाइड करते हो. अभी यहाँ पे छोटा दिखा है आपको, ये टाइल ड्रेन्स है. तो आप एक सर्टेन स्पेसिंग पे प्रोवाइड करते हो. सो इस स्पेसिंग को भी आपको डिजाइन का बेसिकली आपको ध्यान में रखना पड़ता है. इट इज गिवन बाय 4k/q बी स्क्वायर माइनस ए स्क्वायर. अब यहाँ पे कुछ चीजों का, के आपका कोएफिशिएंट है परमेबिलिटी, बी और ए बस ध्यान रख लेना. यहाँ पर पहले इम्परमिएबल स्ट्रैटा, आप देखो यहाँ पे क्या होता है, पहले ग्राउंड वाटर टेबल बहुत हाई होता है, ठीक है. आप बिकॉज पानी आपने डाला तो अब एक्सेस पानी को ड्रेन्स में जाएगा. लेट अस सपोज क्यू पानी है, सो q/2 विल गो हियर. सो ए जो होता है यहाँ पे, जो आपकी ए वैल्यू होती है, ए और बी, बस ये पता होना चाहिए बिकॉज इन द क्वेश्चन दे विल गिव यू स्टेटमेंट्स, उससे आपको डिसाइड करना है ए क्या बी क्या. दे विल नॉट टेल यू इन द क्वेश्चन, माइंडेड. ए होता है सेंटर ऑफ इम्परमिएबल, जो भी ए हो या बी हो, बोथ यूल बी मेजरिंग फ्रॉम इम्परमिएबल स्ट्रैटम. ओके, ए होता है फ्रॉम इम्परमिएबल स्ट्रैटम, इम्परमिएबल स्ट्रैटम से सेंटर ऑफ ड्रेन तक की हाइट, उसको आप बोलते हो ए. बी क्या होता है, बी क्या होता है, कितना पानी मैक्सिमम इम्परवियस स्ट्रैटम से कितना पानी मैक्सिमम ड्रेन आउट हुआ, दैट इज बी. व्हाट आई सेड, फ्रॉम इम्परमिएबल स्ट्रैटम, from impermeable stratum to the center of drain, A. From impermeable stratum to the maximum height of the water level, जो कि drain out हो रहा है, उसको बोलते हो B. Clear? तो ये होती है spacing. और कोई डाउट है तो बता दो. While I guess I have told you all the things, और तो कुछ बचा ही नहीं है बताने के लिए. क्लियर हो गया? तो चलो फिर अब हम लोग चलते हैं, रखते हैं. और आप भी बी क्या हुआ, बी इम्परमेबल स्ट्रैटम से मैक्सिमम हाइट जो पानी का लेवल है जो ड्रेन आउट होके जा रहा है ड्रेन्स, दैट इज नोन एज बी. क्लियर? और किसी के कमेंट्स जो मेरे से छूट गए हों? कुछ नहीं हुआ. चलो ठीक है. क्यू अगर क्वेश्चन में डायरेक्टली नहीं गिवन होगा तो अल्फा दिया होगा. अल्फा वो वैल्यू होता है जो एक दिन में पानी रिमूव होता है. इफ इट इज नॉट गिवन इन द क्वेश्चन तो आप क्यू से कैलकुलेट कर लेना. क्लियर? चलो गाइस, आज हमने कंप्लीट कर लिया पूरा. देखो आज तो 9 नहीं बचा, आज तो 9 नहीं बचा. देख रहे हो मेरी खुशी, कमिटमेंट पूरी होने की खुशी. हाँ, बस एक चीज और, इफ इन द क्वेश्चन स्मॉल क्यू इज नॉट गिवन टू यू डायरेक्टली तो वो क्वेश्चन में आपको अल्फा देगा. मैम ये अल्फा क्या होता है, ये अल्फा बताता है कि कितना पानी रिमूव हुआ एक दिन में. ठीक है, तो उसको आप बोल देते हो बेसिकली अल्फा. देखो मैं दिखाती हूँ, लिख ही देती हूँ यहाँ. तो एक मिनट, स्लाइड दिखा देती हूँ. एक मिनट रुकना, एक इतने सारे. एक मिनट रुकना, बस एक चीज बता दूं, क्या पता ये जो चीज छोड़ रही हूँ वही पेपर में आ जाएगी तो फिर तुम लोग बोलोगे मुझे. रिस्क नहीं लेने का बाबा. ओके गाइस, चेक इट आउट. ये आपको बता रहा है कि कितना पानी रिमूव हुआ ड्रेन से, और ये एक्सप्रेस होता है. देखो अगर आपको क्वेश्चन में क्यू डायरेक्टली नहीं दिया, बेसिकली इट इज डिस्चार्ज पर यूनिट लेंथ. ठीक है, वो अब यहाँ पे अगर आपको क्यू डायरेक्टली क्वेश्चन में गिवन नहीं है, ये होगा क्वेश्चन में, और डेफिनेटली इफ इट इज अ 2 मार्क्स क्वेश्चन दे विल डू दिस. So they will give you average annual rainfall in an area as alpha meters. They will give you average annual rainfall as alpha meters. अब इसका 1% रिमूव होता है पर डे, विच वी आर अज्यूमिंग. इफ इन द क्वेश्चन इट इज टेलिंग यू 2%, 3%, आप वो ले लेना, यू टेक दैट वैल्यू. बट इफ नथिंग इज गिवन, वी अज्यूम दैट जो एवरेज एनुअल रेनफॉल होती है अगर टोटल अल्फा मीटर्स, तो उसका 1% ये रिमूव करता है एक दिन में. तो 1% एक दिन में, एक दिन मीन्स 24 आवर्स, एंड इफ यू कन्वर्ट इट इनटू सेकंड, 60 into 60. ओके, अब ये तो डेप्थ हुई. मुझे क्या चाहिए, डिस्चार्ज के टर्म्स में चाहिए ना. तो ये तो ऊपर ये सेकेंड्स आ गया, नीचे सेकेंड्स आ गया, बट दिस इज मीटर क्यूब ना. तो यहाँ पर स्पेसिंग इनटू लेंथ विच इज 1 मीटर इनसाइड. तो दिस इज स्पेसिंग इनटू लेंथ विच इज 1 मीटर इनसाइड. गॉट इट? तो ये होता है क्यू. अगर आपको क्वेश्चन में नहीं दिया, मानेंगे कि पूरे एवरेज एनुअल रेनफॉल अल्फा मीटर्स है तो उसका 1% एक दिन में रिमूव होगा. कि एक दिन मतलब 86400, नीचे 8600, कितने एरिया में से, स्पेसिंग इनटू 1 लेंथ विच इज इनसाइड. उससे ठीक है. थैंक्स. कंफर्ट जोन पिटाई हो जाएगी. यस सर, यस गाइज, यू विल बी हैविंग सॉइल मैकेनिक्स सेशन, soil mechanics session, and do present at 11:45 PM. एक चीज बस, रुको रुको, मुझे अभी रुकना जाना नहीं. एक चीज मुझे दिखानी थी, वो थी that coming weeks we'll be having coming week we'll be having the schedule for this one. ये आपका मैथ्स एंड एप्टीट्यूड अपकमिंग वीक, सो यू गाइस कैन चेक इट आउट. जितना आपका सिलेबस में क्वांट, एनालिटिकल, स्पेशल, कॉम्प्लेक्स और फिर रात में एक टेस्ट. Okay, all we'll be covering, and with this we have covered the entire syllabus. Hydrology irrigation एक दिन में कर लिया. Thank you so much guys. You can download the app and attend the quiz, and that's it. मैं लास्ट में अपना टेलीग्राम ग्रुप शेयर कर देती हूँ. Fine. So that's all guys. अब सबसे पहले तो मैं इसको बिना कुछ किए सेव करती हूँ, so that and we have launched full syllabus course for 25 and 26. You guys can enroll for that as well. If we come that why we should give mock. If we come that why we should give mock. Mock मतलब मैं समझी नहीं यार. mock test तो दोगे ना practice के लिए. practice तो करना पड़ेगा ना. और questions, जितना questions more fine you will become. चलो. So guys अब मैं रखूँ, अब जाए. Bye bye. किसी को कोई डाउट? मॉक करेंगे ना यार. मॉक तो देंगे अपन खुद ही. वी विल ऑल्सो अरेंज मॉक टेस्ट फॉर यू गाइस. ये डिलीट है. ओके चलो. थैंक यू गाइस. पीडीएफ आई विल प्रोवाइड ऑन मंडे. तो अब टेलीग्राम में बार बार मत बोलना, मैं दोनों पीडीएफ आपको प्रोवाइड कर दूंगी पक्का से, प्रॉमिस. इसका आज का एनोटेशन सेव होगा कि नहीं मुझे उसकी गारंटी नहीं है, बिकॉज उस दिन का सेव तो हो गया था, आज का सेव हुआ है कि नहीं पता नहीं. अभी मैं सेव कर रही हूँ बिना बिफोर आई एंड दिस सेशन, बिकॉज फिर आज पता नहीं है पावर पॉइंट में कुछ तो लोड सा चलता है. ओके बट आई विल प्रोवाइड यू. ओके गाइज अब मंडे को मिल रहा है हम लोग ओपन चैनल फ्लो के लिए. वो बहुत छोटा रहेगा क्योंकि उसके चैप्टर्स लिटरली बहुत छोटे. देखो मैं हर बार बोलती हूँ, देखो लास्ट टाइम 9 था, आज कम हुआ है, एंड ओसीएफ बहुत कम होगा. ठीक है, सो दैट्स इट. मिलते हैं हम लोग. अब कब मिलते हैं हम लोग? मिलते हैं हम लोग मंडे को. टाइमिंग आई टेल यू. ओसीएफ तो पढ़ के जाना. अगेन फोरनून सेशन में 5 मार्क्स का पूछा था, और आफ्टरनून सेशन में भी पूछा गया था. कुछ पूछे ना पूछे ओपन चैनल फ्लो तो पूछेगा, वो भी 4-5 मार्क्स में. तो मुझे नहीं लगता कि अगर आप 5-6 घंटे देके 4-5 मार्क्स गेन कर रहे हो, सो इट्स अ गुड सिचुएशन, राइट? विन विन सिचुएशन. सो बी प्रेजेंट ऑन मंडे. टाइमिंग वैसे तो अभी 10 AM है, बट अगर कुछ भी चेंज होता है तो मैं आपको बताती हूँ. लिंक इज ऑलरेडी बीन क्रिएटेड. रिमाइंडर सेट कर लेना. एंड दैट्स ऑल फॉर टुडे. आई विश यू ऑल द बेस्ट. अभी थोड़ा रेस्ट कर लो, उसके बाद फिर पढ़ाई स्टार्ट कर देना. 2 बजे तक ओसीएफ हो जाएगा. 4 घंटे इंट्रोडक्शन. कोशिश की जा सकती, कमिटमेंट नहीं दे सकती. फील तो है कि नहीं हो पाएगा, चेक करते हैं उसको. चलो अगर कुछ होगा तो मैं इधर टाइमिंग सिखा दूंगी. मतलब मैं 9 AM भी कर देंगे तो चलेगा ना? 9 AM. चलो देखते हैं. Okay guys, so we'll see you on Monday. Till then take care of yourself. Bye bye, good night and study hard. Thank you everyone.